Okay, welcome to our quarterly technical exchange webinar for our Jacobs Pipeline Condition Assessment and Rehabilitation Services Community of Practice. This quarter will be our summer presentation. The presenters today are myself, talking about a rehabilitation project, and Dan Hegwold will be talking about our CARS field services. Before I get started, I wanted to share quick to everybody that we've moved to a new platform for these. You're still watching this through MS Teams, but to get your PDH credits, be sure to enroll for the course through Net Dimensions. So just a quick announcement, Jacobs has moved to this Net Dimensions platform for all of the training that the COPs are doing. It's very similar to some of the onboarding training that you guys did or likely have done. And what that means is that a recording of this webinar will be posted in that portal. You can get to Net Dimensions through the Jacobs Connect website, and you can view the recording on demand. And then get PDHs for it on demand as well. So for our practitioners who aren't able to join this actual call, they can always go and find the course through Net Dimensions, watch it, and then collect their PDHs afterwards. In this day and age, I think that's a great new feature. And so I just wanted to share that with folks in case they have to drop off or want to come back. There's still an opportunity for you to watch the full webinar in its entirety and earn PDHs later on. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and get started with this first half of the webinar. So the title of this project or case study was Alternative Delivery Enables a Slip Burst Ram Project for 72-inch Pipeline Rehabilitation. And so I'll be talking about that, explaining what we mean, but this was a fun project to do and kind of the first of its kind that we got to do for this customer. So quick background, our agenda, I'll be talking about some background of the project. We'll go through the condition assessment of the pipeline and what drove us to the rehabilitation need. Talk about alternatives analysis. We'll explain the CMGC alternative delivery model that we ended up following. Talk a little bit about the technical details for rehabilitation design, show some eye candy for construction, and then move into lessons learned. So the Incline Creek culvert is our subject here. It's about 2,000 feet of 72-inch corrugated metal pipe. It's a stream. It was a stream culvert. So and best we don't have exact records, but I believe it was installed in the 1970s. And you can see the alignment here, kind of from a perspective. Top side, the culvert, the full culvert alignment is shown in that yellow line there. It's all buried. You can see a couple of photographs. One at the bottom of the screen there shows what the entrance to the culvert looks like. You can see how deep it is, the embankment on top of it. And then that picture in the upper right shows kind of the ski lodge that's been built on top of it, and the culvert passes alongside and underneath it. Our understanding is the most probable construction method was that this was a creek that they just rolled the CMP into and then bulldozed over, kind of caved in the sides of the creek on top of it, which is probably one of the reasons that led to its observed condition and need for rehab. So as you can see, it passes under a ski lodge, chairlift towers, and access roads. And we first got involved in this project in 2011, and we actually saw invert erosion, very common, buckled sections, extreme ovality, and trench piping, that's the term used to say that fine materials are eroded from the outside of the pipe, and they erode that haunch support and get carried away by the waste stream. And then even in 2017, sinkholes and failures appeared, which accelerated the schedule for renewal and moved into condition assessment. I do see a couple hands raised. We'll have time for questions at the end, but just to make sure that I can get through all the content, and since this is being recorded, we can always come back and ask questions as we move along. So the full recording will be available for the team. So some pictures of the initial CCTV investigation. You can see buckled sections with reverse curvature, some oblique ovality. This is what I meant by one of those results of just caving in the side of the trench and kind of deforming the pipe. We see invert erosion.
Hey Dan, this is Rajat. We can't see the screen.
No, can anybody on the call see the screen right now?
Dan, this is Kenny. I can see it.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yes. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I apologize if people can't see the screen. The whole meeting is being recorded, so I do apologize. I would totally understand if you wish to drop off since you can't see it and view the recording later. But I'm aware that this sometimes happens with Teams, but it's not something that I fix. It's more of a tech support issue. This has happened on some of the other practice calls before. So So I'll go ahead and keep rolling, and like I said, it is recorded, so you will be able to watch all of it later on demand as you'd like. So this other photograph that I have here in the bottom left shows invert erosion with soil piping. So you can see where actually the bottom of the culvert was scraped away, right? And then that soil support was eroded and washed away. And then the picture on the lower right is an isolated lifted portion. So that's where we've actually got pieces of it that get, that got either lifted up and broken away from the invert. So a problem with the culvert there. So this was characterized, something that I want to share with our practice, unlike reinforced concrete pipe or other flexible pipes, CMP can actually deflect a lot before it buckles. I mean, even greater than much greater than 10% sometimes. So you don't necessarily have to worry about the ovality itself may not be a cause for immediate rehabilitation for CMP. If it buckles, it certainly does. But what this does do to you is when you do have the extreme mobility, then you kind of exceed your conventional rehab methods, because although the culvert might not be an immediate threat of collapsing on itself just due to ovality, there's very little that you can do to fix it and reimpart any structural strength. A lot of the rehab technologies need a certain amount of base ovality. Deflecting CMP likely indicates soil failure, right? It's a flexible pipe, which means that the pipe depends on the soil for support. And so if the pipe is failing, the soil has failed. And so geotechnical improvements are often going to be a part of a flexible pipe rehabilitation project. Invert fail in mild piping is common. There's a lot of published guidance that exists, very commoditized work to fix that invert erosion piece. And so, that's very common. But the buckling that we saw, right, where we got reverse curvature, the lifting where the bottom of the pipe is lifted up, and the crown deterioration is more complex. So technology selection and alternatives analysis, how are we going to fix this pipe? So I'm going to kind of march through the different technologies that we looked at and what included or precluded them or were challenges. So we looked at a slip lining, and a 3D LiDAR that we collected on this had multiple conflicts, right? So you can see clearly we had a cross-sectional conflict. We couldn't push through this. And also we had these bend angles that we wouldn't be able to push the sticks of pipe through, right, without needing to chop them up into very small segments so that we could lobster back through them and maintain the joint tolerance, which can be done, but is another risk. And there's also the challenge that the leading edge could get arrested on that undulating culvert of the corrugations or any of those lifted portions. So then we thought about liner plates. But that was precluded pretty early on, again because of capacity reduction. But a lot of custom work. We had these buckled lobes that we'd have to clear out of the way for the liner plate, which would involve the process like what's called spiling here, which I mean is you can see is pretty intense. You've got to ram these shoring pieces in and then excavate out the buckled portion while you're supporting it, and then push liner plate through it. So that was really unfavorable as well. CIPP was technically viable, but inexpensive. There'd be a lot of accommodations we need to make. You can't put in a pre-buckled CIPP liner. Well, I guess you could, but it wouldn't do much for you. So we would need to at least fill in those lobes, right? So these areas, so that we had at least something that didn't have any reverse curvature. We could design it, here that you can see in this with this orange shape here. We could design a liner that could be thick enough and reinforced enough to be structural even with that funky shape. But we'd have to fill in these lobes. And there was also these risks of blowout during inversion, which I've misspelled in the slide here, and now it's memorialized because I kept talking about how this is recorded. But there's risk of a blowout during inversion with a great slope. When you want to do a water inversion, that's a lot of hydrostatic head that you're putting at the end of that liner. So we'd have to do multiple insertion points so that we weren't putting that much head on the liner when we inverted it. And if we were going to do that, then we'd have to, if we wanted to move to air, then we'd still have to do multiple shots, because air shots are limited to what can be shipped in a refrigerated truck. And so then weight limits restrict on the highway, restrict how much they can ship. And then we also would still have to have non-styrenated resin. This project is located outside of Lake Tahoe, which is the most heavily regulated location in the universe. And so we'd have to use the green resin option, which would require a lot more air monitoring, treatment, capture, and disposal. So shotcrete was another one we looked at. It was the most versatile of the options. I mean, you're basically creating a reinforced concrete pipe, so the design can be pretty robust, and it arrives to the site in a bucket. But there was definitely a labor-intensive portion of this. It requires rigorous field QC and safety protocols to make sure that you get that what you're designing is actually what gets installed. And it's a time-intensive installation. But it does present the lowest risk to the owner in terms of a lot of this risk is then turned over to the contractor, right? It becomes their burden to make sure that it's designed as specified, and the risk is really borne by them. So forgive the obvious statement here, but our takeaway here is that all alternatives here presented significant risks for them. So for our case, the path to alternative delivery, I've got this kind of cute roadmap here showing the road here goes up to deciding if you want to do alternative delivery or if you take an off-ramp and go into conventional design bid build land. So first, if you have a prudent design, so engineering prudent from an engineering standpoint, so it's been tried and true, and it's fit for low bidding, almost, closer to commodity work, then you're in a design bid build situation. But if you need an innovative or cost saving design or a time savings design that you need a specific contractor commitment to make it work, you're probably still on the road for alternative delivery. The next kind of off-ramp is if your schedule is going to allow for a complete design and bidding phase where you think through all of the steps, you got to think through bidding strategy, put it out to bid, let the contractor prepare a response, all that needs to happen sequentially. If you have time, then it's probably another fit for a design bid build. If not, if you got a compressed schedule, and in this case we did for our project, they've got a very narrow construction window to accommodate basically between recreation seasons and heavy snows in Tahoe, then alternative delivery still looks appealing. And the last one is if you have an established and familiar contractor pool, you have to have the builders available who can actually do this work, right? And so if you've got many to pick from, you could be a good fit for design bid build. If not, if you're talking about a new or specialized technology or non-local providers, then you may want to look at alternative delivery to make sure that you get a qualified bidder. So in this case, we went through a CMGC contracting method, right? So after looking at all those technologies and realizing none of them were really ideal, we wanted to work with a contractor to pick which would be the most successful. Incline Village was our client. We had a contract line directly with them. We were going to be their engineer. We put out a bid, and then Q&D was interviewed by both us, by Jacobs and Incline Village. So we received packages from this contractor, interviewed them, and selected them. But Q&D's contract is directly to Incline Village. So there's no contract between us and Q&D. There's a dotted line. We're collaborating the whole time, but there's no hard contractual relationship between the two. So here's how we saw it worked on paper. This is, again, kind of restating that Richard Scarry cartoon. We designed something to a 30% level, outlining the alternatives and the requirements, put that out for advertisement. Contractors bid on it, and they would provide qualifications, approach, and then their estimated price with markups. You select them and you collaborate on the engineering and construction costs, and then you distribute risks and associated costs. And I'll talk about that in a minute. That's kind of an important part of this, this delivery method. Then you negotiate the final contract, including your key subs, right? So this is not something that the contractor doesn't take the bid and then go find subs to do it. Those key subs are identified ahead of time and a guaranteed maximum price. And then you execute and construct. You've got an open book schedule and earned value tracking. So that's that transparency that you have insight into throughout the project. So here I'm going to get into the technology piece of this, and this was a solution that the contractors proposed, and our role on the project was, to make sure that what they were proposing was, if they could do it, would it meet our engineering requirements, right? And so the arrangement here was that the contractor had the risk to make sure that this worked, and since they were proposing it and we were talking about it, it wouldn't be something that would fall back on Jacobs to say, well, you designed this, it wasn't possible. Well, no, the contractor said they could do this and wanted to know would it meet the requirements. So here's a cartoon that illustrates what they proposed. So I've got a profile here of the pipeline. So here's our conduit, and this is the embankment that's on top of it, and then it tapers out a little bit here. Then here's that large void. We had multiple of these, but here's probably the largest one that caused that buckled section in the culvert. So first was digging an excavation shaft outside the area of deepest embankment, or an insertion pit, and then they would load in sticks of steel pipe, right? They'd load in a jacking frame. The red thing is a slip line jacking frame. And then they would drop in sticks of steel pipe, and they had welded on a conical head attachment on the front, kind of like a bursting head to re-round and also keep the pipe from hitting those obstructions that were on the bottom, but to lift it up and let it ride on top of the undulations. And then they would advance the pipe through the area portions that it could with the jacking frame. So they'd start just slip lining it. So it's slip lining, right, part of the slip burst ram. But then if the forces that they encountered when they came to this buckled section were too great, they would load in a pipe ram. So if you're familiar, a pipe ram is usually used for new trenchless installations. It's an extremely powerful machine that does what it says. It rams the pipe and usually is meant to ram it through total soil. In this case, we're ramming it through an obstruction here with an attempt to re-round past the section. So the pipe ram will literally force it through out the other end, you know, and push this soil up. Then after the fact, we would come back in and grout the annulus, and then we would drill grouting ports and do soil grouting on the outside to fill that grout, right? We still need to address that void that's there, and then come back in and do a cementitious lining on the entire thing for corrosion protection. So this has never been done before, and this is not something that we typically as an engineer would say, yes, go contractor, go do something that's never been done before. You know, there's a whole pantheon of liability that's invoked by that. But what's unique about this this procurement method is that this was something that the contractor brought forward, and so the risk was on them to make sure that this could succeed. And our role was to evaluate and and help them identify, well, have they characterized the geotech enough? Would this steel pipe, is it thick enough, and would the cement be enough for corrosion protection after the pipe was installed? So here's how you handle risks in this kind of delivery method. So, you know, there's the uncertainties in the construction approaches. There's productivity rates, right, that might be affected by wind, weather, and weather and other things. Site conditions, things that you may or may not have characterized as detailed as you like or could, and then extra work. Things always come up, right? You quantify those risks, both in terms of probability and cost. We do this all the time from a condition assessment standpoint. In this context, you do it from a construction standpoint. What's the probability and the cost of all these risks? And then you balance the risk tolerance between all parties, right? You evaluate the risk versus the reward or the price. And then you've got owner-controlled versus contractor-controlled allocations. So these are things where, you know, if certain risks are encountered, the owner gets to arbitrate whether or not the contractor can dip into those risk monies to resolve it. And other things are the things that the contractor says that they're going to be able to control and say, you know, they're going to be the ones that make the determination. And then you set aside these weighted contingency budgets for the remaining risks. So here's what I'll share. This is an example, and I've even got you know, watermarked on the back. It says big example there. And what I want to point out here is this is that transparency piece. I can't share with you what our actual risk register was for this project. That was one of the things that was confidential because there's a lot of insight into how that contractor is set up. And so there's just a risk that if that can be made to their competitors, that they could then be, you know, tactfully outbid in projects. But what I can share with you is that these risks, the scale, you know, what I've listed here on the left-hand column, that's exactly the type of risk that was talked about. What's the risk of a bypass overflow? What's the risk that you might actually need internal spiling? What at the time there were tariffs that were going on? What's the risk that that steel costs would go up? And these are, you know, the potential costs here. These are not the ones from the project, but they're about the right order of magnitude. You know, there were many risks that were identified, and they're all given scales, you know, in this magnitude: 10,000, 90,000, 50,000, and then a probability, right? An estimated probability that's agreed upon, and then a weighted contingency. So those are the weighted contingencies, cost times probability, that go off into a special war chest that can be tapped by the contractor or the owner, depending on the circumstances as the project evolves. So with that, armed with this delivery method, here we're getting to the eye candy of the construction. So the first thing they did was bypass the culvert. They used rubber dams. You can kind of see them here, but they redirected the culvert through HDPE pipe. They put these rubber dams in and then an HDPE pipe that pumped the water around. And then here's the downstream end. You can see that they've got a diffuser that comes up and then the water poured out. And so that's the downstream end of the culvert. They dug the insertion pit, so you can see they went to the one open area that they did have access to, put in the trench boxes and bedding. And then here's the welding of the rounding head under the top. You can see it's got this conical shape here to re-round, and then it's reinforced on the inside.
We can't see what you're presenting.
Yeah, so I've heard this is an issue before with Teams. What I can just offer is that if you can't see it, it is all being recorded. And I apologize, it's a Teams limitation. I've heard of this happening, but the content is shared and is recorded. So thanks for sharing, and I'll have to work through TAC to see how we can get that problem fixed. So here's the attachment of the rounding head. In the lower left-hand screen, you can see you can barely see it out in the shadow here, but I want to show that there was bracing that they actually welded in. So to make sure that this rounding head, because it was going to see some pretty hard stresses, the rounding head wouldn't get buckled and compromised. And then, using a crane and lifting and putting the lead pipe into the trench. Here's the operation of the jackring frame, just like a regular slip lining operation, and completing of the first insertion. And now, as they drop in each new steel sticks of pipe, they had to do welds, and we did complete joint penetration welds. So it took a while to get that kind of welding done on each of the sticks, but it was important, right? You did not want these sticks getting separated inside the trench when they were seeing that much resistant force. And then success, right? The rounding head emerged at the downstream end. You can see, some of the scrape marks here, but overall, the bracing did its job of re-rounding the pipe and getting the steel through. What I also want to mention is that not only was there a re-rounding issue, but this alignment wasn't straight. I showed those bends and curves, so they weren't just re-rounding it from a cross-sectional point of view, they were kind of straightening the pipe as they ran this steel pipe through. So that was the other thing that's important to take note of. And then we did the annular space grouting. So they drilled holes, they did grout injection, and then afterwards they prepped the surface and went through with a centrifugally applied cementitious liner for corrosion protection on the inside. So my lessons learned here, the CMGC model really enabled innovations that would otherwise impart too much risk, primarily to the owner, and too much risk to us as the engineer, that you might see if you wanted to go in a conventional low bid process. Doing something that was the first of its kind ever, and would essentially put, this, if we were to design this and say, do this first of a kind burst split ram and put a steel pipe through a collapsed and curved section, I mean, if we were to put out a specification like that, that's a ton of risk on us, right? The contractor could say, I did what you said and it didn't work. But the CMGC model really put that risk back on the contractor if they felt that they could get it and get a savings, and then could reward them, right? This project saved over $1 million compared to the other alternatives, and the contractor could share in that. The open book costing and scheduling is confidential outside the parties involved. So everybody that's on the job, you have a view of, you can be assured of transparency, but it may complicate value comparisons between your other regions or projects, especially when it comes to us as consultants who have a hand in it. Because this is confidential, we can't. It's not always an easy one-to-one to say, is CMGC the right model to use, because some of this financial information is confidential. And then from a technical standpoint, this was a great project. It worked out well, but I just want to say that, you're not going to see a master spec for this kind of approach showing up in our library anytime soon. I think there's a lot more research needed to see, what are the limits of this approach, right? For re-rounding buckled and curved alignments. And we used a pretty stout steel pipe. Did we need to, right? More research to see could there even be a potentially thinner steel shells or casings that could be re-rounded by this approach. So with that, I think I've got 4 minutes for questions. Again, I apologize for those who can't see the screen. Say again, it is recorded, so we can always go back and look. But I got a few minutes for questions before I turn it over to.
Hello, I'm Susan Moisey. I'm the Global Solutions Director for Conveyance and Storage for Jacobs as part of the water market. And we're delighted that you have joined us today for our webinar. This is a series of webinars that we have about hot topics, and today's webinar is AI for AI, and it is about aging infrastructure and corrosion control. So what does aging infrastructure mean to us in the water market, and why is this an important hot topic? Well, when the COVID virus started and the directive came down to simply start with washing your hands, my mother, who is a retired nurse practitioner, had a "I told you so" moment for all of us in the family. But you know what? You can't wash your hands if you cannot get the water to the tap. And that's why aging infrastructure is so important to us. And it's why keeping your water distribution assets and your sewer assets in good working order are so important to us. When we picked the topic today, I challenged my team, and my team on here are Dan Buonadonna, who is the Global Technology Lead for Condition Assessment and Rehabilitation Services, and Jerome Griffin, who is the Global Technology Lead for Corrosion Control. I challenged them to go in two directions. I challenged Dan B to talk about innovation and start a conversation about where could you take this artificial intelligence and how it impacts us in the water industry. And then I challenged Jerome to go in a different direction. I challenged Jerome to give us the very basics of corrosion control. And I did this for two reasons. Number one, I've been that young engineer right out of college who was tasked with reviewing all of the CCTV tapes that came in to our district. And I know what a game changer it is when we can take artificial intelligence and we can apply it to aging infrastructure, not only from the speed of what we're doing, but from the accuracy. And then I think from an industry standpoint, I think we wait too long to bring in the corrosion control experts. We wait until we have a problem and then we bring them in. So I think it's important to look at this from that standpoint. And I'm just simply delighted that we have two industry experts with us today. We have Sam Sloan from United Utilities, Drainage Area Manager from the UK, and we have Viviana Torres Ortez, who is a Senior Project Manager from Fort Lauderdale. So the way that all of this is going to tie in together, Sam is going to start, and she's going to start and talk about the challenge. She's going to talk about the challenge of being a utility manager with aging infrastructure and how does she manage that. Then Dan B is going to move into innovation. He's going to talk about artificial intelligence and how we are pulling that in to our aging infrastructure platform. And then we're going to move over to Viviana. And Viviana is going to talk about the challenge again of working in a utility with some corrosion issues. And then we're going to finish up with Jerome, who's going to talk about very basic corrosion control. How do you understand it? And how do we get us to a point where we can keep our water infrastructure assets up and running? So a little bit of housekeeping information. So we're going to have a couple of polling questions, and we ask you please to participate in those polling questions, and then post your questions in the question box. And then at the end of all of the four speakers, then we'll have the questions. PDHs are available for those of you who need them, and they're available as part of the live webinar. And I think that gets us going from the housekeeping items, and I'm going to turn it over to Sam to get started.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for joining us. I'm Sam Sloan, and I'm a Drainage Area Manager for the United Utilities, and that's a water and wastewater sewerage company in the northwest of England. So as discussed, today's webinar is really to cover off those technical advances in the horizon for sewer assessment and to meet the challenges associated with an aging sewer network. So to set the stage for this, I'm going to share some of the challenges that I face in the day-to-day operation of my business. So some quick facts, really, just for a bit of context for people who don't know much about the UK water industry. The sewerage systems began to be implemented in around mid-19th century, and the majority are assumed pre-1945. The United Utilities itself started in around 1995. We're the largest listed water company in the FTSE. It's serve around 7 million customers. And the environment that we operate in ranges from rural catchments to densely populated urban catchments with cities such as Manchester and Liverpool. And we've also got 5 of the 7 wettest areas in England and Wales. In addition to this, we've got one of the most deprived areas. So everything we think about always has to come back to our customers and the affordability as a key consideration. Okay, so on to the next slide then, the actual sewer network, the big picture. Our sector obviously faces a number of challenges, both now and as well as in the long term. And these exist due to the nature of the aging assets, their function, but also due to a number of external drivers. So population growth, as I said, we serve 7.2 million customers, but that's forecast to increase by another million in the next 20 odd years. Climate change, we know that our climate's going to change dramatically, and that's going to result in more frequent drought and more frequent occurrences of heavy rainfall. And for us, that's already a big challenge. Because only recently we've been simultaneously managing both at the same time. And then back in February of this year, we had the highest volume of rainfall that we've ever had on record here in the UK for that month. So in addition to those environmental challenges, we're a regulated industry. So every 5 years we go through a price review process, and we work with our regulator to ensure that we're getting the cheapest bills, providing the cheapest bills, and improving performance in all areas. So we're 4 months into that cycle at the minute, and we've committed to reduce bills by 10%, improve water quality in over 1,300 kilometres of rivers, reduce sewer collapses by 9%, and have 650 less flooding incidents per year, and the list goes on and on. So managing these challenges is a careful balancing act for us. So when we talk about sewer infrastructure asset management, we always need to bring it back to objective risk management, optimising our investment, always to strive towards improving performance. So on the next slide, a bit in more detail about the UU sewer network specifically. We've got around 77,000 kilometres of sewers, and that's just the sewers that we know of. The majority of those assets are assumed to be pre-1945. And if you look at the chart on the right, you can see the distribution of age, and it's far shy in terms of that 77,000 that I just said. And that's because we've only got age data on about half of our network. And this is mainly down to the poor transfer of asset data records when we went through a period of privatisation in the late 80s, early 90s. It's also because we have a lot of transferred sewers, and these are private sewers and lateral drains that were transferred into our ownership around 10 years ago. And again, when they were transferred, we didn't get the records to go with them. So big data problem. And then in terms of the function of the network, half of it is combined. So it means we're extremely susceptible to the impact of rainfall and climate change, like I spoke about. The most common material is vitrified clay, and that's obviously susceptible to root intrusion and cracks, as we know. But all of these characteristics need to be treated with caution, because 50% of our attributes are inferred. So we know that again contributes to the data challenge. So we've got an extensive asset base, 77,000 kilometres, but a big data challenge. Then on to the next slide, how do we effectively manage the risk of that asset base then with the challenge around data? We've got a first-time resolution model, so that drives the first-time fixes by our teams as we give them a fully equipped City Flex unit. So that means they have mainline CCTV on the unit, they've got jetting available on the unit to make sure we do a thorough investigation. Currently, we only use that CCTV for that investigation and for capturing images of defects to pass on to our further works team. Our further works teams then, they work on quick SLAs, do mostly civils repairs, patch repairs and lining, normally around 7,000 jobs a year. In addition to that, our model also incorporates a comprehensive data capture process because we're trying to stabilise that position and improve the position on data. And that updates our corporate systems after every job and informs our plan programme. The figure below then shows the change in our plan programme. We have a mature DSILT programme now with a good understanding of the rate of build-up, which has enabled us to carry out frequency optimisation. The routine removal of roots as well, where they can lead to incidents, has also led to a reduced requirement for root cutting because of us dealing with our legacy issues over the years. Then we've got a risk-based capital investment programme, so we combine all of that data to produce an annualised risk factor to optimise our investment. So that uses historic incident data combined with deterioration modelling to forecast our change in risk. However, you only know what you know, and that's kind of why this topic is so important at the minute. We're still dependent on customers telling us when things go wrong due to that knowledge gap and due to that gap on the knowledge about the asset condition across our full sewer network. So we need to be able to capture and code CCTV data more widely to get that greater coverage, but also bringing it back to the original considerations, keeping it affordable so that we can maximise our investment. Currently, we're only getting visibility of 1% of our sewer network, and that takes around 200 of our staff. So next slide, performance impact then. So what does that mean for us in terms of our regulators? So what I covered at the start, the characteristics we discussed pose a big challenge there. So the main cause of both pollution and flooding in an average year for us is due to blockages and sewer defects. 70% of our pollutions and 60% of our flooders. And as discussed, the reduction in these events is primarily through us doing thorough investigation, root cause analysis to prevent the repeat incidents. And over the years, we've successfully reduced that number. So now we're in a space where our bigger challenge is how do we get ahead of those first time incidents? And for that, we need more visibility of the condition of our expansive sewer network. Then on the last slide, just to wrap it up, we can't deliver the performance targets continuing with our traditional approaches for sewer condition assessment. We can't do it with our normal operations and maintenance procedures. We need that significant step change. So our ambition is to think smarter, it's to work more efficiently, it's to harness the data and digital advancements, increase the capture and categorization of that condition data, increase sensing capability to identify performance risks, and make the most of the data that we've already got available, so the abundance of that fast-pass reactive CCTV data. So the drive and the appetite for harnessing the data is there, and the digital advancements is there, but we're not blind, because we know that that in itself comes with its own challenges. Data quality, user adoption of technology, and all the culture change that comes with it as well. But this is the step change that we need for United Utilities, but also for the UK water industry and internationally. That's the step change that we need to deliver on the ever-increasing performance targets. That's me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Sam. Excellent. A couple of takeaways there. You only know what you know. I like that. And the 1% of their assets that they are inspecting. So that transitions us nicely into Dan Buonadonna, who's going to talk about innovations in artificial intelligence for sewer asset management. Take it away, Dan.
Thank you very much, Susan, and thanks everybody for joining again. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about artificial intelligence for helping utilities, just like the ones that Sam just described, to tackle the challenges of aging infrastructure. And when we look at what the cost of that, sewer O&M is a $50 billion a year government expenditure in North America, right? And so that's the number that's associated with just taking care of the pipes and the infrastructure in the ground. And that totals up to about $750,000 of public sewer, $500,000 of private sewer, which is like going back and forth to the moon 6 or 7 times. And as Sam just walked through, CCTVing, inspecting, and just trying to understand that information for 1% of that system produces over 1,500 days worth of solid video, which currently must be viewed by a human being in order to provide those utility managers with usable information. So on the next slide, we talk about it's little wonder that this industry is about over $100 billion behind schedule in trying to keep up with the issues of aging infrastructure. And an off-cited report card by the ASCE has cited the wastewater infrastructure in the neighborhood of a D+, right, for its current status. And a WRF study in 2012 did a survey to see what are the major obstacles that the industry faces. And high on the list were funding, a lack of technical deficiency, a need of time and personnel, or the absence of a strategy to try and help tackle this. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about how there are 2 main aspects that artificial intelligence is helping to address some of these challenges. One, we're going to talk about how can we use artificial intelligence to more cost effectively harvest the data that's out there that our inspectors are collecting. And then later on, we're going to talk about how artificial intelligence can help us analyze it. When we talk about automated sewer CCTV defect coding, the case study we're going to walk through is a collaboration right now between Jacobs and Hitachi for an artificially intelligence-driven prototype to review CCTV and code the defects that it sees automatically. So to frame this up a little bit on the next slide,
And we just talked about how the status quo for CCTV condition assessment, it can't keep up. And many cities have active CCTV programs, but they still find that they don't have the personnel to focus on the defect coding, or the methods that they're currently using for defect coding are technically deficient. They're not getting the richness of the data that they want. And it's disproportionate, the amount of time it takes to collect and analyze this data or to collect the data to the value that it brings. If we look at the lifespan of 1,000 feet worth of sewer video, on average, it takes between 2 to 6 hours, or 30 to 40% of the total acquisition time just spent defect coding. So on the next slide, we'll walk through what that looks like. A CCTV inspector, when they get out there, what they have to worry about, they have to worry about mobilizing, finding the manholes, setting up traffic control, staying safe, cleaning the pipe, doing the inspection, and then defect coding. So 30 to 40% of this total time is them sitting in front of a computer screen wanting to make sure that the crack is actually a crack. The grease is actually a grease blob. Is that a rock, or is that gravel? And that doesn't even count all the robot repairs they have to do, demobilization, emergency communications. So you can see they're spending the biggest chunk of their time in all of these things just doing defect coding. So artificial intelligence is to close the gap and help shrink that amount of time that's spent there. So on the next slide, we'll talk about how, why has artificial intelligence come to the sewer, and how prior efforts have tried to close that gap before. So in the past, standard protocols have been introduced to try and reduce bias. But as you can see here on the slide, the majority of the data is still heavily skewed. So on the graph there on the left, you can see a pie chart that shows, when they went through and looked at how many different types of inspectors had inspected the same pipe, the majority of them, even though they're looking at the same information, had given it a different coding system. In the next bullet here, we talk about the next improvement that was made. Image mapping software programs worked in theory. So these are computer programs that had large libraries of defects, but when they tried to match one particular defect with one that was seen in the video, the software was simply bogged down, and they couldn't automate the process without a huge library. And the third attempt was multi-sensor inspection platform. So as you can see here, this is one of the first tools that was introduced in the market maybe in the 1970s, and it collects different types of data now. We're talking about laser and sonar to try and help inform and understand the condition, but they're time consuming and they are diameter limited. And then the next one shows a practical limitation that we have in the industry. So, most legacy CCTV data has the resolution of about one of those classic Motorola Razr phones has, which can be difficult for human inspectors to view and analyze and understand. So the next slide, we'll talk about some of the, or actually pause, we'll take a polling question and see, so if that's where this industry was currently with the need for humans coding CCTV data, what would you as a industry practitioner expect if this could be automated? What kind of level of accuracy would you expect? Consider that it would be both consistent and complete, and kind of different grade ratings there. I'll pause and just give us maybe 10 seconds or so to respond. Okay, we go ahead and see some results. All right, so I appreciate good results. Looks like the majority of people expected, the software to get an A, but also, I guess if we count up the majority of the total participants, kind of the B and C range would be what people would expect. Well, let's look at what some of the prototype results were and compare it to those. So on the screen here, you're seeing we're peeking under the hood of one of the prototype results. So this was a prototype that was developed in a short period of time using artificial intelligence. And what you're looking at is a classic pipe graph. This would be like if you took a pipe inspection, slid it along the top and unfolded it so you looked at the whole pipe wall. On the x-axis is the footage, the distance alongside the pipe, and on the y-axis is the clock position. The blue dots are the human observations. So this is what somebody who was trained in coding protocols went and observed in the pipeline. And the orange dots are the machine prediction, and the size and depth of color of the machine prediction corresponds to its confidence, right? Machines produce a confidence level with all of their assets. And what we see here is good agreement, right? We see good agreement between the control blue dots and the large orange dark colored dots are what the machine predicted. And we see them clustered around the same defects. If we were to look at this analytically, this is well over 90% or in the A range of accuracy. On the next slide, we look at, if we take it from just one pipe and look at a whole system, 100 or 1,000 pipes, and we want to look at how those condition grades would come out, right? So if we look at all the different defects together and how would things score from good, fair, and poor, we can compare the human group on the left to the machine group on the right. And again, we're in that plus 90% accuracy range, with the machine group being a little more conservative on what would be rated as a fair or poor pipe. Next slide, please. So how will this help? You know, we're talking about using machines to get more complete data. You know, the machine never blinks. We talk about using machines to get more consistent data. The machine would not be biased, and it would, every time that it would look at the same video, it would be consulting it, it would be reviewing it under the same set of information, the same eyes that it has with all the other videos. And it's much faster. Machines do not fatigue, machines do not get bored, and we can process, you know, terabytes of data in a fraction of the time. And for anybody who's been out there collecting sewer CCTV data, you know, they know that just deploying those robots is challenging enough. And this is an effort to be able to leave that data cataloging task to the machines. Next, please. So the second half of the presentation is going to be talking about how artificial intelligence can then be applied to analyzing that data that comes out of these sewer CCTV trucks, particularly to optimize service life predictions and maintenance. So if we look at the other two challenges, insufficient funding and a lack of a strategy, studies have shown that a 10% increase in the accuracy of structural remaining useful life, or O&M frequencies, can increase or can reduce the life cycle costs up to about 25%. So on the next slide, we'll talk about where the industry currently has been trying to address O&M optimization and RUL prediction. It's by using condition decay curves, by forcing curves through data like you see on the right here. You know, that's an example of an attempted correlation between pipe age and a condition score, and you can see the difficulties in trying to get a nice clean curve fit. Other predictive models have tried to use tree logic, a series of if-then statements, but those can be very time-consuming and complex to develop and can even only map a few variables. And all of this has been to answer questions like, when will the pipe fail, how will it fail, and what's the best way to prevent it? So on the next slide, we'll talk about what makes machine learning different. So we talked about standard regression curves like what's on the left, and then on the right shows how a deep neural network works. And maybe one of the ways I can explain this is, if we can all visualize a two-dimensional regression line, y equals mx plus b, well, imagine if you could do that in 3 dimensions. You had 3 sets of data that you could try to fit a curve to. Well, it's kind of hard to visualize what that might look like, but what if we had 4 dimensions, or 5 dimensions, or 100, or 1,000, right? And you had individual curve fits for each of those. That's kind of an analogy to how the machine learning aspect can do that regression process, find patterns, and predict outcomes without being explicitly programmed. So the next slide, we can kind of peek under the hood about what some of these prototype results look like. So this is, again, an AI-driven engine that looked at CCTV condition data from pipes to predict what its remaining useful life would be. On the x-axis is time. That's a measure of time between different inspections. On the y-axis is a measure of score. The dots on the far left are the initial inspection that was done by a human. And then the lines that protrude from those are what the machine would predict based on that unique combination of scores and asset information. And those are, you can see each of those remaining useful life curves is different. And on the dots on the far right, those are the second inspections that a human performed. And you can see good agreement between, in some cases, you know, the machine predicted the score dead on, and others, the margin of error was still fairly small. So we're seeing already, you know, plus 90% accuracy of these tools. On the next slide, you can see there's still some work to be done. You know, garbage in equals garbage out. And so there are still some predictions where, you know, we weren't, the AI engine doesn't hit the mark exactly, but a large part of that has to do with the accuracy and quality of the data collected originally, which is what we talked about before. So on the next slide, you know, if you want to see what this looks like overall, when you look at hundreds or thousands of data points, you know, the old way on the left, that's what try to match curve you could be. You can see an R-squared value, which is an approximation for accuracy of negative, you know, 1.8. And even these initial prototypes of AI and machine learning give R-squared values north of 0.81. You can see they're on the right. Much stronger correlation between what, you know, 2 humans from 2 different inspection scores looked at versus what a machine would predict looking at just 1 inspection. So how will this help in the end, the long run? This next slide talks about what this could mean for decision making. 2 different pipes, very different materials with different defects. You know, the old way might get the same score, and in these risk-based asset management frameworks might get categorized with the same RUL and the same rehab. But AI now lets us really parse those 2 out and suss out how the 2 different defects, the 2 different materials may have very different remaining useful lives and have a specific remaining useful life or optimized maintenance program for each of them. It also allows us to build in strong localized predictors, right, that maybe weren't cost effective to build in before. We can look at things like the installing contractors, specific manufacturer of pipes, or other inputs that are really strong predictors for optimizing service. And with that, I'll say thanks again and turn it over to the next presenter.
All right, thank you so much, Dan B. How far we have come and how far we can go. All right, we're going to turn it over to Viviana from the city of Fort Lauderdale, and she's going to talk to us about the challenges of managing her system and then leading into corrosion control. Take it away.
Well, good morning all. So as Susan was saying, I work for the city of Fort Lauderdale and under the Public Works Department in Engineering Division, and specifically under the Consent Order Program. So the city of Fort Lauderdale was incorporated in 1911, and we are the largest city in Broward County and among the 10 largest cities in Florida. We serve many residential, commercial buildings, neighborhoods, and new developments, and we get tourists year-round. Among others, our Public Works Department provides drinking water, treatment and distribution, and wastewater collection and treatment. Next slide. Our collection system has an extension area, service area of 38 square miles and includes gravity and force mains and approximately 177 pump stations. And within our system, we have 111 miles of force mains. As a result of the challenges we have with aging infrastructure, in 2017, the city entered into a consent order with the Florida Department of the Environmental Protection, which among others is focused on improvements to our collection and transmission system, mainly focusing on force mains replacements and rehabilitation. Next slide. So one of the requirements of this consent order is that the city had to complete a force main condition assessment, and the condition assessment goals in the case of our city was to determine the risk criteria that were more critical for our city operations. So our operation staff and the engineering folks, and we all came up with some criteria with the help of Jacobs, and we score and give weight to those criteria. And another goal we had is that we wanted to create a baseline on how to plan capital improvements. We also wanted to focus our operation and the planning to be based on risk mitigation, so lowering the risk of our infrastructure of failing. So Fort Lauderdale decided to move from a reactive operation to a more proactive operation. So first, in the condition assessment, the risk analysis was developed on all active miles of force mains. So Jacobs developed and applied a risk matrix similar to the one is shown here on the left to determine a tier condition assessment approach. So based on the risk score, the high risk pipes were moved into projects right away, either under our consent order or other to our community investment plan. And the really low risk pipes, we move it to our asset management program and will be continued to be monitored. So in those pipes that were in the middle, from moderate to high risk pipes, which total 42 miles of active force mains, were determined to need a tier assessment, and the city chose to do a tier 1 assessment, and which included external corrosion study. Next slide. So in this slide, I wanted to present the risk matrix criteria that we used, which involve computing the likelihood of failure. And we have years since pipe installation, pipe material, pipe break information available from the city, forcing operating pressures, pipe layout, external and internal factors affecting the asset, including proximity to brackish water, and pipe maintenance records, included tribal knowledge. So, and also we developed a criteria for the consequence of failure, and those included pipe diameter, proximity to water and residential, system reliability, financial impact, community impact, and environmental impacts. So we met with everyone in operations and everyone involved in making decisions in the city, and we weighted those criteria and we put which were more important for the city operation. And these scores were developed, as I say, doing the available information from the city, and it was, the risk was computed by multiplying the likelihood of failure and the consequence of failure. And those 42 miles of formings identified to have a moderate to high risk are also metallic pipes. So external corrosion surveys were selected for the Tier 1 assessment, including soil resistivity and pipe to soil methodologies. So here in South Florida, we have unique challenges that leads to potential for internal and external corrosion. First, we have flat topography, which results in increased miles of pressure pipes and also increases the cost for this type of condition assessment. Second, we have manifolded and low pressure and less than full pipe operations. And finally, we have corrosion related to saltwater intrusion. So based on this Tier 1 assessment results that we did, approximately 7.1 miles of force mains were recommended to be included in our consent order program that will be completed. These are projects of replacement and rehabilitation that will be completed within the next 5 years. And approximately 13.1 miles of force main are recommended to be added to our CIP program for future rehabilitation and replacement. And we have projects coming along the way for those 13 miles. So in summary, this condition assessment allowed the city to move forward with improved proactive planning for our force main systems and be able to plan better for replacement and rehabilitation of our aging infrastructure. I will leave you now with Jerome.
Okay, hey, thank you, Viviana. Very interesting to see the challenges of managing a system in Florida, and especially from a corrosion standpoint. And Viviana talked about the tiered approach, and now I'm going to turn it over to Jerome, and he's gonna tie that in from a what does Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 mean, and then take it away.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you all for joining. I'll be discussing corrosion control basics in the water industry. Next slide. Let's start with a couple photos that shows minor corrosion. This is considered the good corrosion, if you will. On the left, you have some atmospheric corrosion that's taking place. This is typically general corrosion or uniform corrosion. And the photo on the right shows some galvanic corrosion. This is where two dissimilar metals were used and corrosion is taking place. So for now, this is considered the good. It will get increasingly worse as time goes on. Also, we have a couple photos of some moderate corrosion. So this is considered the bad. So the photo on the left has a couple locations where you see some corrosion nodules, and also you see some pitting on the shell of the carbon steel tank. And on the right, you have a similar corrosion nodule, but it is on stainless steel. So in this particular application, stainless steel is annealing, and it allowed that product to stay inside the pipe to give you that time to go inside and see if you can do a liner for that particular application. Next slide. So on this slide, you have severe corrosion. This is considered the ugly. So at the top left, you can see some through wall corrosion on a pipeline. The top center, you can see a well that used to be carbon steel, which is no longer there. On the right, you can see some rebar corrosion that has taken place from erosion corrosion. And also on the bottom, where there's a couple gloves in the photos, that used to be the roof of a carbon steel tank, which was found on the tank floor during the inspection. Next slide. So some things to consider for corrosion control. Think about that location and the environment. The photo on the right, you can see where a pipeline was installed in a right-of-way, and there's been growth on the right-of-way. That tree has damaged the coating on that asset, and the operator need to go in and repair that asset. So think ahead where you're going to install those assets. Understand why it makes that difference, so you can make sure you don't have any right-of-way concerns, and also look at the corrosion potential. As Viviana mentioned, risk equals likelihood times consequence. Next slide. So we use a tiered approach for assessing the condition of your assets. We use a tier 1, tier 2, and a tier 3. So with tier 1, it's above ground survey. Tier 2 is the excavation related survey, and tier 3 is the smart technology tools that Dan Bonadonna mentioned earlier. Next slide. So with the city of Fort Lauderdale, we use a tier 1 approach. We looked at the recent force main breaks. We went in and did a survey of the 42 miles of force main. We're focused on the exterior environment of those force mains to see how corrosive it was. So we took some soil resistivity readings and also took some pipe soil potentials, and we used that data to overlay it with the recent breaks that they had, and also to use it to identify hotspot locations and future areas that may have corrosion likelihood. Next slide. We also created a mobile app. This allowed us to input that data from those soil resistivity measurements as well as the pipe soil potentials. That allowed us to input that into that app, and we can upload that and show data in real time back in the office standpoint. Next slide. And this is some photos of the field measurements that were being captured. We had some accessible locations to take the pipe soil potentials in a vault, also in the manhole. And the picture on the right shows the soil resistivity measurements being captured using the 4-pin Wiener method. Next slide. So tier 2. So with tier 2, you will need an accessible location. So you may have to excavate or pothole to get access to that structure. Within the excavation, you can capture ultrasonic thickness readings to see what that remaining wall thickness is on that asset. You can check to see if there's a coating present. You can measure the depths of any pits that may be found on that pipe surface. And also you can check the backfill. You can check for pH. You can send off the backfill for analysis, see what the chloride, sulfate content, redox potential may be within that backfill. And also you can check for groundwater. And as you can see in that picture on the left, at the bottom of the letter, there is some groundwater influence. And on the right, you can do potholing. So if you can't do a backfill, you can do one behind a curb. Not a backfill, but an excavation. Do a pipe of soil measurement within the pothole area, whether it's behind a curb or in the street. You can see if the coating is present. For example, if your as-built doesn't show if you have a coating or not in that location. You can also pull that soil sample and take a soil resistivity measurement off of that or send it off for analysis. Next slide. And with tier 2, you can consider adding a test station. This can be a test station. If it's in the street, it could be a flush mounted at grade test station, or if it's behind a curb, you can do a post mounted test station. This allows you to take that pipe to soil potential measurement without having to excavate in the future. Next slide. In tier 3, so we had a client, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. They used the MFL2, magnetic flux leakage tool, that was inserted in their pipeline that allowed them to see what type of corrosion and wall loss they may have on their asset. This was whether it was external corrosion, internal corrosion. It also checked for any ovality issues, such as dents, any gouges. It identified their joint locations and also manufacturing and anomaly defects within that asset. And using a smart tool like Dan B mentioned, it gives you that real-time information on your pipeline. Next slide. And this MFL2 that San Francisco used, it was for a pipeline that had a historical problem. These were mortar-lined steel pipes, some up to 80 years old. They were also able to identify those third-party damage areas, some that were known and unknown. And also they could identify locations where they may have did system modifications, past repairs. And using a smart tool, it gives you that option to decide whether you want to do a pipe replacement, pipe cutout, or just do immediate repairs as needed. Next slide. So I'll pause with a polling question. So what methods do you use to protect against corrosion to enhance the life of your infrastructure? I'll give you about 15 seconds to select one of these options. Okay, any results? Okay, looks like the majority of you all are using coatings and cathodic protection. Okay, so I'll go through and discuss each of these options now. Next slide. So how does corrosion occur? What's the science behind it? Well, I guess let me start by saying, like many of you, I didn't know what corrosion was. When I was a kid, I used to take all my toys apart and try to put them back together. I always wanted to fix things. I was always interested in electricity and electronics. So that background of electrical led me into corrosion. And now it's been over 20 years and I've been in corrosion and obtained several NACE and NASCO certifications. Next slide. So what is corrosion? Well, corrosion is a loss of material, and this is due to the reaction with this environment. So how corrosive is that area that you're replacing this asset? And you may think that it's metals that's only affected with corrosion, but also non-metals are affected as well. Next slide. So corrosion, there's 4 parts that are needed. So if you remove one of these parts, corrosion cannot exist. You'll need an area such as an anode, which corrodes. You'll need a cathode. This is the structure that you're trying to protect. You'll need a pathway. This is the connection between both the anode and the cathode. And also you'll need electrolyte. So this is the submerged portion, whether it's in soil, water, or if there's moisture present. It can create that corrosion likelihood. Next slide, please. So how do you prevent corrosion? Well, the first line of defense is using those protective coatings for the exterior. With ductile iron pipe, in the past, the standard DIP with no coating, you were subject to how corrosive that environment was where you placed that asset. And also you were more prone to have stray current interference. Some of the barriers for coating options that were used in the past were the standard polyethylene encasements, which is known as polywraps, the polyethylene tapes, the polyurethanes, also FBE coatings. And some of the newer technologies uses a V-bio polyethylene encasement, which is an enhanced polywrap that has microbial protection. And you can also consider using zinc-coated ductile iron pipe as additional layer protection as well. Next slide. So with welded steel pipe, some of the coating options you may have used were the cement mortars, the polyethylene tapes, the polyurethanes, the polyolefins, which is known in industry as Protec, the FBE, some of the epoxy polymers, and also with the BWP and RCCP pipe, some of the coating options, if you decide to use a seal coat, it will be a coal tar epoxy, and in some cases, coating is not required, depending on the environment. Next slide. So what extends the life after the coating? Well, cathodic protection. So the photo on the top shows an unprotected metallic structure that doesn't have any cathodic protection. So that particular pipe, it has both cathodic and anodic regions on it. So those areas are constantly interchanging, and that structure is trying to release the energy to get back to its natural source, which is iron ore. And at the bottom photo, you see where cathodic protection has been applied. An anode was attached, which is a more active metal than the structure you're trying to protect, where the anode begins to corrode and pipe becomes the cathode, which is cathodic, to be cathodically protected, hence the term cathodic protection. Next slide. Here are some examples of some sacrificial anodes. You have magnesium anodes, zinc anodes, aluminum anodes, and these are low current capacity anodes, and they are typically used depending on the environment in freshwater applications, soils, brackish water, and seawater applications. Next slide. You also can do an impressed current CP system. So these are the systems that has the higher current capacity. It uses an external power source. You'll need a rectifier in this particular application. You'll need impressed current type of anodes. And these anode examples are like graphite anodes, mixed metal oxide anodes, or platinum anodes are some examples. And this type of system, it allows you to protect those long distance of pipelines, the water tank interiors, rebar structures, some piles, heat exchangers, and there's a multitude of areas that you can protect with this impressed current system. Next slide. Here's some examples of the impressed current anodes. You have some cylinder type, you can have the ribbon and linear type anodes. Next slide. So what about the inside of your structure? Well, you can consider using a lining or corrosion inhibitor. When your pipe is not full of product, you can have sulfuric acid that occur at the top side of your pipe at 12 o'clock position. At the 3 and 9 o'clock position, and as the picture depicts here, you can see where hydrogen sulfide might attack the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock position of the pipe wall. And corrosion generally doesn't occur on that bottom side as long as you have constant movement of those liquids, solids, and sludge, and there's no stagnant flow. If you do have stagnant or no flow conditions, you can have corrosion occurring on the bottom side of that pipe at 6 o'clock position. Next slide. Some lining options for ductile iron, steel, RCCP, and BWP pipe has been traditionally cement mortars, epoxies, polyurethanes, and glass linings. You can use inhibitors for both ferrous and non-ferrous materials. And some example inhibitor applications has been on the headspace of above ground storage tanks, the interiors of vessels, boilers, and heat exchangers, also during pipe injection, and also with casings, the interstitial space of those casings as well. Next slide. So where do we go from here? Well, you know, the water industry may end up being like the oil and gas industry. Really need to become more proactive than reactive in general. As Dan B mentioned earlier, you can use those smart tools, perform those inline inspections to get that current condition of your infrastructure. And also consider corrosion control methods for the exterior and internal portion of the asset. Look at the coatings, cathodic protection, the linings, the corrosion inhibitors, and also you make sure you're using the proper materials to be selected to prevent corrosion. Next slide. So 3 takeaways. Well, you know, it really needs to be a paradigm shift. Be more aggressive in monitoring and surveying your asset for the likelihood of corrosion. Think about corrosion control first as part of the project design at the initiation phase instead of after the project has started. And also be sure to perform those subsequent surveys to check each asset at set intervals to help identify any future concerns that you may have to address. Next slide.
All right. Thank you, Jerome. Very
you.
good. Good to know. Okay, we are ready for questions. So just to set the stage for the questions, we started off with Sam Sloan, who talked about the challenges of managing a very large utility in the UK, and what are the challenges for obtaining that information, and what do you do with that information, your CCTV data. And then Dan talked about where we're taking artificial intelligence and how we're using that to not only increase the accuracy of our assessment, but the speed. And then we have Viviana talk about the challenges of managing a utility, a manifolded force main utility in a corrosive environment. And then Jerome gave us the corrosion control basics, the tier 1, the tier 2 to the tier 3. And how do you not only understand what's happening with your system, but what can you do about it? So I'm going to start off with the first question with Dan B. And Dan, how much computing power is typically needed to conduct the AI assessment of defects? And can this be a limiting consideration in applying this technology?
That's a great question. Thanks, Susan, and thanks to the asker. So, you know, that's one of the reasons why artificial intelligence has been able to come to the sewer and help out this industry. You know, before, big supercomputers, you know, with names like Deep Blue or whatever, would take up entire labs. They could, you know, almost the size of half a gymnasium, and they cost millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to build. Well, the advancements and the steps in just raw power of these computing devices has reduced to the size of something that used to take up a gymnasium into something that can, you know, many times fit on the palm of your hand. And also the interconnectivity between these devices has let us access those supercomputers operating, you know, at just a fraction of the cost. So the answer to your question is really 2 parts. Yes, it does take an enormous computing power, but the power is there. We now have cost-effective access to it through the network of mobile devices, and then you don't really need to run this kind of power on your device or your machine here. It can run on computing power that's already in the cloud. And so that's how a lot of AI solutions will end up being.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So let's a question for Jerome, and it is about the sacrificial anode. How much length of pipe does one sacrificial anode typically protect?
Well, in corrosion, there is a term we typically use, it depends. It really depends on whether that particular structure is a bare structure or if it has a coating on it. So if you have a coated structure, the current requirements are a lot less than it would be for protecting a bare structure. So it really depends on the coating efficiency as well as the environment you're placed in, how corrosive that environment is. So it's a calculation that can be performed based off of those parameters.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Well, the next question is also for you. All right. What should I consider if I have not checked my cathodic protection system since it was installed?
Well, the best approach is to go in and have that asset surveyed. Go in and do a baseline assessment. Just in case you don't have data from historical commission of the system, perform a new baseline assessment. This gives you current state of your asset. It lets you know if your cathodic protection is still adequately functioning, or you may have to go in and add some more sacrificial anodes or consider adding an impressed current CP system if you've added infrastructure to the existing system. So a survey is definitely needed to enhance that life cycle.
Very good. Thank you. All right. This next question is a Sam Dan B, a combination question. So I'm going to ask them both to turn on their webcams. And so AI is certainly a game changer, but all of us in the water industry, whether we're in America or we're in the UK, have regulators. How do we think that AI will be viewed by the regulators, and will that what challenges do we anticipate we will have in getting something that is using AI approved by the regulators? I'm going to start with Dan and then ask Sam to add to that.
Sure. No, another good question. I think it's important to hold AI or the computers up to the same standards that humans would be held up to in terms of their accuracy. And I can, speaking for the prototype that we're collaborating to develop with Hitachi, our target and our comparison is constantly checking that against human outputs, right? To do as good or better than what a human would do on the same standard. So if there is a standard sewer CCTV defect protocol, that's the bar that we're holding the machine up to, right? So that it should be able to just move right into the same kind of status of regulatory approvals, right, in terms of how that data is used.
Okay, Sam, what do you think about from the UK standpoint? Sam, I think you're muted. Hey, you're muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. I was talking away. I agree with that, and I'd say there's kind of two parts for me in answer to that. So yes, 100% we need to kind of hold the AI up to the same standard as what the human capability can deliver as well. So there's something around accreditation to the standards that we already employ across the UK, but I think there's probably a bit of work to develop those standards as well to be able to hold the AI against those standards, if you like, because I think the standards have been developed and the accreditation has been developed to test humans. So I think there's probably a bit of both. And then from a regulator point of view, I think there's a lot of appetite for it. I know definitely here in the UK, with Ofwat, our regulator, there's a huge push for innovation, for driving efficiency, for delivering more for less. And they're actively trying to encourage the UK water companies to develop these new ways of working. So I do think there's some challenges in terms of that accreditation element of the AI, but I think there's definitely a big appetite for it.
Very good. Thank you both for that. All right, our next question is for Viviana. So I'm going to ask her to turn on her camera. So you talked about the challenges of managing your system and the impacts of corrosion on the manifolded force main system, in that you're under a consent order. And I don't recall if that was a federal or a state, but my question is about the regulatory piece of this. Where you've gotten to with this, does this give you some relief from the regulatory action that your city is facing now?
Yes, certainly it did, because as part we have been proactive in when we started the consent order planning, we didn't have an idea of how our infrastructure condition was. We knew we had troubles, but this gave us another look on how to better plan for our projects. So with this assessment, what we did is we presented FDEP, which is the state agency which gave us a consent order. We said, look, based on this assessment, we still need these projects that were originally included in the consent order, but we determined we need also this replacement, and we have a plan in the future, and we are going to be aggressively monitoring in the future our infrastructure, and if we need, we will do further assessment besides a tier 1 for our to be more proactive in our operation.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we are at the end of our time. I'm going to just summarize. We've heard about the challenges from a UK perspective with Sam Sloan and managing a really, really large utility. And then where are we taking AI with that condition assessment and how a very innovative approach from Dan B. Then Viviana has talked to us about the challenges, and certainly from a regulatory standpoint, of managing a system that is subjected to a lot of corrosion because of the conditions of being a coastal utility. And then Jerome Griffin has talked to us about corrosion control basics, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 approach. So I want to thank all of our panelists. I have to say, I've certainly learned a lot and enjoyed listening to you guys talk. So a couple of housekeeping items. Number one, our next webinar is going to be on digital twins. Another cool topic, and I'm sorry, another hot topic. And so look for a link for that. And then PDH credits are available for all of you. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Megan. So a link will be provided when we send out the link. You will click on the link and you will get your PDH certificate. All right, thank you. And that closes us. And thank you all for attending. I really appreciate it. Hello. Hi, I'm Susan Moisio. I'm the Global Solutions Director for Conveyance and Storage for Jacobs in the water market. And we're delighted to have you join us today for our webinar. This is one of a series of webinars where we're discussing hot topics in the water market. Today, we're going to talk about how artificial intelligence and technology tools are addressing aging infrastructure and corrosion control, or AI for AI. So what does aging water infrastructure mean to us as a water team? Well, let me give you some context. When COVID-19, when the virus pandemic hit, the directions that came down to us were to start with washing your hands. And my mother, who is a retired nurse practitioner, had a "I told you so" moment with everyone in the family. But you know what? It is very hard to wash your hands if you can't get the water to the tap. And that is the importance of aging water infrastructure, is keeping your water distribution assets up and running. And the corollary to that, of course, is keeping your sewer assets up and running. So when we picked the topic for today, I challenged my team. And my team on this call are Dan Bonadonna, who is the Global Technology Leader for CARS, for Condition Assessment and Rehabilitation Services, and Jerome Griffin, who is the GTL for Corrosion Control. And I challenged them to look at this from two different ways. I challenged first Dan B to talk to us and start a conversation about innovation, about how do we take artificial intelligence and apply it to our aging water infrastructure. And on the other side, I asked Jerome, please talk to us about the very basics of corrosion control. Why did I do this? I did it for two reasons. Number one, I was that young engineer right out of college who got tasked with reviewing all the CCTV tapes for Cincinnati MSD Wastewater Collection Division. And so I know what a game changer it is when we can bring artificial intelligence. Hello. Hi. I'm Susan Moisio. I'm the Global Solutions Director for Conveyance and Storage for Jacobs in the water market. And we're delighted to have you join us today for our webinar. This is one of a series of webinars where we're discussing hot topics in the water market. Today, we're going to talk about how artificial intelligence and technology tools are addressing aging infrastructure and corrosion control, or AI for AI. So what does aging water infrastructure mean to us as a water team? Well, let me give you some context. When COVID-19, when the virus pandemic hit, the directions that came down to us were to start with washing your hands. And my mother, who is a retired nurse practitioner, had a "I told you so" moment with everyone in the family. But you know what? It is very hard to wash your hands if you can't get the water to the tap. And that is the importance of aging water infrastructure, is keeping your water distribution assets up and running. And the corollary to that, of course, is keeping your sewer assets up and running. So when we picked the topic for today, I challenged my team. And my team on this call are Dan Bonadonna, who is the Global Technology Leader for CARS, for Condition Assessment and Rehabilitation Services, and Jerome Griffin, who is the GTL for Corrosion Control. And I challenged them to look at this from two different ways. I challenged first Dan B to talk to us and start a conversation about innovation, about how do we take artificial intelligence and apply it to our aging water infrastructure. And on the other side, I asked Jerome, please talk to us about the very basics of corrosion control. Why did I do this? I did it for two reasons. Number one, I was that young engineer right out of college who got tasked with reviewing all the CCTV tapes for Cincinnati MSD Wastewater Collection Division. And so I know what a game changer it is when we can bring artificial intelligence to bear on this part of the industry. And the other side of this, from a corrosion control standpoint, I think as an industry, we wait too long to bring in the corrosion experts and bring what they can bring to bear what they have to offer. And we wait until we really have a problem. And so I asked Jerome to talk about it from what is corrosion, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 approach that we take, and how are we going to keep our water assets up and running. And I'm simply delighted that we have two industry experts who are with us today. We have Elaine Huber from Vancouver, and we have Margaret Hannaford from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. So the way this is going to work, we're going to start off with Elaine, and Elaine is going to talk about the challenge of working with a utility and how do you do the asset management, how do you do the condition assessment. And then Dan is going to talk about how do we bring artificial intelligence into this picture, and he's going to talk about our initiative on AI. We're going to then turn it over to Margaret, and Margaret is going to talk about the Hetch Hetchy Water and Power and the problems that they've had with corrosion control and what have they done from the tier 3 standpoint. And then Jerome is going to dig into that a little bit more and talk to us about the basics. But let's start with some housekeeping items. So we have PDH credits that are available for this. We will have 2 polls that we will do, and please participate. We want to hear from you on the polls. You can put a question in the question box, and we will have time at the end for question and answers. So I'm going to turn it over to Elaine.
Thank you, Susan. I'm very happy to join you to talk about asset management, and I want to give a shout out to everyone who is watching to thank you for your work in asset management. Thanks for everything you're doing to steward our infrastructure and keep us safe. And thank you, Jacobs, for hosting this webinar. It's really good to be here. My name is Elaine Huber, and I'm with the City of Vancouver's Asset Management Program. We're the 4th largest city in the state. We're a growing community with a sewer system covering 62 square miles, serving over almost 200,000 customers. With 2 wastewater plants and almost 800 miles of pipe, our assets are valued a little over $1 billion. Our program works with sewer staff along with other programs to help build their asset management work processes and improve asset knowledge. Vancouver is a safe, vibrant, and welcoming community. We're working to connect to families of all configurations, reinforce our connection to the Columbia River, and support strong economic growth. We have a long history of stewardship for our community assets and are working to address our community visions for sustainability, equity, and climate change. Our utility was formed in 1890 to serve downtown businesses, and now some of these older sections, which are over 100 years old, are still in service. Next slide. Vancouver grew slowly but steadily for several years until World War II, when our wartime population nearly doubled in size. Growth slowed down a little until the 70s, when new bedroom communities added nearly 200 miles in one decade. In 1997, we accomplished the largest annexation in the state of Washington, nearly doubling the size of our city limits overnight. Our service boundary extends into areas of Clark County, but with growth and annexations, about 80% of our collection system is now within the city. And although we have a few older pipes, most of our system, right now 80%, was installed in the last 50 years. Vancouver's earliest pipes were made of vitrified clay and concrete, about 40% of the total right now, gradually transitioning to PVC in the 70s, about 50% of our system. Although we have older sections still in service downtown, only about 18% or 150 miles is beyond its expected useful life of 50 years. Our sewer program has been working on asset management since the 1990s. We're very proactively strengthening their data-driven decision-making by building robust GIS data, work history records, and capital project records. City Council and program staff have consistently supported our CCTV program for over 25 years, which for Vancouver has resulted in solid data capture of the historic condition of our main trunks and interceptors. We also recently transitioned to the nationally recognized NASCO PACP system, continuing to inspect all pipes about every 10 years and more frequently for higher risk pipes. Our TV program completes their pipeline inspections by each basin. We program recurring inspections for all pipes and more frequently for higher risk pipes. As we have grown, we've expanded our pipeline inspection program to 3 full-time inspection teams. Vancouver is also seeing increased demand for other pipeline inspection work, for example, to locate, treat, and remove tree roots. This has been a growing workload that now equals about a third of our pipeline condition inspection program. Vancouver has worked very steadily to strategically plan for growth and expansion while collecting pipeline condition data. The overall system, although still relatively new, has some amount of pipe beyond its useful life. These older pipes, many are the largest in our system, need more frequent inspections all the time, increasing our workload and stretching our resources. Vancouver is very interested in ways we can leverage our existing resources using new technology and approaches to help identify and scope system investments, system risk, and asset investment decisions that preserve and extend asset service life. And with that, I'll say thank you and pass it to Dan.
All right, thank you, Elaine. So Elaine has effectively talked about the challenge from a utility standpoint. So we're going to turn it over to Dan B, and he's going to take this then in the direction of the innovation.
Thanks, Susan, and thanks again, everybody, for attending. And just like Susan said, I'm going to now take it from, Elaine has painted the picture of what the challenges are, and I'm going to talk about how artificial intelligence is trying to address some of these challenges that municipalities are facing. On the next slide, you can see is kind of a lead into this. Sewer O&M is $50 billion a year worth of government expenditure. And this is the money and time and effort that it takes to maintain and assess and maintain the buried infrastructure and sewer collection systems and treatment works. That's nearly 750,000 miles of public sewer, 500,000 miles of private sewer. That's like going back and forth to the moon 6 or 7 times. And CCTVing even 1% of this is going to produce more than 1,500 days worth of video, which all must be viewed by a human being. So on the next slide, it's no wonder you can see that catching up and closing the gap here is over $100 billion behind schedule. And as Elaine outlined, all of the things that our municipalities are concerned about in terms of managing, their growth and the profile of their enterprise, I would say that managing aging infrastructure and sewer assessment, the amount of time and effort that it's taking to keep up with that is disproportionate to all these other things that are being taken into that they need to consider. When you look at the ASC report card, often cited as giving our wastewater infrastructure a D+ rating. And the WRF did a study that showed, well, what are some of the big impediments to being able to implement a proactive approach? And you can see the main responses there spanning from funding, technical deficiency, lack of time and personnel, or an absence of a strategy. So in the next slide, we're going to talk about what are the two different technologies that are coming in to help address this issue. So the first one is going to be about automated sewer CCTV defect coding. And the lens I'm going to put for this is through a current collaboration between Jacobs and Hitachi, which is looking at using artificial intelligence to look at the raw CCTV video footage and produce a coded database of defect observations. Next slide. So as we just talked about, the status quo for CCTV condition assessment, it can't keep up. And many cities do have a regular CCTV inspection program, but as we just talked about, we're finding that they still don't have enough time to focus on providing the defect coding to get the accurate and high volume of information that asset managers need to make decisions. And sometimes the methods for even coding that are technically deficient, right? It's not refined enough to get the answers that we need. And it's also disproportionate and inefficient. When we look at that slide, you can see that in the lifespan of about 1,000 feet worth of sewer video, 2 to 6 hours, or 30 to 40% of the total acquisition time is spent doing defect coding. So on the next slide, when you think about all the things that a sewer CCTV inspector crew needs to worry about when they go out to the site, from mobilizing, finding the manholes, setting up traffic control, cleaning, and deploying the camera, then you see that defect coding piece. 30 to 40% of that time is then spent sitting in front of a computer, checking the manual to see, making sure that we're calling a crack, grease, and debris. And then put on top of that the effort that it takes to repair the robot when they pull it out, demobilize, notify emergency personnel, and then transfer the data. So we're looking at streamlining this gap right now and introducing artificial intelligence to help facilitate this. On the next slide, we're going to talk about how different prior efforts have tried to improve this process, but have not yet conquered it. So on the left there, you can see that training standards have reduced the bias, but the majority of data is still heavily skewed. You can see a study done in 2006 showed that looking at the same pipe, over half of the inspectors would still give it a different condition rating based on normal, natural human bias. Image mapping software programs are the next attempt. Those essentially created this huge library of different pictures of defects. And when it looked at a video, it would try to match up the defects to the different slides in the library. But the computing power was just overwhelmed. And it took a vast library of example images to make it efficient. Multi-sensor inspection platforms have been around for a while. That's a fun picture of one of the first ones, laser and sonar technologies. But they are time consuming and limited to really the larger diameters. And then we also have this challenge of trying to incorporate all the legacy sewer CCTV data, which has a resolution not unlike if any of you had one of those old first generation Motorola Razr phones. That's kind of the resolution of the data that we see coming out of a lot of the legacy data. So if that's the challenge and what the current process was for humans, we have a polling question that I'll ask. If we could introduce a machine, artificial intelligence, what level of accuracy would you expect from a machine, considering now that the data would be complete from tip to tail and consistent, right? There'd be no bias in the output. I'll give everybody a few seconds to provide an answer. Okay, let's look and review some of the results. Well, I appreciate everybody participating, and you can see that most people would expect, at least scoring an A, right, or a B+. Well, let's look at what some of the prototype results have shown us. So looking under the hood at some of the results of this initial collaboration, right now I'm showing you an individual pipe graph. So this is a classic schematic from pipeline inspection. This would be like if you took a pipe inspection and slid it along the top and then unfolded it. On the x-axis, you have the footage along the pipeline, and on the y-axis, you have the clock position. So the blue dots there are observations or defects that a human had observed and flagged during their inspection. And the orange dots are what the machine predicted. And the size and depth of color of the orange dot is proportionate to its confidence interval, that interval from that observation. And what we can see on the slide here is very good agreement between just the initial prototype results from the AI and the human observations. We see clusters of large dark dots near the same clusters of human observations, well within a 90% accuracy range. On the next slide, if we want to take that out and look at 100 or 1,000 different pipes, we want to look at, well, what is the AI, how would those scores compare, right, in terms of a rating of good, fair, or poor? Well, you can see this comparison on the left between what the humans would have found in terms of rating their pipes good, fair, or poor, and what the machine would find on the right in terms of rating pipes good, fair, and poor. And again, we see good agreement well within 90%, with the machine being slightly more conservative about what a fair or poor pipe would look like. Next slide. So how is this going to help? We're talking about being able to gather more complete data. Machines never blink when they're reviewing the information. We're talking about improved data consistency. Machines are not biased, and machines don't get bored reviewing CCTV data. And it's also faster. Machines do not fatigue. We can get through terabytes of data in a fraction of the time. And if anybody has been out there trying to drive or deploy one of these CCTV rigs, you know how difficult it is just to get the robot in and out of the sewer. And our objective is to let the crews focus on that high value work and leave the data cataloging task to the machines. So the next thing I'm going to talk about here, next innovation of artificial intelligence. Once we have the data in hand, how can we assist our engineers to consume that, analyze it, and make decisions? I'm going to talk about AI for predicting service life and optimizing O&M. So the next slide shows, again, setting the stage of the challenges here. The biggest obstacles that we've seen in this industry are insufficient funding. It takes a lot of time and effort and resources to do this data analysis, and also a lack of strategy, right? What is the best decision to make with the data in hand? And what we found is even a 10% accuracy in increasing the accuracy of structural remaining useful life or O&M maintenance frequencies can result in a life cycle cost savings of up to 25%. So the next slide is kind of the status quo, right? It shows how many current programs predict remaining useful life or optimize asset management or optimize O&M activities. So you can see the data on the right. Usually we try to reduce things into two important variables, age and some measure of score, right? Or some measure of condition. And we try to force the condition decay curve through this. This is a very common practice. But what you can see is that's real data. Oftentimes, this is the kind of information that we need to try to crunch and fit a nice curve through. It's been called a sneeze before. You can see that that's a challenge to try and suss out from that data the strongest correlations. Other predictive models try to use tree logic, a variety of if-then statements, but these can take months to map out, even for just a few variables, and can't encompass all of the complexity and richness of the data. And so all these efforts are behind trying to answer questions like, when will the pipe fail? How will it fail? And what's the best way to prevent that failure? So the next slide shows how AI and what makes machine learning different. So on the left is kind of your classic regression plot. Y equals mx plus b fit to a bunch of set data. And on the right is a deep neural network, right? And how those different dots are interacting with each other and how that correlation is being made. And one way that you can try to visualize this, if we think about a classic regression plot on 2 dimensions, think about, well, what if you could introduce a third dimension? And now you had 3-dimensional data points, and you could try to fit a regression curve through that. Well, now it's hard to visualize, but think about if you had a 4th dimension, or a 5th, or 100, or 1,000, and each one of those had its own regression customized line to it. That's what we're talking about with deep neural networks, the ability for a machine to recognize patterns in very complex data and predict outcomes without being explicitly programmed. On the next slide. So we're going to peek underneath the hood again and look at what some of the initial prototypes of using AI, artificial intelligence, to crunch sewer CCTV condition data and predict remaining useful life. So the graph here on the x-axis is time. We have the time between different inspections, right, between sewer pipe inspections. And on the y-axis is a measure of score. It's a reflection of the different combination of defects in a sewer. The dots on the left-hand side are the scores that a human would have observed, right, doing a CCTV pipe inspection. And then the lines that protrude from those are the predicted remaining, the decay curves that the machine would have predicted. And you can see how some of them are a little flatter or a little steeper than others. And the dots on the right are the second kind of follow-up inspection. And we can see very good agreement between what the machine would have predicted based only off the observation on the left and how it would intersect the dots on the right within a very tight range of accuracy. But as the next slide will show, we're still limited to the old classic adage, garbage in equals garbage out. And so here's an example of where predictions that still miss the test data and how important it is to make sure that the data that comes in is accurate so that we can improve the accuracy and match up with our predictions remaining useful life. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about kind of, again, pulling back and looking at thousands of pipes, right, at a time, and what the prediction, what the accuracy looks like. On the left is what, a conditional decay curve might look like. And you can see, the R² value, which is a classic representation of more or less accuracy. That's a negative R², 1.8 is what it says there on the screen. If we look at the initial prototypes from artificial and machine learning predictions, there we see R² values of 0.81, a vast leap forward in terms of accuracy of predicting remaining useful life on data in hand. And so my last slide kind of talks about what this means practically, right, for consuming this data. Well, if we look at two different pipes, right, or different materials, different defects, kind of the old way would typically produce the same numeric score, right? And from that, a lot of the current systems that are out there would use a traditional decay curve and would recommend the same kind of proactive or remediation strategy. Now with AI, we can really consume the complexity, the different combinations of what the pipe materials are made of, what the exact combination of defects is, and give it a specific RUL and a specific recommended improvement. And this will also let us build in much more specific localized predictors that weren't necessarily cost effective to build into some of the tools before. Things like looking at the installing contract or a specific make and manufacture of pipe and not just pipe material. All those can help greatly improve the accuracy for both predicting capital improvements and optimizing O&M strategies. And with that, I'll say thanks and pass it to our next speaker.
All right, thank you so much, Dan. So Dan has talked about then the challenge of meeting that challenge. Elaine talked about the challenge, and Dan talked about how are we going to meet this challenge using AI. So we're going to shift then and turn to San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, and Margaret is going to talk about the challenge of meeting corrosion control in a major urban environment. Margaret?
Hi, thank you for having me. Can we go to the next slide? So San Francisco Public Utilities Commission provides water, power, and sewer services to the Bay Area. And they own assets that start in Yosemite National Park, so up in the Sierra Nevada foothills, and run all along the San Joaquin Valley and end up delivering water and power and sewer services to San Francisco. So my facilities that I manage for the Hetch Hetchy Water and Power Division run from Yosemite National Park all the way down to Sonoma, which is beginning sort of the East Bay area. So the pipelines that we're going to talk about today are the pipelines that run across the San Joaquin Valley. There are 3 pipelines. We also have a 4th barrel but 3 pipelines that run about 47.5 miles long. They deliver about 307 MGD to a population of about 2.7 million people. And we're going to talk a little bit about our journey. Back in the 80s, we started having some leakage in our San Joaquin Pipeline 3. We started this process where we were actually excavating the pipe, repairing it, then looking, doing some soil information on resistivity. We were also doing DCVG, trying to sort of figure out what was going on, why we were getting these leaks. And really what it was almost like a beginning of a desktop analysis, like a tier 1, and then also a tier 2 where we're excavating and confirming the damage that we have on the pipe. It was sort of an ad hoc process all the way through 2005 until we brought on a consultant that ended up being Jacobs to help us come up with a more systematic process. And I was not happy with what I was getting. And I really wanted to go that next step. So our talk today is going to be our journey to get to tier 3, which is using an inline inspection tool. And we'll talk a little bit about how we went along that journey. Next slide. So again, I was talking about the pipes that we're looking at. These are a picture of the pipes excavated that run across the San Joaquin Valley. They range in age from about 50 to 85 years old. They range in diameter from 60, about 56 inches up to 78 inches. And these pipelines just give you an idea of about 15 feet on center. Next slide. Okay, so when we started out looking at what our Tier 3 goals and objectives were, what we were really looking at doing is, could we manage or extend the life of the asset? But also, you know, we could not have the risk of having a lot of unplanned outages. Our reliability had to be one of our important goals. So we set out, what do we need to find? We needed to establish a baseline data of our corrosion. We needed to be able and get in there, and if we identified problems, we needed to be able to repair it immediately. We wanted to understand the rate of corrosion that we were experiencing on the asset, but all in all, we wanted to understand what it was going to cost us to maintain this asset, extend the life, and get a better understanding of when we actually had to repair or replace, the asset, and how we were putting that into our capital budget. We're going to talk about that MFL tool, but those were some of the pictures of the MF tool on a little platform before it goes into the pipeline. Okay, so we did a lot of evaluation, but as I said, we ended up using magnetic flux leakage technology. It was commonly used, has been used in the gas and oil industry since 1965. We started looking into this in about 2007. And let's talk a little bit about how that works. If you look at the pictures on the right, you'll see the top two. One that's a steel pipeline with 5 dents or actually indentations representing corrosion in there. What the MFL tool does is when you drag it through the pipeline, it magnetizes the pipe and it creates these signatures. If there's no loss and corrosion on the pipe, the line is straight. But as you can see, there's 5 areas of corrosion on the left, and you can see those 5 corrosion, the areas of corrosion depicted on the squiggly lines on the right. So we've determined that we could probably get this done in 2008, and we built our first tool in 2010. In 2010, we inspected about 7.4 miles of that 49.5 miles of pipeline. And in 2017, we inspected another 38 miles. And we continue to develop this baseline data and inspect our pipelines. Next one. So that will be it for our discussion today. I know that I haven't really gone into the technology, but if you want to learn more, there's an AWWA document on M77 manual for condition assessment of water mains. And there's a whole chapter dedicated to the MFL device that the city, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission created. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Margaret. I really appreciate that. Good look at a Tier 3 assessment of a very critical pipeline for San Francisco. All right, so we're going to move over to Jerome, who's going to talk to us about the basics of corrosion control. Jerome?
All right, thank you all for joining the call. As Susan mentioned, I'll be discussing corrosion control basics in the water and wastewater industry. Next slide, please. Let's start with a couple photos just to show some minor corrosion or corrosion that's considered the good, if you will. On the left, you see some atmospherically exposed pipe that has some minor uniform corrosion and general corrosion taking place at the pipe surface. And on the right side, you'll see some galvanic corrosion that has took place where dissimilar metals were used and coupled together. And for now, it's considered some good corrosion in which it may advance over time to be more aggressive since dissimilar metals were used. Next slide. And now we have a couple photos of moderate corrosion. This is considered the bad. The photo on the left has some corrosion nodules that's formed on the carbon steel tank floor. And you can also see that there's some pits that's starting to form on the shell of the same tank. Now on the right side, you will see a more exotic material that was used with a feature that's similar to the nodules on the other side, but this feature has crystallized and it has allowed the product to be maintained within the structure. So that additional time that this feature allows you that time to go in and consider adding a liner to this particular material application. Next slide. And here's a few pictures of the severe corrosion, the ugly corrosion. So the top left, you will see some through wall corrosion that's occurred on a pipeline. The top center, that used to be a carbon steel well. The casing well is no longer there. On the right side, you'll see some rebar corrosion that's occurred from erosion corrosion. And the two pictures with the gloves, that used to be the roof of a above ground storage tank, and it was found to actually land on the tank floor during a tank inspection. Next slide. So some things to consider for corrosion control. Consider that location and environment. The picture on the right, you'll see a pipeline that was installed in a right-of-way, and right-of-way maintenance need to be performed. So you have a tree that has grown and damaged the coating on that pipeline, so some remediation will be needed on that asset. So think ahead where you install your asset. Make sure you perform that right-of-way maintenance and understand why it makes a difference. And also consider the corrosion potential and the risks that can result, the likelihood times the consequence. Next slide. And as mentioned, we used a tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 process approach. Tier 1 was above ground surveys, tier 2 are within excavations, and the tier 3 are the more sophisticated tools, as Margaret and Dan B mentioned, those inline inspection tools. Next slide. So with tier 1, the city of Fort Lauderdale, they were experiencing a recent history of forced main breaks. So we went in and we performed a survey to see what was going on with the exterior surface of those forced mains. So we surveyed 42 miles of main. We captured those soil resistivity readings. We captured some pipe to soil potentials, and we used that data to overlay it with the recent breaks that they had, and also to help identify any hotspot locations or any future locations that they may have with corrosion likelihood. Next slide. And we also created a mobile app. This was created so we can input that pipe to soil data and also the soil resistivity data. And we could put it in the app and it uploaded in real time. Next slide, please. So here's a few pictures of some field measurements being captured, where we captured some corrosion potentials or pipe to soil readings in a vault, also in a manhole. And the photo on the right shows where some soil resistivity measurements are being captured using the 4-pin Wiener method. Next slide. In tier 2, so tier 2, in case you don't have that vault or that manhole accessible, you may have to excavate a pothole. So at an excavation, you can actually capture a UT reading for the remaining wall thickness. You can check to see if there's a coating present in case your as-built wasn't available. And also you can measure those pits with a pit depth gauge. You can check that backfill to see what the pH is, maybe send a backfill off for analysis to see how corrosive it is, maybe with chlorides or sulfates. And also you can check for redox and potential as well as groundwater influence. And you can see on that picture below the letter there is some groundwater intrusion at that excavation. And also as far as a pothole, you can pothole behind a curb or in a street to capture that corrosion potential of pipe to soil measurement. And you can also see again if a coating may be present that you didn't know. about. And also you can pull that soil sample to do a soil resistivity or send it off for analysis as well. Next slide. And as part of that tier 2, you can consider adding a test station. This can be a flush mounted at grade test station, maybe in the street, or a post mounted or above grade test station that's behind the curb. And this allows you to capture that corrosion measurement without having to do a future excavation. Next slide. So tier 3, as Margaret mentioned, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, they ran that MFL2 to scan that entire pipe circumference to see what the remaining wall thickness was to help identify those locations where they had external and internal corrosion. Also any ovality concerns such as dents and gouges, and also they were able to identify the joint locations, manufacturing defects, and other features and anomalies on our pipeline that they wasn't aware of. And that MFL2 allowed them to get that real-time information about their pipeline in the current condition. Next slide. And as Margaret mentioned, some of the pipelines were up to 80 years old, typically in a historical problematic area. Again, it pinpointed that corrosion damage, also identified some of the third-party damage areas that occurred, maybe those that were known and those that were unknown. And also we're able to locate the modifications that they may have made within the system in the past occurred repairs that may have happened on the line that they didn't have records for. And you can make a decision based off of the MFL tool used to see if you want to do just a replacement, maybe a cutout, or just a simple repair based on the results of the MFL tool. Next slide. Okay, so I have a polling question. So what methods do you use to protect against corrosion to enhance the service life of your infrastructure? I'll give you about 30 seconds or so to answer this question. Okay, any results? Okay, it appears though most individuals are using the coatings and cathodic protection. Okay, I'll discuss those two as well as corrosion inhibitors and linings. Next slide, please. Okay, so how does corrosion occur? What's the science behind it? Well, I guess I'll start by saying I was like many of you. I didn't know what corrosion was years ago. Actually, I can go back to when I was a kid. I used to take all my toys apart and try to put them back together. I always wanted to fix things and had a main interest in electricity and electronics. So my electrical background led me into corrosion. So now it's been over 20 years and I've been in the industry and obtained several NACE and NASCO certifications for corrosion. Next slide. So what is corrosion? Well, corrosion is a loss of material due to the reaction with the environment. Now that can be thought of as mainly metals, but it also affects non-metals as well. It depends on how corrosive that environment is. Next slide. So with corrosion, there's 4 parts that are needed. If you remove any one of these parts, corrosion cannot occur. You need to have an anode, that is the section that will corrode. You need to have a cathode, that is a structure that will be protected by that anode. You need to have a pathway, that is the connection between the anode and the cathode. And you'll need to have electrolyte. So it can either be submerged in soil, water, or have moisture present, just to have that ionic pathway. Next slide. So how do you prevent corrosion? Well, really the first line of defense is some protective coatings. Traditionally for ductile iron pipe, in the past, the standard has been using no coating. When you go that route, you're subject to how corrosive the environment is. How corrosive is that soil you install it? How corrosive is that water? And also you're prone to stray current interference from foreign structures foreign CP systems, dynamic straight currents, overhead power as well. And as far as some past ductile iron coatings that were used as a barrier to help prevent those issues, there were the standard polyethylene encasements, also known as the polywraps, the polyethylene tapes, the polyurethanes, and also the FBE coatings. And some of the current newer options that's available is an enhanced V-Bio version of the polywrap that has microbial activity protection. And also you can go with a zinc-coated ductile iron pipe instead of the standard DIP. Next slide. And as far as welded steel pipe, some of the coating options you may have used were the cement mortars, the polyethylene tapes, polyurethanes, the polyolefins, many known as Protec, the FBEs, and some epoxy polymers. And as far as the BWP and RCCP pipe, some of the coating options may have been a seal coat that was considered, being epoxy or polyurethane, or maybe no coating was needed depending on the environment. Next slide. So what extends the life after coating? You can consider adding cathodic protection. So the picture on top, you'll see where there's the unprotected bare structure that has both cathodic and anodic regions on it. So these regions are constantly interchanging, and this state is trying to get back to being iron ore. So that energy is trying to release from that structure by being formed to get back to the native state of iron ore. And at the bottom, you'll see where a cathodic protection was added, where an anode was used. So the anode will corrode to protect that structure, which now becomes solely a cathode, and it becomes cathodic. And that is the reason for the term cathodic protection, because the structure being protected is cathodic, and the anode will corrode. Next slide. And here's some examples of some sacrificial anodes. You have magnesium anodes, zinc, aluminum. These are low current capacity anodes, can be used in fresh water, soil, brackish water, and seawater as well. Next slide. And you can go with the impressed current CP system if you need more of a current, larger current capacity. You will use an external power source from the power company. You need a rectifier as well. Some of the impressed type current anodes you would use would be like the graphite type anodes, mixed metal oxides, or platinum type anodes. And there's other like high silicon anodes that can be used as well. And this type of CP system is designed to protect those long distance pipelines or those larger structures, also water tank interiors, rebar structures, piles, heat exchangers, and there's a multitude of applications for these impressed current system. Next slide. And here's some examples of impressed current anodes. You have the cylinder type, you have the ribbon type, and also the linear type impressed anodes. Next slide. So what about the inside of your structure? You need interior protection as well. Well, you can consider using a lining or a corrosion inhibitor. So when your pipe is not full of product, like a picture depicts, you can see at the 12 o'clock position, you may have corrosion occurring due to sulfuric acid at the top side of your pipeline. Also, the pipeline shows the product is around the 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. range. You may have some hydrogen sulfide occurring on the sides of your pipe. And the bottom side, around the 6 o'clock position, you typically don't have any corrosion occurring as long as those acids are being constantly moved and flushed away. But if you do have a no flow or stagnant condition, you can have bottom side corrosion occurring. Next slide, please. And some lining options that's been used for ductile steel, RCCP, and BWP pipe has been the cement mortars, the epoxies, the polyurethanes, glass, and there's other options as well. And corrosion inhibitors can be used for both ferrous and non-ferrous. So it can be used for those metallics and non-metallics. And some examples of corrosion inhibitor use has been used on head spaces of the above ground storage tanks, the interiors of the vessels, boilers, heat exchangers, even during pipe injections, and also on casings for the interstitial space to protect that area. Next slide. So where do we go from here? Well, the water industry may end up being like the oil and gas industry. Need to become more proactive than reactive in general. You need to perform those surveys and inline inspection tools and smart tools that Margaret and Dan B mentioned to get that current condition of your infrastructure and see what the status is of it. And also you need to consider some external and internal corrosion protective methods. Consider those coatings, those linings, the cathodic protection, corrosion inhibitors, and also consider the materials that you are selecting to prevent some of the galvanic corrosion, dissimilar corrosion, and other corrosion issues that can occur. Next slide. So 3 takeaways. Really need to be a paradigm shift. Really need to be more aggressive monitoring and surveying your assets for corrosion. Also think about corrosion control first at the onset of a project. Don't think about corrosion after the project has started. And also be sure to perform those subsequent surveys to check the condition of your assets at set intervals, and also to help identify some corrosion control concerns from those surveys, whether it's initial survey or a survey that's to follow in the future. And with that, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Jerome. Very good discussion on the basics of corrosion control. I'm going to ask all of the panelists to turn back on their webcams as we move into the question and answer. And so let me just summarize what we've heard. We started off with Elaine, who talked about what are the challenges of managing a sewer system, and what from a asset management condition assessment standpoint. And then we moved into Dan B talking about using artificial intelligence to meet that challenge. We then heard from Margaret on a tier 3 inspection of a very critical asset for them, and then went to the basics with corrosion control with Jerome Griffin. So I'm going to start off. I'm going to ask Jerome a question. And Jerome, the question is, what should I consider if I have not checked my cathodic protection system since it was installed?
Well, depending on when it was installed, you really need to go in and get a current state condition of it. So if you have a cathodic protection, let's say it's an impressed current system, you will need to check the rectifier to make sure it's functional, check the ground bed as well to make sure it's still putting out current. And also you need to perform a survey on your assets to make sure that they're either receiving some level of protection or if they're adequately protected from the existing CP system. So a baseline survey will need to be performed just to see what the condition is. So you may find that your system is still functioning properly, or you may have to do some modifications to it by adding some additional anodes or doing some modifications to the rectifier or the sacrificial system that's in place.
All right, thank you very much. All right, this next question is one for Elaine and Dan B. And as we move into going from the traditional method of evaluating our CCTV data and use artificial intelligence, what if any challenges do you think you will have from the regulators, or how well do you think that this will be accepted? So I'm going to start with Dan and then ask Elaine. So go ahead, Dan.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, that's a great question. I can say that from the development standpoint of the prototype and to the collaboration to build the artificial intelligence tool, the standard that we're holding is the current industry standard that a human would be held up to in order in terms of providing accurate sewer CCTV defect coding and evaluation and assessment. And so that's what is currently rolls into the asset management plans that are then fed up to the regulators from that standpoint. So the expectation from the industry, and that's baked into the development effort here, is that the AI should perform just as good, if not better, than a human in terms of the data collection. So from that standpoint, shouldn't be asking the regulators for a change in terms of how they're perceiving the data coming out of a machine.
Very good. And Elaine, from your standpoint, do you think that there will be resistance to moving to using artificial intelligence?
All of the regulators I'm familiar with at the Department of Ecology would be extremely receptive to anything that improves our predictability for decision making. That includes condition assessment data collection, predicting service life for pipes, and more than that, supporting financial planning that's sustainable for the sewer utility for Vancouver.
Very good. Thank you. All right. This question is for Margaret. Margaret, one of the things that you shared with us is that you pressed to get to a Tier 3 inspection. And could you dig into that a little bit deeper on your decision-making process on why you felt you needed to go so quickly to a Tier 3? So you're very...
Go ahead. San Francisco Public
Utilities. It was hard to hear you.
Okay, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission was investing in infrastructure, and the decision was made that there were other projects that needed to go forward first. So we had originally thought we were going to replace one of the San Joaquin pipelines, but it got actually put on the shelf. So the decision was made, well, what is the condition of those assets? And are they going to be reliable into the future? And based on what we had done on the Tier 1 and Tier 2, we really couldn't provide that information to the customer and really show them that the asset was going to be reliable into the future, and that it would and that we could minimize the number of unplanned outages. And so that was really what pushed us to Tier 3. We needed to be able to provide better information on the condition of the asset and our ability to make sure that we would have minimal unplanned outages.
Very good. Thank you. All right. I'm going to ask this question of Dan B. As we move into using artificial intelligence, you know, all of us have learned the challenges of our computer systems lately. And so what does it take from a computing power to make this work?
Yeah, no, that's another a good question. Thanks for asking. So there's two parts to answer that question. One, it takes a lot of computing power. But two, the other thing I want to share is that today, you know, that's one of the reasons why artificial intelligence has come to the sewer, is that before, the kind of supercomputing power that we'd be talking about would take up half a gymnasium and costs tens of millions of dollars. You know, in the last few years, we've seen the power go up exponentially and the size of these devices go down exponentially as well, to the point where you have access to them through, you know, things like mobile devices and cloud computing at a fraction of the cost. So now that's one of the benefits of this, is that we can access those kind of supercomputing power resources. Just, it doesn't need to be on your machine. It can all be run through the cloud through a shared.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, Jerome, a question for you. What is the typical life expectancy of unprotected bare structures?
Well, it really depends on how corrosive the environment is. You really need to take those soil resistivity measurements. You need to see what the corrosivity is, and also send that off for analysis as well. You can have that one data point of having soil resistivity, but also check for the redox potential. See what the sulfate levels are. Also check for the chloride levels as well. So it's really dependent on those factors, and also your selection of protection against it, such as consider adding a coating depending on how corrosive the environment is. Also consider adding cathodic protection to supplement a coating if needed. Those are really the keys to enhancing your asset. And if you were fortunate enough to have a long life cycle without doing the due diligence in that at the onset, you're lucky. But now it's best to capture those data points on the front end and I mean, if you foresee 50, 80 years of life of your asset, just think if you would have had those protective barriers, you could at least double that hypothetically from what you're experiencing. So you may not see these corrosion issues pop up. So it'll come further down the line.
Okay, thank you very much. This one's for Margaret, and I guess we kind of have this question on just about every one of our webinars, and it has to do with changes due to climate. Do you see from a corrosion standpoint for your assets that climate change impacts will cause more corrosion to occur in your assets, or do you think that it will not have an impact?
I'm going to say that we haven't even considered that. We're just focusing right now on climate change, on how it's going to impact our water supply. So I haven't thought about it, and it might be something I look at. Thank you for the question.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, so gonna switch back to Jerome for this question. What is ideal to consider if I as a utility manager are starting to notice that certain portions of my system are having more repairs?
Well, it goes back to going out and having a survey performed, just to see what may have changed on your system. It still starts with capturing that soil resistivity data, also capturing corrosion potentials as well. You may have a location that's accessible, maybe in a vault or a manhole, that you can take a pipe of soil reading, or you may have to pothole or excavate just to see what's happening at that location. You can also look at the slope and critical angles you may have on your system, just to see if you may have some liquid holdup points, because it could also be an internal corrosion issue as well. So really just investigate those repair methods being used as well, because it's possible you may have used a dissimilar metal during your repair, so you may think you have corrected the issue with corrosion, but you obviously created an additional issue that you're going to have down the future. So you may have damaged some of those linings or damaged some of the external coatings during the repair, and also compounded it even further by using a dissimilar metal at that location.
Okay, and I guess a follow-up to this is you mentioned during your talk that corrosion is not only on metal pipelines, but that we have corrosion with other materials as well. Can you expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, everything is subject to corrosion, you know. I mean, we're actually corroding as we speak. So everything is subject to corrosion. So not just materials. So yeah, even non-metals, you know, it has the, it may be more so prone to being called degradation, but it still is going to deplete over time. So anything you can do to protect that. And it still relates back to the environment. Also the temperature, the operating parameters, make sure you're not exceeding those thresholds for the material or product that you're using. And there's a lot of materials that we use that has corrosion inhibitor in it, such as when they're shipping valves, some of the packing has a corrosion inhibitor lined on it to make sure that that valve is not corroded by the time you receive it. So there's a lot around us that has corrosion inhibitors on it, packing material related, aside from just water materials that's being used.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so last question. It's going to Dan B, and it is, let me make sure I can click on this and read it for you. Was there a cost analysis between use of AI versus a human time?
Yeah, from a standpoint of cost analysis, yeah, I mean, the machine is going an order of magnitude faster than human time, right? And so if you look at the time spent that a machine could do it, you know, the inspectors wouldn't need to do any of the inspection as they're going through the pipes. So we're talking about a savings of 30 to 40% of the total inspection time. Those 2 to 6 hours of time that we talked about spent doing coding would be reduced to minutes, would be the cost.
Very good. All right. Well, that runs us up to the end of our time. So I want to just summarize what we've talked about today in our conversation on AI for AI. We started off understanding what the challenges are from a utility standpoint with Elaine in Vancouver, and then the innovation that is there in the industry from an artificial intelligence standpoint with DMB. And then Margaret gave us a good look at a tier 3 evaluation of a critical asset in San Francisco. And thank you. That was very interesting. It's always good to see the practical and how it's being applied. And then Jerome talked to us about the corrosion control basics and tier 1, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So I want to thank all of the panelists. As always, we learn a lot from these. I do anyway. And I want to invite you then two things. One, our next webinar on Hot Topics is going to be about digital twins, which is another cool topic out there. And PDH credits for those of you who need them for your licenses are available. And with that, again, thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it.
This is King Wong from Institute of Utility Specialists. I'm the current executive president. Talking about utilities, we are all care about it because it is as important as all the human organs or our blood vessels in our body. And utility is that important. If you may compare between the organ and the utilities on the left and on the right. And what is utility specialist? Utility is talking about our safety and security, and also talking about how to improve our living standards. We can divide utility specialists into 3 groups, namely location, condition, and management. For its success, we need the major pillars, including standardization, professionalization, data management, international, and modern management. All this, we need also professional promotion. So let's talk about professionalization. This is the path for a general layman to become a professional. So we set the standard, we train them to the standard, we get them with experience, and we issue with license. That is the professional status. And continuously, we address with their continuous professional development. That is CPD. This is one of my master students who completed her master degree in the University of Hong Kong. In her conclusion, there are many factors affecting the utility specialists or utility safety. And the core is people. And that's why we need professionals. And professionals, we need to be vetted, regulated, and so training, education, safety requirement, continuous professional development, job reference, and any review are those requirements for being a member and being continuous as a member. And there are many different standards available in the world for underground utility service. Here are some from Hong Kong. One of those is HKCCEC, which will be published again in later this year as CCEC, full name as Conduit Condition Evaluation Codes 2020. And here you can see pictures, videos, reports, and of course, those scores and grades of underground drain pipes so that we can evaluate and make decisions for further improvement, such as replacement or rehabilitations. And here are other publications made by IIUS together with HKIUS recently. You may download this information from the IIUS or HKIUS website. And they include pamphlets, guidelines, and training materials. Talking about training, the minimum for utility specialists is 10 days training, including theory, practical, examination, and reports. And of course, if they feel they are good enough, they can attend a trade test directly for the result. And there are different levels of training. We call it qualification frameworks. So we have level 1, 2, 3, 4, and level 5. Level 1 is the most basic, just 1 day induction training. And this is only good for the client's representative. And level 2, which is foundation certificate, it is good for assistant. Level 3, which is professional certificate, 84 hours as minimum, which is good for our operators. And with level 3 certificate and plus other information such as experience, they can apply for membership of IIUS in the general trade. For level 4 and level 5, which are diploma and professional diploma or a degree equivalent, which takes more than 270 hours and 400 hours. These are now accredited in different places for offering diploma and professional diplomas, including in India, Malaysia, mainland China, and of course in Hong Kong as well. And this photo shows you some of those participants who come from Sarawak, Malaysia to Hong Kong for 2 weeks training for the professional certificate in utility service. And they are all happy with the result in Hong Kong's training status as well. And you are welcome to come and have a look as well. And talking about training, we also need to do some promotions. So IIUS are traveling around the world to different places for promotions. Just for now, today, 26th of November, there is a show in Shanghai, mainland. Some of our local reps are there as well. And courses being accredited in different places, as I mentioned, including mainland China, Hong Kong, India, and Malaysia. And with this, they can have their diploma and professional diplomas. And here, may I remind you that all the diploma or professional diplomas, they need to have some sort of refreshment every 3 years so that they still maintain the knowledge of the utility profession. And talking about standards, we also have the survey accuracy for different surveys. And you can download this information from the pamphlet or guidelines as well. These surveys include conduit condition evaluation, level 1 and level 2, manhole internal condition survey, again level 1 and level 2, and also level 3. We have the water leak detection for level 0, 1, 2, and 3. And lastly, we have the comprehensive utility survey. Again, we have level 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And level 3 is the most standard requirement for utility survey, which is talking about 90% of the sample shall be within 200 millimeter or 0.15 of the depth. And with level 3, they can also go for underground BIM. And there's a underground BIM standard published by the local construction industry council. And you may download a copy from their website. And there, all the information which subject to the accuracy requirement of HKIUS or IIUS, they can produce with the underground BIM map, as you can see now. And more importantly, in Hong Kong, the government asked for all the underground projects with contract sum more than 30 million Hong Kong dollars, they all need to submit with the BIM submissions. And if you can download from this link for more detail of underground BIM products. With all this, let's introduce to you the formation of IIUS, which is now headquartered in Hong Kong, a non-profit organization, a professional body. The steering committee was founded on the 1st of November 2013 in Hong Kong. And after some 5 years, it was inaugurated in Guangzhou, mainland China in 2018 for its executive committee commenced on the 1st of January 2019. And this was the photo at the day of formation for the steering committee. And for the executive committee formation in Guangzhou in 2018. And the main objective of IIUS, including professional standards, course accreditation, professional recognition, and promotion of utility profession. And we also provide PII, cover different services PII stands for Professional Indemnity Insurance. However, without leadership of IIUS, we cannot go further. So in IIUS, we have different tiers of professionals, including our honorary members, those are by invitation only, including our patrons, usually president of recognized university with engineering courses, honorary president, those key personnel in the related government departments or members of the major academy, honorary fellows, those persons who hold a senior position and make significant contribution to the utility specialist industry, and honorary advisors, a person who in engineering or non-engineering field, however, make valuable contribution to the society. And here are our IIUS patrons, including President of the Zhuhai College of Higher Education, President of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, the President-elect of the Hong Kong Baptist University, the President of Hong Kong Open University, and the President of the University of Hong Kong. And Honorary President, we have two, including Dr. Chen Shang-Shen, who is a member of the China Academy of Engineering, and our Professor Samuel, you may know him well, who is a member of the Academy of Canadian Academy of Engineering. And we have quite a number of honorary fellows, including from different countries, different cities. The current president of IIUS is Engineer Professor Eric Ma Xiu Chang, who was the Secretary of Development in the Hong Kong SAR government. And myself, King Wong, is the immediate past president of HKIUS and also being the executive president of IIUS. And we have vice president and local rep from different cities. And we have in total among 30 cities in the world who there will be vice president or local rep. And we share the same. We strive for enhancing professional standards in the utility specialist industry. And you are welcome to join as well. And the development of mainland China is rapid, and the development of the Greater Bay Area, GBA, will be rapid as well. So IIUS has also become a member of the GBA last year. And we have organized events in different countries and cities, including Australia, China, Malaysia, India, and Hong Kong, Macau as well. This year, due to the virus, we are not able to travel much, and we would like to here to support our ICW-NDIS to 2020 and our best wish for its success as well. Being a supporting organization of the ICW-NDIS 2020, we also welcome and invite you to join as well. And we have been in different places in Malaysia, Sabah, in Kuching, in Kuala Lumpur, in Australia, in Taiwan, Kaohsiung, and of course, Hong Kong and mainland China, such as Guangzhou, Beijing, Shanghai, and also we have been to Xiamen, so on and so forth. And our current event is happening in Shanghai, China. We used to organize ICW-NDIS, the International Conference on Utility Management and Safety, since 2009. We plan to have the 7th ICW-NDIS in 2020, yet due to the virus, we are not able to conduct this year. So we now plan to have it in Malaysia 2021. and you are welcome to join as well. And these are photos of our past equipments. First equipments, third equipments, the fourth equipments in Beijing, and the fifth equipments in Hong Kong, Guangzhou. And this will be the sixth equipments in Guangzhou. And upcoming, continuing our professional promotion, we have the utility safety competitions again. We used to have it every 5 years. So coming years, we will have the competition in Hong Kong and in mainland China, which will be held in Guangzhou City. There will be slogan competition on how to protect utilities or how to improve utility safeties. There will be drawing and BIN competition as well. And there will be practical competition this year, which is a 2-day camping in Guangzhou, China. And see our photos in the past. And this year, the competition is organized by IIUS, HKIUS, and the Pilot Committee of the mainland China. And also, we have Guangzhou Panyu Polytechnic as our main supporting organization. And the actual event will be held there as well. And you are welcome to take part and participate in this competition. And in the practical competition, you need to be real practical. So you need to take part. And locally, we have totally 52 organizations supporting the event, including majorly from the Development Bureau, from the HKSAR government, 11 other government departments, 8 local universities, and 32 international organizations. Meanwhile, we also have received sponsorship from 6 companies. And you and your organization is welcome to take part as supporting organization in name or being a sponsorship in logos and flyers. And we thank to this organization, including the Indian Society for Trenchless Technologies, and also the University of Texas, and the Purdue University and International Infrastructure Solutions as well. And you are welcome to join. And all this information can be downloaded from the IIUS website, which is www.iius.org.hk. We plan to have the event at the end of March 2021. Please take part, and we only welcome for graduates with less than 5 years experience. For those competitions to be held in Hong Kong, those are for students as a promotion. And in the practical competition, we have the quiz, we have the written test, we have the field survey, and we also have the presentation with report. Please join us by submitting the application form. Well, here's the awards. The champion, there will be a cash coupon equivalent to 20,000 Hong Kong dollars plus a certificate. The first runner-up, 10,000 Hong Kong dollar equivalent plus the certificate. The second runner-up, 5,000 Hong Kong dollar equivalent plus a certificate. And there will be merit for 1,000 Hong Kong dollar or equivalent plus a certificate. And then again, you are invited to join. Now we are calling for participation and sponsorship. Without you, we cannot survive. Welcome. More information you can download from the website, or you can scan the QR code as you can see from the screen. And we strive for improving the professional standard of utility specialist industry. I am King Wong, the Executive President of IIUS, the International Institute of Utility Specialists. You may call me from my mobile or contact me from my WeChat, or you can email me as well. Thank you for your time, and we wish you all good and healthy in the all long future. Thank you very much. I'm King Wong.
NBCC इज ए प्रीमियर कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी और ऑलमोस्ट हमारा रोज एक टेंडर होता है। ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट है कि डाटाबेस वेंडर्स का, प्रॉपर वेंडर्स का डाटाबेस कहाँ से इकट्ठा किया जाए। तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव में काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होता है जो CIDC का डाटाबेस है, बहुत हेल्पफुल है। और दूसरी बात कि CIDC ऐसा भी नहीं है कि किसी का भी डाटा डाल देती है अपने डाटाबेस में। They verify the credentials of the party, they discuss with their management, and after due diligence only they include the name of the vendors. So that way it is of the great help for the construction company like NBCC or any other construction company. Definitely हम लोग तो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, प्लस जो हमारे कंसल्टेंट है बेसिकली हमारे टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट वो बनाते हैं एंड वेंडर्स का नाम पर सारे जितने कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल है वेंडर्स का नाम वो स्पेसिफाई करते हैं। देन वी चेक इट, एक्चुअली वी इंक्लूड मोर नेम्स और वट एवर वी वांट, मॉडिफिकेशन हम करते हैं। तो हम अपने कंसल्टेंट को भी बताते हैं कि भाई आप यू कैन रिफर टू CIDC डाटाबेस।
मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट है उसमें अगर रिलायबल डेटाबेस हो, कौन लोग हमारे वेंडर हो सकते हैं जो कि टाइम में डिलीवरी करेंगे, क्वालिटी ठीक होगी, ये रिलायबिलिटी किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा एक अगर नेशनल डेटाबेस हो, कंटिन्यूसली अपडेटेड हो, प्रॉपरली वेरीफाइड हो, तो ये किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए या किसी भी इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए ये बहुत ही यूज़फुल चीज़ है और इसको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। CIDC एक ऐसी बॉडी है जो कि राष्ट्रीय प्लानिंग कमीशन के द्वारा सेटअप करी गई थी। इसके तत्वाधान में अगर कोई इनिशिएटिव इस तरह का लिया जाता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स, वेंडर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर सभी मिलकर एक साथ बात कर सकें, देख सकें कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट कैसे प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो, तो इस तरह के फोरम में मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। देखिए, इसमें ज़रूरी ये है कि सारी गवर्नमेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करा जाए, उसके अलावा कोई मुझे रास्ता नहीं दिखता है। क्योंकि अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी दिखती है, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी समझ में आती है, तो नेचुरली एक ऐसा ये डेटाबेस बनेगा और इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा, जो कि देश के लिए एक बहुत ही हेल्पफुल चीज़ साबित होगा। तो CIDC के लिए मुझे लगता है कि यही तरीका है कि एक्टिवली एंगेज विद एवरी गवर्नमेंट, कन्विंस देम कि ये अच्छा आइडिया है।
Yeah, why not? Because vendors are vendors and they can participate everywhere. Only thing is that in a different systems, different departments, they will have to go as per their procedures. There is a special thing as far as we are concerned. We are working in a defense setup. So here the credibility of the vendor, not only from their performance view, but their background checks and other things are equally important, so that it is just to keep national secrets within. What utility I made out of it, I will just explain that once in 3 years, through paper advertisement, we do enlistment of the contractors in our setup. This time, just few months back, we gave advertisement, and after we gave advertisement, I made sure that advertisement is passed on to CIDC, to Dr. Swaroop, so that he can pass on our advertisement for information to all your registered vendors. So, and they can participate in our registration process. That is how I used your database. Today's event is excellent and it's very informative. We look forward to such information, and these are the occasions we come across a lot of technical information. We get to know various industries, and and above all, we come to know about our partners in other government departments. Like for one example, today's event, I just came to know that the gentleman was from Odisha Construction Corporation. We never heard about that. So this provided us an opportunity to know about other departments. In government sector, large number of construction departments are there, and people are not aware about them.
This type of events need to be conducted every often, and one of the best events I have attended in the last few months or last few years. One is it has brought industry and its required agencies, contractors face to face, and the second one is contemporary technologies which the current industry, current practices which is required. This is available here. So what we thought is not available in India is available right here. So this is one good thing which CIDC has done to bring both the user and the seller together. We do have our own list of vendors, but then who will not like that vendor pool to be increased? Who does not want a larger vendor base? And especially when CIDC is partnering with the government of India for larger projects, maybe improvements in Ladakh and many jobs in Delhi, larger big ticket projects when they are being done, their reach is very high. So we want to tap into that pool of listed contractors, experienced contractors. So we wanted to be benefited by that. Industry requires these type of dialogues every now and then. One is we should not be bracketed into our age-old technology, age-old mindsets. If contemporary technology is there, and this is one interface which allows us to open our minds to new technology available here. This is the best way to use these technologies, and CIDC is helping us in this.
ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तक हम लोग गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से जाके मिलते थे, बातें होती थी, लेकिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने बड़े डिग्नेटरीज मिलना और हमारी बात को सुनना। सेकंड फीडबैक बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये बताया, और मैंने भी कोशिश ये करी थी कि मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में ना बात करूं, सारे वो प्रोडक्ट की बात करूं जो यूनिक हैं और एक टाइलिंग सॉल्यूशन देते हैं। CIDC अपने आप में एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। आज हम अपना नाम उनसे एसोसिएट कर सकते हैं, उसके थ्रू जो लोग भी आएंगे, भले कम लोग आएंगे लेकिन बहुत क्वालिटी लोग आएंगे और उनका इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और कई चीज़ें हम जॉनसन में सोसाइटी के लिए भी करते हैं, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि इम्पैक्ट सेल पे आए। इट इज़ समटाइम इन्फॉर्मेशन, समटाइम रिमाइंडर, समटाइम परस्यू। सो इवन इफ आई डोंट गेट अ इमीडिएट इम्पैक्ट ऑफ टुमारो, but definitely on a longer run we still would like to continue with CIDC.
CIDC के जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसमें है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स को किस तरह से कम टाइम में, कम से कम कॉस्ट में अच्छी क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए। उसके लिए एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन होती है, लेकिन एक कमी महसूस हुई कि जो बिडिंग प्रोसेस में इतना टाइम लग जाता है लोगों को, पहले प्री सिलेक्शन करो, उनका प्री क्वालिफिकेशन करो, फिर फाइनल बिडिंग कराओ। तो उसमें ये देखा कि अगर हम एक डेटाबेस ऐसा बना दें जिससे पहले से ही लोगों को टेस्ट करके, उनकी सर्टिफिकेशन करके एक ऐसा डेटाबेस बन दें कि जिन्होंने बिडिंग करना है वो उस शॉर्ट लिस्ट से बिडिंग करा लें। दूसरा, एक नेटवर्किंग बन जाता है वेंडर्स का और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज का। तो उसी एफर्ट्स में हम चल रहे हैं और 10 साल में हम इस स्टेज पर आ गए हैं कि अब लोग इसका इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं और उनको यूज़फुलनेस इसकी दिखाई भी दे रही है। इसलिए आज भी आपने देखा इतने लोग कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि ये डेटाबेस उनके लिए काफ़ी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग होगा। बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि एक पहले से ही आप देखिए, पहले DGS-ND का भी एक सिस्टम होता था, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ASRTU का भी अपना सिस्टम है, वो डेटाबेस ही तो हैं और उसी से एजेंसी यूज़ करती हैं। आपने देखा ना, DGS-ND बल्कि एक स्टेप आगे था, वो तो रेट भी डिसाइड कर देते थे और आप सीधा ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देते थे। तो ये तो एक फैसिलिटेशन है और इसमें तो स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम है, तो ये तो यूज़फुल होगा ही।
तो हम प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जितने भी, उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन की। और ऐसा देखा गया है कि मतलब चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो चाहे पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उसके अंदर टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन्स जो होते हैं वो 250, 300, 400% तक पहुंचते हैं। इस चीज़ को अवॉइड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि जो वेंडर्स हैं हमारे, क्या वो वाकई गुणवत्ता के हिसाब से सामान दे रहे हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या वो समय पे सामान दे सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि किसी न किसी को जा करके फिजिकली उसकी गुणवत्ता को जांचना ज़रूरी है। कम से कम अब हम इस स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं कि जो हमारे देश के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनमें ये जानकारी पहुंच चुकी है कि भाई हमको इस तरीके के लोगों को साथ लेना है, और इस बात का भरोसा उनको अब हो चुका है कि अगर वो CIDC डाटाबेस से लोगों को पिकअप करते हैं तो शायद वो लोग जो हैं ज़्यादा अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे। हमारे देश के कुछ ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जैसे कि जो हमारे उत्तर पूर्वीय राज्य हैं जहां पर कि पहुंचना संभव नहीं है। तो होता ये है कि बहुत से ऐसे वेंडर पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि वाकई में योग्य नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाला जो एरिया हमारा है उसमें हमने ये देखा है कि बहुत से लोग जो हैं पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, या जो पहुंच जाते हैं उन्हीं को ही माना जाता है। तो इस बार जो सम्मेलन किया उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 प्रमुख राज्य जो हैं उनको हमने न्योता दिया कि वो लोग आएं और वो लोग देखें कि अपने राज्य में जो टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन हो रहे हैं उनको कैसे दूर किया जाए। देखिए, गारंटी किसी चीज की नहीं है, कोई गारंटी किसी बात की दे नहीं सकता आजकल। ये एक बहुत ही, जैसे बोलते हैं, गतिशील किस्म का समय चल रहा है। लेकिन इससे एक फायदा हो जाता है कि आपको कम से कम कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, और वो जो जानकारी प्राप्त होती है वो अगर किसी क्रेडिबल एजेंसी के द्वारा प्राप्त हो, जैसे CIDC है, तो और भरोसा हो जाता है। इसीलिए बहुत सी PSUs ने अब ये तय कर लिया है कि उनके यहाँ जो जो कंट्रैक्टर्स आएंगे, वेंडर्स आएंगे, वो CIDC में जाकर के ज़रूर इन्वेस्टिगेट कराएं, अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराएं और अपनी चीज़ों को एक तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करा लें ताकि उनको एक सही रिपोर्ट मिल सके।
2007 से ये प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई। 2013 में पहले ये एक्सक्लूसिवली इट वाज फॉर ONGC। फिर हमने JNNURM के लिए कुछ काम किया, उनके लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट बनाए, इस पे हमने डेटाबेस पे काम किया। 2013 में हमारे यहाँ CIDC में ये सोच बनी कि क्यों ना हम इस प्रक्रिया को देशव्यापी बनाएं। Why don't we take it to the public domain and let all stakeholders access this database and no exclusivity to it. एक संतुष्टि की भावना जरूर आती है जब 250 लोग आपके साथ एक सभागार में आते हैं, अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान करते हैं और इस डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स करते हैं, जिसमें न केवल प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स, बट the entire spectrum of vendors and the construction industry is involved। शुरुआत हमने की, लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बन गया। आपने देखा कि मंच पे सारे प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, जो कि अधिकतर सरकारी कंपनियां होती हैं, वही बैठी हुई थी, वही आसीन थी और उन्होंने डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स किया। उन्होंने कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें हमें निहित गुण दिख रहे हैं, हम इसको अपना रहे हैं। उसी तरह से जैसे मैंने कहा कि 3 तबकों में हमने आज लोगों को बुलाया था, प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स और वेंडर्स। तो तीनों में ये सामंजस्य स्थापित हो कि हम अच्छा काम करते हैं और देश निर्माण में सहयोग दे सकते हैं। दिस डेटाबेस इज अ वाइडर प्लेटफॉर्म टू डिसमिनेट दैट इंफॉर्मेशन। 5 साल बाद हम ये सोच सकते हैं कि हम देश के लिए, देश निर्माण के लिए हम एक रिलायबल, रोबस्ट और विश्वसनीय सेट ऑफ वेंडर्स क्रिएट कर सकें जो भारत निर्माण की प्रक्रिया को आगे ले जा सकें।
I am really thankful for CIDC for creating this kind of award, because the people get more and more encouraged, with this award. So right from the worker to senior level professors and then engineers and all that. It's a very good A lot of credit goes to CIDC for developing this award. You know, India's housing shortage is a very big problem. The Prime Minister wants to construct about 2 crore houses by 1922. So it is not possible unless we adopt new technology. So this is my message to all in this industry as well as organization and government department and new engineers to try more and more technology so that the houses can be done very fast.
CIDC जो जैसे लेबर स्किल में हैं, they do certification also for the workers, so we have the engagement with them and we call them, they are there at the site, contractor site, they certify our workers because as per the contract we have criteria of 20% of the workers should be skilled workers, so they give training also, the certification also, that we have a lot of engagement with workers also and contractors also, and then we take the help of CIDC.
CIDC as such has been partnering with the ONGC in various operational as well as CSR initiatives, and the kind of support which has been rendered by the team, the lead team of CIDC, is commendable. ONGC always takes lots of pride in the fact that we want to work in the remote areas on major projects which are in the area of CSR or on our operational front, and CIDC has been like a partner in progress. I would again like to thank CIDC because this is something, you know, the engineers, when they give a commendation or a recommendation, that has much more meaning. I have seen the way engineers function, they go by numbers and quality. So here, getting this recognition in this forum is a matter of pride for me, and on behalf of the ONGC, I thank for the recognition conferred. CIDC says that they would like to confer an award on me. It is something I should take pride in, I should be happy about, and that's why this particular award has a great deal of meaning for me, and I have some emotional attachment with the civil engineering fraternity because my father was a civil engineer and I dedicate this particular award to him, and of course to the civil engineers who are there in the ONGC family.
I think the very good message takeaway from CIDC's meeting today was, the conference today, is the implementation side has been really very much lagging. We are taught a lot of theories and practices in books, but there are very few translated in practice. So there should be a very, very good alignment in what is taught and what they have to face in the field. In collaboration with CIDC, although we have joined hands very, very recently, we are bringing very latest technology for some trenchless repair in one of our mega power plants. The power plant is costing us more than 7,000 crores, and that is a 600 megawatt power plant having around 18 kilometers of underground work. That very critical application of some leaky penstock we are doing, and we have brought technology from America with the help of CIDC. So by joining hand and exploring new avenues, wonders can be done.
Site also they maintaining very good safety, and the labor camp also we are maintaining hygienic conditions, and properly we keep some schools for their children's educations, and other than this we are conducting every month medical camps and other things, and we are giving a lot of exercise to their wives, like laborers, they bringing their family also. There we are giving small kind of help for their families. So many things we are doing. There is a reason we got this award. Yeah, definitely, because we got already 3 awards for safety and this one quality also, and this is the 3rd award. And it is motivating lot now, because currently we are doing 18 projects, and next year we are going to conduct many projects for the award these things.
Award is extremely important for us. Hall3 as a company believes in providing health and safety to the workforce in this country. We make products that also make people more productive and getting the job done on time in a faster way and a safer way. So the fact that we were recognized by this council just shows us that there's a belief to progress this country, make construction safer, faster and more productive, and so we're extremely excited and blessed and look forward to partnering more with CIDC further.
Thanks to CIDC to awarding the Vishwakarma Award in the pre-engineering category. This process is very happy for a lengthy process, even though we set up our limitation and other things. It is actually this is Nikita. This is the 2nd award we are receiving. Last year also we have received the award. This is the 2nd award for receiving for this especially for the glass house building.
It's been an immense pleasure getting this award from CIDC. It's been a status of recognition for a company such as Creative Solutions, since we are a startup, and this kind of recognition will make us move few steps or more steps further. CIDC is giving us a platform where we are able to interact with the members of the same community, where new research ideas, new technical advancements can be shared and implemented in the projects what we are currently working at.
CIDC and the Construction Development Board of Bhutan signed an MOU to enhance our collaboration in various fields of construction development, and similarly, as part of this MOU, the Construction Development Board is interested in creating a database that CIDC has already created, and we want to see how the proceedings take place so that we can emulate that similar concept in Bhutan as well. With collaboration with CIDC, it is possible for us to share knowledge and information, as well as the list of vendors that CIDC has with regard to the Indian construction industry. And by creating our own vendor enlistment program, we will be able to share this to CIDC. So there will be mutual sharing of information with regard to vendors and as well as construction firms and even projects that are looking to invest in this avenue.
शुरुआती तौर पे जितनी भी एप्लीकेशंस आती हैं वेंडर डेटाबेस में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए सेक्रेटरीट उसकी फर्स्ट इवैल्यूएशन करता है। उसमें कुछ कागजात मांगे जाते हैं, उनके अपने सरकारी कागजात, रजिस्ट्रेशंस, बैलेंस शीट्स, तो उसको जांच परख करके कि हाँ ये कागज़ आया है, ये कंपनी इस लायक है कि हम उसको रजिस्टर कर सकें ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, वो सेक्रेटरीट इवैल्यूएट कर लेता है। तो पहला लेवल क्रॉस करने के बाद जब सेकंड लेवल पे इंटरव्यू के लिए हम जाते हैं, उनकी फैक्ट्री विजिट करते हैं, मुलाकात करते हैं, तो उस प्रोसेस के अंदर हमें प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाई जाती है। कंपनी अपने बारे में बताएगा, हम कैसे कैसे बड़े हुए, हमने क्या काम किया, आज क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। उस प्रोसेस के दौरान प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान जो भी हमें लगता है कि कहीं कोई केंद्र बिंदु नज़र आया कि उसने हमें बता तो दिया कि हाँ ऐसा काम करते हैं, पर करते हैं नहीं करते हैं, इसके ऊपर मुख्य तौर पे चर्चा की जाती है उनसे। मानदंड के अंदर दो प्रमुख बिंदु आते हैं, एक उसकी आर्थिक क्षमता और दूसरा उसका काम करने की अपनी मेन परिकाष्ठा या अपनी क्षमता कि हाँ हम कितना कर सकते हैं। रिसोर्सेस या अपने पास क्रिएट करना वो कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती, पर रिसोर्सेस को मैनेज करना और जिस लेवल का हम काम करने जा रहे हैं उसका दृष्टिकोण एकदम स्पष्ट रूप में दिमाग में होना, ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन होता है हमारे लिए, प्रश्न होता है जो हम ढूंढते हैं उनकी वार्तालाप में। जिससे भी मिलेंगे नीचे से लेकर ऊपर तक सबके अंदर हम क्वेश्चन यही करते हैं कि क्या ये आदमी या ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस लायक है कि वेंडर डेटाबेस में आ सकती है।
This kind of initiative will really help us to mark our presence in the market, to mark the presence to the right kind of people who are the actual tender floating authorities. It will create awareness. It will definitely, with discussions and with explorations and with such kind of knowledge sharing presentations, we can definitely evolve the ideology and the mindset, and we can open up the avenues of the general mass. If things come through the government, it will be actually localized and reach more mass. It will reach the quantum.
Basically we are currently doing lot of government hospital projects. तो जैसे ही हॉस्पिटल प्रोजेक्ट्स के हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं तो उसमें सापुर जी, आलू वालिया ऐसे बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के साथ हम रेगुलर में डील कर रहे हैं। हमने सापुर जी के साथ 18 हॉस्पिटल्स किए, आलू वाली के साथ हम लोग रेगुलर कर रहे हैं। तो वहाँ से तो पता चला कि देयर इज़ अ सेंट्रल डेटाबेस वेयर लॉट ऑफ वेंडर्स आर रजिस्टर्ड। तब हमने जब पता किया तब हमको ये पूरा चीज़ पता चला। तो वी थॉट कि टू गिव द कंपनी एंड द प्रोडक्ट विच रिक्वायर्स एन एक्सपोजर, so this is the best platform to give that exposure. हमारा एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि टू एस्टेब्लिश कनेक्ट, जैसे आज भी मैंने L&T से काफ़ी बात अच्छा किया, ऐसे कई कंस्ट्रक्शन वाले मिले हैं यहाँ पे फोरम में नेटवर्किंग के दौरान, तो उनसे बात करना हमारी जैसे वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जैसे हम CIDC लिखते हैं और हम कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में CIDC को सब जानते हैं, तो अगर मैं किसी भी EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के पास जाता हूँ हमारे हॉस्पिटल प्रोडक्ट्स को लेके और उनको बताता हूँ कि हम CIDC रजिस्टर्ड वेंडर हैं, डेफिनेटली आई विल गेट द एज आउट ऑफ एवरीवन। नहीं, डायरेक्ट एक्सेस तो नहीं देगा, बट इट विल इनेबल, जैसे आज का प्लेटफॉर्म था, इट्स अ इनेबलर टू हैव अ नेटवर्किंग इतने वास्ट एरियाज में जहाँ की कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री से लोग हैं और गवर्नमेंट पीपल हैं, एवरीबडी वाज इन द अंडर वन रूफ इंटरेक्टिंग फ्रीली, तो इससे अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल सकता है।
And as a second generation, it is my responsibility to take this business to an even greater heights. And we are a 30-year-old company and we have been known for the quality. And that is our biggest aim, to maintain the quality and to work for across the India, all the segment of society and everyone. So we are currently working in 23 states of India and we wish to work everywhere, and our focus now in coming years would be to work for the society more.
NBCC इज़ ए प्रीमियर कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी और ऑलमोस्ट हमारा रोज एक टेंडर होता है। ये बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है कि डाटाबेस वेंडर्स का, प्रॉपर वेंडर्स का डाटाबेस कहाँ से इकट्ठा किया जाए, तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव में काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होता है जो CIDC का डाटाबेस है, बहुत हेल्पफुल है। और दूसरी बात कि CIDC ऐसा भी नहीं है कि किसी का भी डाटा डाल देती है अपने डाटाबेस में। They verify the credentials of the party, they discuss with their management, and after due diligence only they include the name of the vendors. So that way it is of the great help for the construction company like NBCC or any other construction company. डेफिनेटली हम लोग तो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, प्लस जो हमारे कंसल्टेंट है बेसिकली हमारे टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट वो बनाते हैं एंड वेंडर्स का नाम पर सारे जितने कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल है वेंडर्स का नाम वो स्पेसिफाई करते हैं। देन वी चेक इट, एक्चुअली वी इंक्लूड मोर नेम्स और वट एवर वी वांट, मॉडिफिकेशन हम करते हैं। तो हम अपने कंसल्टेंट को भी बताते हैं कि भाई आप यू कैन रिफर टू CIDC डाटाबेस।
मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट है उसमें अगर रिलायबल डेटाबेस हो, कौन लोग हमारे वेंडर हो सकते हैं जो कि टाइम में डिलीवरी करेंगे, क्वालिटी ठीक होगी, ये रिलायबिलिटी किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा एक अगर नेशनल डेटाबेस हो, कंटिन्यूसली अपडेटेड हो, प्रॉपरली वेरीफाइड हो, तो ये किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए या किसी भी इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए ये बहुत ही यूज़फुल चीज़ है और इसको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। CIDC एक ऐसी बॉडी है जो कि एर्स्टवाइल प्लानिंग कमीशन के द्वारा सेटअप करी गई थी। इसके तत्वाधान में अगर कोई इनिशिएटिव इस तरह का लिया जाता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स, वेंडर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर सभी मिलकर एक साथ बात कर सकें, देख सकें कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट कैसे प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो, तो इस तरह के फोरम में मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। देखिए, इसमें ज़रूरी ये है कि सारी गवर्नमेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करा जाए, उसके अलावा कोई मुझे रास्ता नहीं दिखता है। क्योंकि अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी दिखती है, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी समझ में आती है, तो नेचुरली एक ऐसा ये डेटाबेस बनेगा और इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा जो कि देश के लिए एक बहुत ही हेल्पफुल चीज़ साबित होगा। तो CIDC के लिए मुझे लगता है कि यही तरीका है कि एक्टिवली एंगेज विद एवरी गवर्नमेंट, कन्विंस देम कि ये अच्छा आइडिया है।
Yeah, why not? Because vendors are vendors and they can participate everywhere. Only thing is that in a different systems, different departments, they will have to go as per their procedures. There is a special thing as far as we are concerned. We are working in a defense setup. So here the credibility of the vendor, not only from their performance view, but their background checks and other things are equally important, so that it is just to keep national secrets within. What utility I made out of it, I will just explain that once in 3 years, through paper advertisement, we do enlistment of the contractors in our setup. This time, just few months back, we gave advertisement, and after we gave advertisement, I made sure that advertisement is passed on to CIDC, to Dr. Swaroop, so that he can pass on our advertisement for information to all your registered vendors. So, and they can participate in our registration process. That is how I used your database. Today's event is excellent and it's very informative. We look forward to such information, and these are the occasion we come across lot of technical information. We get to know various industries, and and above all, we come to know about our partners in other government departments. Like for one example, today's event, I just came to know that the gentleman was from Odisha Construction Corporation. We never heard about that. So this provided us an opportunity to know about other departments. In government sector, large number of construction departments are there, and people are not aware about them.
This type of events need to be conducted every often, and one of the best events I have attended in the last few months of last few years. One is it has brought industry and its required agencies, contractors face to face, and the second one is contemporary technologies which the current industry, current practices which is required. This is available here. So what we thought is not available in India is available right here. So this is one good thing which CIDC has done to bring both the user and the seller together. We do have our own list of vendors, but then who will not like that vendor pool to be increased? Who does not want a larger vendor base? And especially when CIDC is partnering with the government of India for larger projects, maybe improvements in Ladakh and many jobs in Delhi, larger big ticket projects when they are being done, their reach is very high. So we want to tap into that pool of listed contractors, experienced contractors. So we wanted to be benefited by that. Industry requires these type of dialogues every now and then. One is we should not be bracketed into our age-old technology, age-old mindsets. If contemporary technology is there, and this is one interface which allows us to open our minds to new technology available here. This is the best way to use these technologies, and CIDC is helping us in this.
ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तक हम लोग गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से जाके मिलते थे, बातें होती थी, लेकिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने बड़े डिग्नेटरीज मिलना और हमारी बात को सुनना। सेकंड फीडबैक बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये बताया, और मैंने भी कोशिश ये करी थी कि मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में ना बात करूँ, सारे वो प्रोडक्ट की बात करूँ जो यूनिक हैं और एक टाइलिंग सोल्यूशन देते हैं। CIDC अपने आप में एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। आज हम अपना नाम उनसे एसोसिएट कर सकते हैं। उसके थ्रू जो लोग भी आएंगे, भले कम लोग आएंगे लेकिन बहुत क्वालिटी लोग आएंगे और उनका इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और कई चीज़ें हम जॉनसन में सोसाइटी के लिए भी करते हैं, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि इम्पैक्ट सेल पे आए। इट इज़ समटाइम इन्फॉर्मेशन, समटाइम रिमाइंडर, समटाइम परस्यू। सो इवन इफ आई डोंट गेट अ इमीडिएट इम्पैक्ट ऑफ टुमारो, but definitely on a longer run we still would like to continue with CIDC.
CIDC के जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसमें है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स को किस तरह से कम टाइम में, कम से कम कॉस्ट में अच्छी क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए। उसके लिए एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन होती है, लेकिन एक कमी महसूस हुई कि जो बिडिंग प्रोसेस में इतना टाइम लग जाता है लोगों को, पहले प्री सिलेक्शन करो, उनका प्री क्वालिफिकेशन करो, फिर फाइनल बिडिंग कराओ। तो उसमें ये देखा कि अगर हम एक डेटाबेस ऐसा बना दें जिससे पहले से ही लोगों को टेस्ट करके उनकी सर्टिफिकेशन करके एक ऐसा डेटाबेस बन दें कि जिन्होंने बिडिंग करना है वो उस शॉर्ट लिस्ट से बिडिंग करा लें। दूसरा, एक नेटवर्किंग बन जाता है वेंडर्स का और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज का। तो उसी एफर्ट्स में हम चल रहे हैं और 10 साल में हम इस स्टेज पर आ गए हैं कि अब लोग इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं और उनको यूज़फुलनेस इसकी दिखाई भी दे रही है। इसलिए आज भी आपने देखा इतने लोग कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि ये डेटाबेस उनके लिए काफ़ी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग होगा। बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि एक पहले से ही आप देखिए, पहले DGS-ND का भी एक सिस्टम होता था, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ASRTU का भी अपना सिस्टम है, वो डेटाबेस ही तो हैं और उसी से एजेंसी यूज़ करती हैं। आपने देखा ना, DGS-ND बल्कि एक स्टेप आगे था, वो तो रेट भी डिसाइड कर देते थे और आप सीधा ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देते थे। तो ये तो एक फैसिलिटेशन है और इसमें तो स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम है, तो ये तो यूज़फुल होगा ही।
तो हम प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जितने भी, उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन की। और ऐसा देखा गया है कि मतलब चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो चाहे पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उसके अंदर टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन्स जो होते हैं वो 250, 300, 400% तक पहुंचते हैं। इस चीज़ को अवॉइड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि जो वेंडर्स हैं हमारे, क्या वो वाकई गुणवत्ता के हिसाब से सामान दे रहे हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या वो समय पे सामान दे सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि किसी न किसी को जा करके फिजिकली उसकी गुणवत्ता को जांचना ज़रूरी है। कम से कम अब हम इस स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं कि जो हमारे देश के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनमें ये जानकारी पहुंच चुकी है कि भाई हमको इस तरीके के लोगों को साथ लेना है, और इस बात का भरोसा उनको अब हो चुका है कि अगर वो CIDC डाटाबेस से लोगों को पिकअप करते हैं तो शायद वो लोग जो हैं ज़्यादा अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे। हमारे देश के कुछ ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं, जैसे कि जो हमारे उत्तर पूर्वीय राज्य हैं, जहां पर कि पहुंचना संभव नहीं है। तो होता ये है कि बहुत से ऐसे वेंडर पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि वाकई में योग्य नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाला जो एरिया हमारा है, उसमें हमने ये देखा है कि बहुत से लोग जो हैं पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, या जो पहुंच जाते हैं उन्हीं को ही माना जाता है। तो इस बार जो सम्मेलन किया, उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 प्रमुख राज्य जो हैं उनको हमने न्योता दिया कि वो लोग आएं और वो लोग देखें कि अपने राज्य में जो टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन हो रहे हैं उनको कैसे दूर किया जाए। देखिए, गारंटी किसी चीज की नहीं है, कोई गारंटी किसी बात की दे नहीं सकता आजकल। ये एक बहुत ही, जैसे बोलते हैं, गतिशील किस्म का समय चल रहा है। लेकिन इससे एक फायदा हो जाता है कि आपको कम से कम कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, और वो जो जानकारी प्राप्त होती है वो अगर किसी क्रेडिबल एजेंसी के द्वारा प्राप्त हो, जैसे CIDC है, तो और भरोसा हो जाता है। इसीलिए बहुत सी PSUs ने अब ये तय कर लिया है कि उनके यहाँ जो जो कंट्रैक्टर्स आएंगे, वेंडर्स आएंगे, वो CIDC में जाकर के ज़रूर इन्वेस्टिगेट कराएं, अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराएं और अपनी चीज़ों को एक तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करा लें, ताकि उनको एक सही रिपोर्ट मिल सके।
2007 से ये प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई। 2013 में पहले ये एक्सक्लूसिवली इट वाज फॉर ONGC। फिर हमने JNNURM के लिए कुछ काम किया, उनके लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट बनाए, इस पे हमने डेटाबेस पे काम किया। 2013 में हमारे यहाँ CIDC में ये सोच बनी कि क्यों ना हम इस प्रक्रिया को देशव्यापी बनाएं। Why don't we take it to the public domain and let all stakeholders access this database and no exclusivity to it. एक संतुष्टि की भावना जरूर आती है जब 250 लोग आपके साथ एक सभागार में आते हैं, अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान करते हैं और इस डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स करते हैं, जिसमें न केवल प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स, बट the entire spectrum of vendors and the construction industry is involved. शुरुआत हमने की, लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बन गया। आपने देखा कि मंच पे सारे प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, जो कि अधिकतर सरकारी कंपनियां होती हैं, वही बैठी हुई थी, वही आसीन थी और उन्होंने डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स किया। उन्होंने कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें हमें निहित गुण दिख रहे हैं, हम इसको अपना रहे हैं। उसी तरह से जैसे मैंने कहा कि 3 तबकों में हमने आज लोगों को बुलाया था, प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स और वेंडर्स। तो तीनों में ये सामंजस्य स्थापित हो कि हम अच्छा काम करते हैं और देश निर्माण में सहयोग दे सकते हैं। दिस डेटाबेस इज अ वाइडर प्लेटफॉर्म टू डिसमिनेट दैट इन्फॉर्मेशन। 5 साल बाद हम ये सोच सकते हैं कि हम देश के लिए, देश निर्माण के लिए हम एक रिलायबल, रोबस्ट और विश्वसनीय सेट ऑफ वेंडर्स क्रिएट कर सकें जो भारत निर्माण की प्रक्रिया को आगे ले जा सके।
I am really thankful for CIDC for creating this kind of award, because the people get more and more encouraged, with this award. So right from the worker to senior level professors and then engineers and all that. It's a very good. Lot of credit goes to CIDC for developing this award. India's housing shortage is a very big problem. The Prime Minister wants to construct about 2 crore houses by 1922. So it is not possible unless we adopt new technology. So this is my message to all in this industry, as well as organization and government department and new engineers, to try more and more technology so that the houses can be done very fast.
CIDC जो जैसे लेबर स्किल में हैं, दे डू certification also for the workers, so we have the engagement with them and we call them, they are there at the site, contractor site, they certify our workers, because as per the contract we have criteria of 20% of the workers should be skilled workers. They give training also, the certification also. That we have a lot of engagement with workers also and contractors also, and then we take the help of CIDC.
CIDC as such has been partnering with the ONGC in various operational as well as CSR initiatives, and the kind of support which has been rendered by the team, the lead team of CIDC, is commendable. ONGC always takes lots of pride in the fact that we want to work in the remote areas on major projects which are in the area of CSR or on our operational front, and CIDC has been like a partner in progress. I would again like to thank CIDC, because this is something, the engineers, when they give a commendation or a recommendation, that has much more meaning. I have seen the way engineers function, they go by numbers and quality. So here, getting this recognition in this forum is a matter of pride for me, and on behalf of the ONGC, I thank for the recognition conferred. CIDC says that they would like to confer an award on me. It is something I should take pride in, I should be happy about, and that's why this particular award has a great deal of meaning for me, and I have some emotional attachment with the civil engineering fraternity, because my father was a civil engineer and I dedicate this particular award to him, and of course to the civil engineers who are there in the ONGC family.
I think the very good message takeaway from CIDC's meeting today was, the conference today, is The implementation side has been really very much lagging. We are taught a lot of theories and practices in books, but there are very few translated in practice. So there should be a very, very good alignment in what is taught and what they have to face in the field. In collaboration with CIDC, although we have joined hands very, very recently, we are bringing very latest technology for some trenchless repair in one of our mega power plants. That power plant is costing us more than 7,000 crores, and that is a 600 megawatt power plant having around 18 kilometer of underground work. That very critical application of some leaky penstock we are doing, and we have brought technology from America with the help of CIDC. So by joining hand and exploring new avenues, wonders can be done.
Side also they maintaining very good safety, and the labor camp also we are maintaining hygienic conditions, and properly we keep some schools for their children's educations, and other than this we are conducting every month medical camps and other things, and we are giving a lot of exercise to their wives, like laborers, they bringing their family also. There we are giving small kind of help for their families. So many things we are doing. There is a reason we got this award. Yeah, definitely, because we got already 3 awards for safety and this one quality also, and this is the 3rd award. And it is motivating lot now, because currently we are doing 18 projects, and next year we are going to conduct many projects for the award these things.
Award is extremely important for us. Hall3 as a company believes in providing health and safety to the workforce in this country. We make products that also make people more productive and getting the job done on time in a faster way and a safer way. So the fact that we were recognized by this council just shows us that there's a belief to progress this country, make construction safer, faster and more productive, and so we're extremely excited and blessed and look forward to partnering more with CIDC further.
Thanks to CIDC to awarding the Vishwakarma Award in the pre-engineering category. This process is very happy for a lengthy process, even though we set up our limitation and other things. It is actually this is Nikita. This is the 2nd award we are receiving. Last year also we have received the award. This is the 2nd award for receiving for this especially for the glass house building.
It's been an immense pleasure getting this award from CIDC. It's been a status of recognition for a company such as Creative Solutions, since we are a startup, and this kind of recognition will make us move few steps or more steps further. CIDC is giving us a platform where we are able to interact with the members of the same community, where new research ideas, new technical advancements can be shared and implemented in the projects what we are currently working at.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Zaman.
Welcome to Nordic India Show 2020. I will be giving a presentation on effect of COVID-19 on trenchless rehabilitation project of underground pipes, especially for sewer, stormwater drainage, water and rising mains. Let me tell you about myself first before proceeding for the main presentation. My name is M.K. Zaman. I'm Managing Director of Global Waste Management Services Private Limited. I'm BTech of 1989, having over 81 years of varied experience in infrastructure projects, out of which 16 years have been in trenchless rehabilitation technologies for underground aged pipe. Now, let me tell you about my company. My company is Global Biz Management Services Private Limited, registered in New Delhi, India. We have a varied business, but basically we focus into the three main things. These are, we are marketing consultant to the rehabilitation of old pipes for sewer, water, stormwater drainage and rising mains using trenchless technology. We are technology consultant to municipal authorities for trenchless rehabilitation of aged pipes. We are also HSC training consultant for how to work safely in confined spaces like manholes, sewer pipelines, etc. Our company, Global Biz Management Services Private Limited, as a marketing consultant for the trenchless rehabilitation of the aged pipes of sewer, stormwater drainage, water and rising mains, we are representing following overseas companies in India. First is BKP Barolina Liners. They are the manufacturer of world-class UV liners for CIPP. Second company is IST. They are the manufacturers of UV curing equipments and UV rigs and robotic cutters for sewer pipelines. Third company is Sekisui. It's one of the leading infrastructure company. They are the manufacturer of MWSL lining, which is used for the sewer and stormwater drainage up to the 5-meter diameter for and all shapes, be it round or oval or rectangular or square, any kind of shape. The fourth company is Rytech. They are the manufacturer of robotic pipe inspection equipment. Rytech, IST and BKP, these three companies are from Germany, and the Sekisui is from Japan, having their marketing office in Asia and manufacturing unit in Australia. Let's start about COVID, when it all started. COVID. First case of COVID was detected in India on 30th of January 2020, although COVID has started in China a couple of months back, which was October or November, and spread to all over the world in next 2-3 months, which reached India in January. And the first case, which as I told you, it was on 30th of January 2020 in Kerala. The first death was recorded on 12th March 2020, a person hailing from Karnataka, Kalburgi district, and he died in Delhi, and he after a holy trip from Saudi Arabia. After that, the cases were going up in India, and Indian authorities started to thinking seriously to contain the epidemic. And 22 March, there was a complete country lockdown just on a trial on the request of the Prime Minister. And from 25th of March, there was a complete lockdown. And this was the first, there were 4 lockdowns, and this was the first lockdown out of the 4. So these lockdowns were very hard and came without any warning. Lockdown 1 had started from 25th of March 2020, and it was for 21 days. Second lockdown was for 90 days, and it started immediately after the first lockdown ended. Immediately after the second lockdown, the third lockdown started. It was for 14 days. And thereafter, it was a fourth lockdown, which started from 18th May, immediately after the third lockdown, and ended on 31st of March 2020, and it lasted for 14 days. So there have been over 2 months of complete lockdown, which has broken the backbone of economy, actually. And then Indian authorities started thinking to go for an unlock of the lockdown, and from 1st June they started giving little bit of relaxation and they call it in a different phased manner. And so first unlock started from 1st June 2020, and unlock 6 is just finished. Now we are entering into the unlock 7. Let me explain you some facts about corona cases in India. As of today, the total number of the confirmed cases in India is 9.35 million. Total number of deaths is 136,000. Indian GDP shrank to -24 with a result of sharp rise in unemployment, stress on the supply chain, decrease in the government income, delay in several government authorities projects. Hotels were closed. Domestic and international flights were also stopped due to the lockdown, resulted cancellation of the several projects meetings. Petroleum prices in the international market touched to $0 per barrel due to the extremely low consumption affected by lockdown. COVID-19 also affected our trenchless rehabilitation industry immensely. I will be discussing in detail on that. Trenchless plays a huge role in infrastructure, especially rehabilitation of the sewer, storm water, potable water, and other sectors. So let's talk about how our trenchless technology got impacted during COVID-19. Actually, COVID-19 is a health emergency and requires users of the mask and social distancing to prevent the spread of the virus. In such circumstances, it was a big challenge to keep essential utility on uninterrupted, such as sewer line, stormwater drainage line,
potable water line, liquid petroleum gas line, electrical network, and telecom network. What COVID-19 has impacted on the trenchless rehabilitation sector, we will be discussing in detail about this. The trenchless technology sector dealing with the utility installation and the trenchless rehabilitation have experienced several delays in their current projects as well as the upcoming projects. Let's discuss about the current projects. Effect on the current projects. The impact on the manufacturing sector and the cancellation of the flight, sea freights, and disruption in the supply chain leading to the delays in material procurement. The social distancing parameters needed to fight this virus has also led contractor to reduce the number of workers at least until the pandemic subsides. In the first phase of unlock, only 25% attendance were allowed. In the next stages, it was eased to 50%, which has affected contractors, manufacturers, and other support companies immensely and delayed the projects. Demand of several things has gone down. It has really hard for anyone to think about a big purchase of the equipment when no one even sure about a business will grow or not in coming months. So there is some kind of uncertainty in the mind of in the business house, and so it has slowed down the business very quickly. On the workers front, skilled and unskilled workers who left cities for their hometowns during the lockdown period have not returned yet to their works. And this is also one of the important reasons for the delays of the projects. Due to medical emergencies, several projects finance shifted to fight against COVID-19. And this has pushed several pipe rehabilitation projects which were ongoing and also which were planned for in a very near future from this financial year to the next financial year. If situation doesn't improve in the next financial year, projects may get delayed further. Potential impact on some key factors. COVID effect on logistics for the rehabilitation. Spare parts, critical components, and equipments for the pipe rehabilitation projects were delayed due to lockdown. Freight services were stopped due to the lockdown, affecting deliveries to the contractors and the liners to the project sites. Several consignments were stuck at port awaiting clearance during lockdown. Some consignment could not reach to the project sites even after port clearances due to non-availability of loading and unloading equipment and workers and the equipment operators like crane operators and lifters and truck operators like that. Training for the upcoming projects could not be arranged in Europe or any other overseas countries due to stoppage of the international flights, which has affected the sales of the liners and the equipments. There were visa restrictions internationally, which has also affected the training plans for the upcoming projects. Movement between rehabilitation project sites within the country and the head office got affected due to the non-availability of the flights, due to the cancellation of the flights, which resulted delays in in the projects. In municipal corporation, there have been loss of life of engineers and the decision makers due to COVID-19. Hence, the project got delayed till new engineers and decision makers took over. Contractors also got affected same way. There have been deaths of engineers and some of the decision makers in the contracting companies as well. Several senior personnel took voluntary retirement on the health ground in the contracting company and especially in the municipal corporations on the ground of the COVID-19. In fact, there was a panic situation in municipal corporations, and basically the aged employees who are 50 plus employees, several employees, they opted for a voluntary retirement, and which has affected a shortage of engineers in the municipal corporations and affected the delays, contributed to the delays. Most of the partnership work internationally for the basically for the trenchless rehabilitation. The main measures affecting business were the safety and security measures, decreasing demand, supply shortage, decreasing of investment for 2020, cancellation of the orders, and staffing shortage, all contributed by the COVID-19. Now, on the workers front, because of the financial crunch and the delays of the payment, there have been several job losses in the government sector and also by the contractors. In the government sector, there have not been a job reduction in the government employees directly, but government contract workers, they have been reduced drastically. Health of skilled and unskilled workers got affected due to COVID-19, and due to which resulting isolation from the projects for several weeks. Workers of sewer pipes and rehabilitations have been at a high risk, needing more focus on their protection kits and safety training, and which now municipal corporations are working in the direction. Most of the municipal corporations are working in the direction and putting more focus on the safety and security and the training of the workers. Now, post-COVID-19 effects on the upcoming projects. This has pushed the municipal corporation, the COVID has pushed the municipal corporations to reduce the human interaction in the rehabilitation work. And most of the municipal corporation works, in fact. So there have been a more emphasis to use the contactless methods, such as robotic methods of the rehabilitation, and which has increased now, and it will be increased further in the near future and time to come. This will generate more number of trenchless rehabilitation projects, especially sewer projects and stormwater drainage projects. There are some positive effects of the COVID-19 on the trenchless. These are some positive effects of COVID-19 on trenchless rehabilitation projects. Emphasis on the digitalization has increased in the post-COVID era and even during the COVID as well. This was on the first measure to accept it companies, because it was only option left. In the field work perspective, we do a lot of work with the surveying and field inspection, and we have a lot of changes there as well. So we now, what we do, one person per vehicle go for a site and do all work with the proper safety equipment, and the other team stay connected with him through a call or video call. In the private sector, due to financial crunch, there have been a significant number of mergers and joint ventures, and it will increase further in future. There have been a restructuring of the companies as well. Several pipe rehabilitation projects will need rescheduling due to the extensive delays caused by the COVID-19. More projects insurance will get more important. Now, the projects insurance will have a more importance. To reduce the reoccurrence of the COVID-19 situation in future, government authorities will have to keep more financial budget for rehabilitation of sewer pipes. Means in future, there will be a more rehabilitation of sewer and stormwater drainage projects. Government will be also spending more on hygiene, more on construction of STPs, maintenance of the STPs, maintenance of the underground pipe network. How to reduce the risk of the 2019-like situation in future? We can do it by maintaining clean and hygienic environment in the cities and villages. We need to avoid the overflow of the sewer on the roads and streets. By reducing the number of open trench projects, which increases the respiratory syndrome and other health complications. And we need to go for a trenchless rehabilitation in place of open trench projects. We need to make extensive HSE training, and it should be compulsory for the sewer workers and engineers to reduce the number of deaths in the sewer. Infrastructure rehabilitation sector is an essential sector, and we cannot operate it completely digitally. So let's discuss some questions and challenges we all faced during the lockdown. Realized importance of the sewerage network during the COVID-19. The pandemic has been an impetus for the wastewater community, as it has inspired scientists to look to the wastewater to help fill in the gap of the measuring of the prevalence of the COVID-19 within the given community. Testing the wastewater may serve as an early warning system, allowing time intervention. Although viral shedding varies among individuals and over the course of their infection, the sewerage system can blend these variations into the average that represent the wider studies communities. With the limitation of the COVID-19 testing, making it harder to know how many people actually have the disease, turning to the sewer system for the fast snapshot seems to be promising and useful method to provide complementary and additional information to clinical testing. Countries who have already started using these systems are USA, Sweden, and Netherlands, and more companies to add. Positive effect of the COVID-19 on the trenchless rehabilitation technology. Its importance of the hygiene is increased. Post-COVID will draw attention of the central and local government to give more importance in the sanitization and hygiene. Involvement with the digitalization is increased. Involvement of the robotic technology is increased. More importance for the sewer projects will be given in future, and more projects for the trenchless rehabilitation technology are expected in post-COVID period. That finishes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening my presentation patiently. Thank you. Show 2020 digital. I'm going to present you safety training related to the COVID, post-COVID and during the COVID. This is in cooperation with Indian Society of Trenchless Technology. There will be two topics. The first will be during the COVID-19 or post-COVID. We may not call it a post-COVID because the COVID is still on. So challenges faced by the trenchless rehabilitation operators. So this is the first part of the presentation. Then in the second part, I will talk about the remedies for the challenges faced by the trenchless rehabilitation operators related to the COVID-19. This first part of the presentation, which is around 20 to 25 minutes, and the next part of the presentation, it will be immediately after that, which will be regarding the remedies faced by the trenchless rehabilitation operators. Let me tell you about myself. My name is Mohammad K. Zaman. I'm Managing Director of Global Wiz Management Services Private Limited. I'm BTech of 1989 batch, having over 31 years of varied experience in infrastructure projects, including around 20 years overseas, out of which 16 years have been in the trenchless rehabilitation technology for the underground aged pipelines in India and also overseas. Now, let me tell you about my company, Global Wiz Management Services Private Limited. It is registered in New Delhi, and we are the marketing consultant for rehabilitation of the old pipes for the sewer, potable water, storm water drainage, and rising mains using trenchless technology. We are also a technology consultant to the municipal authorities and municipal corporations for trenchless rehabilitation of aged pipe. We are also a HEC training consultant for how to work safely in confined spaces like manholes, sewer pipelines, and stormwater drainage manholes and stormwater drainage pipelines, and several others confined spaces. Global Wiz, as a marketing consultant for trenchless rehabilitation of aged pipe for the sewer, stormwater drainage, potable water, rising mains, and all. Let me tell you that these are basically divided into two parts. Few pipes are gravity pipes, and few are pressured pipe, low pressured pipe. So sewer and stormwater drainage, these pipes are gravity pipes, and potable water and rising means these are the pressured pipe. And BKP, Berolina, they are manufacturing the liners, which is UV cured liners and GRP based. And they are manufactured for these pressured line and as well as for the gravity line. They have a factory in Walten, Germany, near Berlin. And they are a leading manufacturer in the world. They have their marketing offices all over the world. They started with the Europe. They spread slowly. They spread it to all over the world, including US and Australia, and we represent them in India. They are into the business for over 25 years. Next company is IST, Innovative Sewer Technology. They have a factory in Bochum, Germany, and they are the manufacturer of UV curing rigs, equipment, and the robotic cutters for those sewer pipelines maintenance. And they are also manufacturers of the steam and hot water curing equipments. They are also manufacturer of small pipe liners, felt liner. Third company is Sekisui. They are the manufacturers of MWSL lining for the sewer and storm water up to a 5-meter diameter and of a different shape, including rectangular and square. Fourth company is Rytec. They have a factory in Haldenwang and Germany. They manufacture robotic pipe inspection equipment. And one thing I forgot to tell you about the Sekisui, they are a Japanese company. They have a headquarters in Japan, Tokyo. They have a manufacturing unit in Australia and some other places as well. And their Asia Pacific office is in Singapore, and India is controlled by Singapore office. Now, let me come to our main presentation, which is challenges faced by the trenchless rehab operators during the COVID and the post-lockdown era. These are the challenges which you can see on the screen. Challenges faced during the COVID and the post-lockdown. For the rehab workers, basically, rehab workers, they have a poor quality of the PPE, or rather inadequate PPE kits. Some of contractors, they do give PPE kits, but they are not adequate. Some of them do not give at all, and they have been seen in a pathetic situation, and they do not get even for soap to clean their hands or for the bathing. Workers fearing of getting infected on the project site of the trenchless rehabilitation. They have a challenge of lack of safety and HSE training which have been risking their life while entering into the manhole without having adequate training for the safety and HSE. Passing on, they have a risk of passing on infection to the families, friends, and to the community. They have challenges of quarantining and salary cuts due to the quarantine, because contractors do not pay Most of the contractors do not pay to their workers once they are in quarantine or they are sick and they do not come to the project site. There are also there have been several casualties due to the COVID infection of the sewer workers. And workers are also being treated differently in our society because of their work come under the sanitation, which is a high risk work area. In some of the places, they are not allowed, they do not allow them to enter into the colony because they feel they will spread the coronavirus in their area. Next is they have a difficulty to maintain the social distancing. Most of the workers have a small house to stay with their families, which includes children and elderly members. They are unable to pass on. They are able to pass on the infection to family members. Several such casualties have taken place. Lack of proper health insurance coverage for workers. Actually, contractors are giving insurance, work insurance, for their workers for the life, but they do not provide health insurance to their workers. Most of them they do not provide. Which is not good. So due to which they have lack of financial resources to support themselves when they get caught by any virus bacteria. No, they lack periodic health checkup by the contractors. There should be a periodic health checkup for the workers in the rehab because they frequently go into the manhole and the pipes which carries bacteria and viruses, and their life is high risk. So their health check should be done periodically. They have inadequate medical attention, as I mentioned. Inadequate orientation and counseling provided for COVID-19 and safety. They do not have a separate brace which must be given to them for the workplace. Because they work in the high risk area, so they should use the separate brace to work in the place. Once they finish the day's work, they should take it out, go for a bathing, disinfect themselves, and put on the dress, then proceed for the home. Unfortunately, there is no bathing arrangement in rehab site, due to which they carry the virus and germs to their home. Now, what price country have been paying due to lack of proper attention this direction and lack of training of training. There are some caption from media, local media. This is from an Outlook. It says that there have been a team in Noida. Next slide is India Today. It says sanitation workers killed while cleaning sewer in Ghaziabad, UP, India. Delhi recorded 7 deaths in past 1 month due to sewer cleaning activity. This is from Times of India. Cleaning of sewer and septic tank is not just a sanitation issue, but also a human rights issue. They are talking about this. Let me mention something over here. There have been a ruling from several high courts of the state and the apex court of India, which is the Supreme Court, and which strictly they have said no human should be allowed to enter a manhole or septic tank or sewer pipeline without proper training. And if there is a sewer debt due to this, a contractor has to pay 10 lakh as a penalty to as a compensation to families of the deceased. This slide says about the manual excavating. This is from Indian Express. 50 dead cleaning work sewer in first 6 months of 2019. See the pathetic situation of the worker. He's inside the manhole. Such a pathetic situation exposed to the virus and bacteria, and there is no PPE kit, risking his life. This is another one depicting the same thing. Here are some information gathered from different sources. Statewide deaths in last few years in India. Now let me explain you dangerous gases found or maybe present in manholes and sewer pipelines. These are hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, methane, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide. And all of them are dangerous. Especially hydrogen sulfide is very dangerous. And mixing all these they make a gas called a sewer gas. Some of the manhole or pipeline may have all of them, or may have a few of them, but all of them are dangerous. And without PPE kit, no one should try to enter into the manhole or pipeline. Now let me tell you about the bacteria which may be present and some viruses which may be present inside the manhole or pipeline. First, let me tell you about the bacteria. And caused some diseases by these bacteria. So it's because respiratory syndrome. There are some bacteria causing pneumonia. There are some bacteria causing diseases. There are some bacteria causing diarrhea. There are some bacteria causing tuberculosis. And all are not good for the health. Huh. Now there are some viruses which are present or may be present in the manhole, sewer pipeline, COVID-19, SARS-CoV-19, HIV virus, norovirus causes vomiting and diarrhea, papilloma virus, also known as HPV, human papilloma virus, can affect different parts of the body and several other viruses as well. Now let me tell you why HSC training is important for working on sewer projects. Human life is very important and must be valued through a safe working practices. Compromise on safety may cost contractor high. Rupees 10 lakhs per person for a sewer debt to be paid to the family of deceased. This is the new ruling from a Supreme Court in India. Any debt can give you a bad name to the contractor, also to the client and the consultant. Contractors may lose a contract also due to the casualties on site. You may be blacklisted all future contracts in that particular government department or maybe all over India government department. Now, what should we do? Emphasis on the safety training to minimize sewer casualties must be given by the municipal corporation and the other government authorities, because these sewer manholes and pipelines, they belong to municipal corporation or some other government authority. Somewhere it is called a water authority. So their engineers, supervisors, and contractor engineers and supervisors who are involved in the projects, rehab project, they must be given a health, safety, and environment training. Thank you very much. I have finished my presentation. If you have any queries, you may write to me on my email, aman@globalpmc.co.in. You may contact me through WhatsApp. My number is given here, 91 9892 404529. Thank you very much for patiently listening to my presentation. Hello everyone. Welcome to No Dig India Show 2020 Digital. I'm going to talk about remedies of challenges faced by the rehabilitation operators. This presentation is in cooperation with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, India. Before we proceed, let me tell you about myself. My name is M.K. Zaman, Managing Director of Global Biz Management Services Private Limited. I am BTech of 1989 batch, having over 31 years of varied experience in infrastructure projects. I have over around 20 years of experience of working abroad, and out of which 16 years have been in the trenchless rehabilitation for underground aged pipes. Let me tell you about my company, Global Biz Management Services Private Limited. It is registered in New Delhi, India, and we have varied businesses, but I'm going to explain you the three main core area of our business. We are a marketing consultant to rehabilitation of old pipes for sewer, water, stormwater, and rising main. And we are technology consultant to municipal authorities for trenchless rehabilitation of the aged pipe. This is our second part of the work. And we are also HSC training consultant for how to work safely in confined spaces like manholes, sewer pipelines, etc. Global Biz Management Services as a marketing consultant for the trenchless rehabilitation for the aged pipe, for the gravity line of sewer and stormwater, and the pressure line of the water and the rising main. We represent 4 major companies in India, and these are BKP Barolina, manufacturer of UV cured liner. They are based in Walten, Germany, and they have been into the business for over 25 years, and they are present worldwide. Second company is IST, Innovative Sewer Technology. They are in Bochum, Germany, and they are the manufacturer of UV curing equipment, robotic cutters, and robotic water jetting machine. Third company is Sekisui. It's a Japanese company. They are having a headquarters in Tokyo and Asia Pacific marketing office in Singapore. And they have a factory in Australia and some other countries as well. And for India, it is Singapore is the controlling office, and they are the manufacturer of MWSL lining for sewer and stormwater drainage for all shapes, including square and rectangular, and any other shape, and up to the 5-meter diameter. The fourth company is the Rytec. This company is also from Germany, Haldenwang, and they are the manufacturer of robotic pipe inspection equipments. Now, I'm coming to the main topic of the discussion today, and which is a second part of our HSE safety training. And we will talk about the remedies to the to protect the sanitation workers from COVID-19 working in the manhole and the sewer pipeline, working on sewer pipeline projects or rehabilitation projects. Number one is provision of proper PPE or other requirements. Workers should be given a required PPE like safety shoes, gloves, mask, coverall, helmet if needed, and safety harness wherever required, soap, sanitizer on a daily basis. Training on PPE uses must be given on a daily basis. Orientation on COVID-19 prevention and safety, plus other communicable diseases or other diseases which can be caught or which can be infected to them. It should be told about periodically. Adequate hand washing facility at the work site to be provided. Disinfectant fogging chamber should be provided at the work site. Workers who entered into the manhole or sewer pipe for the work must be sanitized by passing through this chamber once they come out. Proper work management and the restrictions on the sewer manhole entry should be there, and this is to reduce the exposure to the COVID-19 and other viruses and bacteria. Regular health checkups to be done for rehab workers, recommended bi-weekly, if not weekly. And financial and material support to be given to workers involved in the rehabilitation projects of sewer as they work in a high-risk area. Medical insurance coverage to be provided to all workers involved in a rehabilitation project of the sewer. This is very important because the client insists to the contractor for works insurance and the workman insurance at site. Once they are off site and they are not covered for anything. So medical insurance must be there for these people. Now, timely medical attention in case they got infected with COVID-19 or any other viruses, they should be treated with a dignified approach. Counseling to be provided to all rehab workers if they got infected by COVID-19 or any other kind of infection. These days, no counseling is taking place. Proper house to maintain the social distancing because COVID-19 has a requirement of social distancing. So, and most of the rehab workers are having a small house where the social distancing or isolation may not be maintained. They should be provided a bigger house during COVID-19 period, or at least when they got infected. Training of safety, health, safety or environment, it should be given or it should be made compulsory to all rehabilitation workers, supervisors and engineers. These days it's not mandatory, and due to which there have been several fatal accidents on rehabilitation sites. Separate dress for the workers for daily uses at workplace, it must be given. It's not a very common thing here in India, but it must be made compulsory as it is being done abroad. This work they should be provided a locker at site where they should keep this cloth, and there should be a change room also where they can change their clothes. There must be a shower facility to be at site. They should not carry the virus and bacteria home, so they must have a shower after coming out of the manhole, and so proper facilities must be there at site. These days it's lacking. Now, what are the safety measures when we are going to have it when you are going to enter into the manhole? For a better understanding, I have divided into 3 parts. One is safety measures required on the surface near the working manhole. Second part is safety measures required before entering into the manhole. And the third is the safety measures required while working inside the manhole. Now let me explain you one by one. Safety measures required on surface near working manhole. The area must be cordon and temporary road closure of the lane should be there. If required, more lanes to be closed. Permission of local traffic department must be there before the road closure, and permission from a client also should be there for entering into the manhole. Temporary barricading around the manhole. I will show you a picture in the next slide. Open minimum 2 manholes to allow gas to come out. So you open 2 adjacent manholes, and from one manhole you blow the air and allow this to come out through the second manhole. And blow. Yeah, this is a picture which is uses of traffic cones to close the lane temporarily, and there is a blower. There is a fencing around the manhole also, and this is the blower, this is the blower, and this is the traffic cones which is used for the road temporary road closure. Now, safety measures required before entering into the manhole. Before entering the manhole, check for any dangerous gases with the help of gas detector. We have a detector which I will show you in the slides to come. Check visually the condition of the manhole. It should be safe. Walls and ladders, rungs, etc. It should be in a sound condition to take because you are going to use that for going down. If ladder rungs are not sound, then removable ladder of adequate depth can be used. Wear safety harness and breathing apparatus to be used. Installation of tripod with pulley on the top of the manhole, as shown in the slides, which I will be showing you. Rope attached to the harness must pass through this pulley. There must be HSC trained person who goes inside the manhole, and one person must be there on the top to keep watch the person who has entered. This pulley in the tripod should be strong enough to take the load of the person. It should have a capacity of around 150 kgs. Before entering, keep all the tools, equipments ready, which are required to work, for which a person is going inside the manhole. Now, safety-related introduction, safety-related equipments introduction. I'm going to tell you about the equipments which will be used for a safe working on a rehabilitation sites. This is a gas detector. This is a multi-gas detector. There can be some single gas detector as well. That wide range of the gas detectors are available in the market. Here you can see oxygen, H2S, carbon monoxide, etc. This is the oximeter, which tells the oxygen level inside the manhole. If no dangerous gases are there after those gases have been removed. Gas detection in process. This is a picture. It should, gas detector is there in the hand of the person, and related cord has gone inside, which will sense, and it will give the indication on the screen. This is a coverall which is disposable, and it should be used by every worker going inside. This is the same kind which is a PPE kit for a doctors or health workers today in the hospitals. The same should be given to these workers, and they should use it during once they go inside the manhole to protect themselves from bacteria and viruses. This is a breathing apparatus, because in case there is a gas, dangerous gases like H2S, carbon monoxide, methane and all, then what we are going to do, we are going to use a breathing apparatus. Without breathing apparatus, in such situation, no one will be allowed to go inside. And now, breathing apparatus is two kinds. This is a self-contained breathing apparatus, where you can see there is a cylinder, oxygen cylinder is attached to it. This is the mask, face mask, which will be attached with the proper connecting pipe. This is another picture with the connecting pipe here. This is also a self-contained, and this is a person is putting on the how it looked like when. So this is a mask, and then there is a harness attached to it, and this is a cylinder. Yes, and this is another picture explaining a self-contained breathing apparatus. Now, this is a high pressure inflatable plug for insertion through the end of the pipe. This is to stop. This is an inflatable stopper for the higher diameter, which we will be using to stop the flow at the time of overpumping to isolate the work area. This is another type of inflatable stopper, and this is for basically a smaller diameter. This is a mechanical stopper, which is used for a small to medium diameter, and this is this can be fabricated by the contractors also. This is very simple. This is some pictures showing how a person is having self-contained breathing apparatus, and also a walkie-talkie here to communicate the person on the top, using a proper helmet, safety shoes, and coverall. And this coverall has also a reflecting this strips for the safety. This is another picture for the demonstration. Man using breathing apparatus and mask, and here you can see there is no cylinder on his back, and this pipe is giving him oxygen, and the cylinder is on the top of the manhole, and another colleague, he is keeping an eye over there, who is direct in communication with this person. This is a safety harness, which is a must to wear for the person who is going inside the manhole. This is a person with a safety harness, front and back. This is a hook, and where this rope will be attached to this hook, or this hook, either of these. In case something happens inside, he can be pulled without any delay with the pulley and installed in the tripod on the top of the manhole. This is another picture to give you a demonstration regarding a person who is entering into the manhole. He has a safety shoes here in yellow color. Here is a glove, which is in the light green, and this is a coverall. He has a safety helmet, and you can see the tripod, and that pulley part of the tripod is not visible here, and you can see the safety harness here and hook attached to it here. And this is another picture for the demonstration for working in the manhole. Person is sitting here ready to enter, and he has a safety harness, but he has no breathing apparatus here. Another person is having a walkie-talkie to communicate with the working person inside. This person has a very important role, and he has to be in communication with the people who are gone inside, and alert always. This is a tripod, and here is a pulley here, and this is a safety harness attached to this rope. Sorry, pulley is here in his hand, and he is going to install it here in this case. This is another demonstration of picture for overpumping. These are in case of a bigger pipe where the flow is high and one pump is not enough to take up the full discharge. In such case, we are going to use the multiple pumps, and then multiple pumps will add to one header pipe, and this header pipe will discharge to the another discharge manhole after the bypassing the working manhole. This is some demonstration pictures of blower to blow out the unwanted gases or dangerous gases inside to make it the workplace safe. This is another picture of blower, and this is also another picture of the blower, how it's working. This is a fogging chamber, and this has been introduced during the COVID period, and this has a chemical, and hydroxychloroquine is being used as a fogging chemical to disinfect COVID-19, and this is the same chamber which is being used in all the public places and hospitals, and this must be there on the rehab project site. Before entering into the chamber is also after the blowing up, it is being disinfected with the hydroxychloroquine fogging through the fogging method. This is another picture where the how the tripod, and it has a pulley and then safety harness, and everyone is even on the top who are there wearing the helmet, safety shoes, and their t-shirts of the company uniform, of the same color. Everyone is having a blue. In case the manhole size is bigger, or you do not have a sound place to keep the tripod, then this arrangement can be followed. This is a blower, and this is a pump, suction pipe of the pump. This is how the gases are formed inside the pipeline, and of the concrete pipe. It is shown here, and H2S gas, how it is being formed. This is shown through a flow chart here. Now, to explain you all this, I have divided this presentation into 2 workshops. So workshop number 1 is how to install a stopper, in Indian language is called roka, inside the manhole. Yeah, this is a picture. This manhole is a working manhole. The 3 manholes I have taken for the demonstration: manhole A, manhole B, and manhole C. This is the working manhole. We are going to work in the manhole B to rectify improve the situation there. Now, to do that, we have to isolate this manhole B, and for that, the submersible pump has been installed here, and it is being discharged to a downstream side. You can see this is downstream, this is upstream. Before installation of the pump, there is a mechanical stopper installed over there. It's shown in the yellow color. And once a stopper is installed, the water level will start building up, and this pump is going to discharge this into the manhole C. And so by this, no flow is coming here, no dangerous gases are coming here, and in manhole C, you can see the black color one. This is a inflatable stopper. This inflatable stopper is not, for not to allow any backflow to go there, and also not to allow any dangerous gas to go there in the working manhole. Once we put this stopper, we are going to blow the air so that any dangerous gases and all those things are out, and put a stopper over there. So further, there is no gas coming here, H2S gas or carbon monoxide or methane or ammonia and all, which are generally present inside the manhole. So we can do the rectification of the manhole, and after the rectification is done, everything, we have to remove the stoppers. So first this stopper will be removed, and then next will be this. Okay, and then the pump will be removed. And for that, to install and remove, both the time, a person has to go there with the breathing apparatus, install it, and installation doesn't take much time. It's a 5 minutes job, 10 minutes job. He goes there with the breathing apparatus, finishes, and comes out. So this is all the items which are taken into a manhole for a temporary works must be tied up with the ropes, and other end of the rope is secured on the top of the manhole. Let me explain you. A person who is going to work inside the manhole, and whatever he is taking in, it must be secured with the rope. It has on the top. These stoppers, both the stoppers should also have a rope connected to this, and other end of the rope should be tied up here on the top. This is to basically to in case it slips out or fails, it should not go inside the pipe and stuck somewhere. This is to avoid a further damage to it. These are the list of the material, tools and equipment for the workshop 1. To do that, which I explained you in this manhole A, B and C, we will be needing gas detector, we will be needing PPE, including disposable coverall, breathing apparatus, safety harness, tripod with the pulley, communication device, hand torch for the light if we do not have a proper light arrangement inside, then blower to blow out the dangerous gases, and then pumps for over pumping, and then flexible hoses connected to the pump, then inflatable stopper or mechanical stopper, either of the two or both, and then sanitizer, soap, and all these things are required. Now, list of the manpower which required for the installation of the stopper in the workshop number 1 is safety trained supervisor 1, then safety trained technician 2, because one will go inside and another one has to stand on the top of the manhole to watch him and assist him and communicate with him. Then HEC trained pump operator 2, because they can these pumps will be working round the clock, so at least 2 or 3, if 12-hour shifts are there, I've considered 12-hour shifts, so 2 people. Then the 2 to 3 helpers also will be there, who will have a proper orientation of the safety. Now, workshop 2, I have taken it to how to connect a new sewer network to a live manhole at a benching level. To explain you, again, I have taken the same picture of manhole A, manhole B, and manhole C, and our working manhole is manhole B. In this manhole, the connection will be done, and for that, again, we have to isolate this manhole, and for isolating this, we have to install a stopper to stop the flow, this one, and this pump, submersible pump with a discharge pipe, and it discharging in a manhole 3, and not to allow the backflow and other gases to come and endanger the life of the working people here. This is inflatable stopper or mechanical stopper can be put over here as well. And here at the benching level, there will be where the pipe is going to be connected at the right level, there will be a marking done. Then the core will be cut if we have a core cutting machine of adequate dia. If not, then it can be cut through a chiseling and other appropriate tool. And after that, the pipe to be connected, and then the opening which has been made for the new pipe connection, that should be made good, and also the manhole protection material, whatever it is, it should also be applied in that part also. And then it should be, once the job is done, curing is done, all the arrangement has to be removed in a sequential manner. First it has to be removed, this stopper which is there in the downstream. Then we have to remove the pump, and so that a person can go, if there is an adequate place, and then pump can be there also if it's a bigger manhole, and then this stopper to be removed, and the pumps to be taken up, and the manhole covers to be installed and all. So this is a list of the items which will be required for the workshop for the connection to a live manhole. And this is a gas detector, PPE, breathing apparatus, safety harness, tripod, communication device, then light arrangements, torch, or it can be anything else, and then blower to blow out the gases, H2S, ammonia, methane, whatever it is, pumps for over pumping to isolate the working manhole or working area, then flexible hoses connecting to the over pumping pumps, then inflatable stopper or mechanical stopper, which ever is available, but it must be used like that. Then sanitizer of adequate quantity and soap. Then hydroxychloroquine chamber should be there at site, so I'm not mentioning here. Apart from that, there is a concrete breaking machine, or core cutting machine to make the hole in the existing manhole, which we have considered it is a concrete manhole. The pipe pieces of required length and diameter, which will be connected to the manhole to the pipe. Then required quantity of quick setting cement or grout to make the opening area good after the pipe is connected. There will be this training will be an on-site training after the COVID, and probably it will be of the 3 hours. During the COVID, it will be a little shorter. It will be online and it will be of the 2 hours. And this training will be done in coordination with INDIS India, and the certificates will be issued to all the participants, and this will be signed by the trainer and as well as Indian Society for Touchless Technology. And this validity of certificate may be 2 to 3 years, that we have to discuss. And this will be a must for the people who are working on a sewer network, on a live manhole, where or a septic tank, so that they know what they are doing. They are aware of what are the gases, and they know which are the tools to be used and all. Without this training, people are going inside and killing themselves. So this training is a must to minimize the sewer casualties. Hence, all the clients and they are requested to make this training compulsory, particularly municipal corporations and the other water authorities, jal boards, to minimize the deaths in the sewer. This training should be given to engineers, supervisors of the municipal corporation, and also to the contractors, supervisor, engineers, and the technicians and the other workers who are directly involved in the rehabilitation of the sewer line and stormwater line. No shortcut to be made because it may cut short your life. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening my presentation patiently. If you have any queries, please contact me on my email zaman@globalpmc.co.in, or my WhatsApp number is displayed here, 0091 9892 404529. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my privilege to be associated with CIDC and INDSTT for more than a decade now. It's a pleasure once again to have an opportunity to present at this esteemed platform. These are interesting days. We are all having a trade show online, but yet we are all meeting together, and that's what is important. Today I'll be presenting HDD, a technical perspective. Let's first talk about some of the basics. HDD is a technology which takes some distance to achieve depth. It's a horizontal directional drilling. The bend radius depends upon product pipe flexibility as well as a drill pipe flexibility. Terrain is never flat, and we need to keep track of the changes in terrain. This is a most common mistake done in recording of a typical HDD profile. We assume world is flat. The next important thing is about accuracy. Accuracy of a location, that is left and right, locating where the pipeline is underground, accuracy of the depth, and accuracy of a data. Location and depth accuracy is becoming increasingly important as our undergrounds are becoming more and more crowded. Let me ask a question. If you have a choice between a screwdriver set on the right with the 6 screwdrivers and a screwdriver set on the left which has got more than 100 options and couple of additional tools to reach difficult to reach places, which set will you prefer? Especially when you are not sure what kind of a electronics system you need to open and when. For sure, most rational people will prefer to have a screwdriver set with as many options as possible to ensure that they are able to attempt all kind of jobs. The same is actually true for a HDD as well. Each job site is unique. Its interference profile is unique. The topography is unique. The atmosphere is unique. And that's why, to be more effective, we need to have a unique locator for each job site. And that's where the Falcon technology comes in place with more than 1200 frequencies between 4.5 kHz to 45 kHz, 148 frequency on an average every band, and when we select it, we select 25 best frequencies to work at a one single time within one band. This is a power of Falcon. Before we get to why it is important, let's try to look at some of the recent jobs done with the Falcon technology. First comes the example of Amazon warehouse near Bengaluru. The contract was awarded to BV Raju and Company, and they tried and they could not complete it with the existing tools they were having. That's when they remembered us. We showed up on a job site, realized the challenges of the job site remained rebar, utilities all around, so there was a active interference, very narrow window within which to drill. That means that there was not a lot of room for an error, and a reinforced wall. We immediately realized that solution here is a rebar transmitter, not a standard transmitter. And that's when rebar transmitter of a Falcon F5 was brought in, and the job was completed without any problem with the selection of two frequencies, 16 kilohertz as well as 5 hertz. The rebar transmitter gives us an option of 330 hertz to 750 hertz and a regular bands of 4.5 kilohertz and 18 hertz. And this allows us to do a job with a massive passive interference, that is a rebar. A typical usage are warehouses, airstrips, that is airports. That's where we find this tool to be most effective. From here, let's go back to a pipeline job. IOCL pipeline, Paradweep, Odisha. Contractor was Nandini Impex, who then subcontracted it to Computronics Systems India. And there we had a very interesting challenge of salt water and the accuracy demanded by the client. Here we used our FT5 LP transmitter with a band 16 and 29 and completed this job for the satisfaction of client without any challenges. This is a job which has been tried by different contractors and who failed. Gale Gas Guwahati, they were putting a pipeline, steel pipeline. The challenge here was twofold. One was an active interference challenge, which is coming from a heavy power lines going along the drilling. Then there was a petrol station. A petrol station typically has underground steel tanks, and those tanks create havoc for the drilling. And a 24-inch pipeline under which we were supposed to go. Standard FT5P transmitter with a band 16 and 83 was able to get this job done within the first try to the satisfaction of client and contractor. Drilling across railway lines have always been a challenge, but the challenge becomes a little more once we add a running railway station to it. Power cable, Bareilly railway station, 9 parallel tracks, active railway platform, 2 transformers of 25 kVA right next to the position where the drill rig was installed has made this job look like a havoc. However, with the standard Falcon transmitter, band 16 and band 29, it was really a cakewalk and a pleasant surprise for our customer. GAIL Varanasi City Gas Project. This contract was given to APS Construction. As you can see, there are power lines, high power lines. There are some sewer pipes going alongside. There is an old bridge. And of course, there is a ditch to cross. This job once again was done successfully within the constraints. IOCL KASPL project Ankleshwar. Here, one challenge was of course depth, but the other challenge was a mystery. And this is really an education for us. So we were not able to see what was happening, but after around 6 p.m., all the signals will get lost. Every single day. This was a hard rock job which continued for multiple days. And we have to stop every day at 6 p.m. because beyond that, it was not possible to drill. Our guess remains that there is some underground high tension cable which is going around and which must be getting charged in the night, creating a havoc. But in spite of our best efforts, we could not find the mystery of that interference. There were power lines, and the total depth at the deepest point was 27 meters plus. This job once again was done to the satisfaction of a customer without much of a problem. Falcon F2 with a band 16 and band 29 did this job effortlessly. Gujarat Gas, Kim region Surat, Ambition Industries and PD project. Once again, active interference, HT power lines, transmission lines, lined canal, RCC drainage, a bridge. With all this there, it was really easy to complete the job with the Falcon F2 transmitter, our latest Falcon F2 transmitter with the band 38 and band 7. Band 7 was used to go through passive interference of lined canal, whereas band 38 was used to take care of active interference. We have been talking about active and passive interference. Let's talk about these and see how these interferences impact on a job site. A typical job site has started, all these pinks are active interference, which is disturbing the signal, but still job is going on. And then a point comes when there is no signal. Traditional response, let's get a better transmitter, and you try to drill. However, very soon you realize that this is not enough. This also requires multiple transmitters. Now comes a Falcon F5 with a 1200 plus frequencies. And this 1200 plus frequency, so the first job here is to scan the job site, understand what is the profile of a job site, and see where it is how it is going to impact the drilling even before the job starts. As we are going through this, we are seeing that band 20 is supposed to be having almost the lowest of the interference. From our exit pit, we walk back to a point where the total interference remained the highest. And that highest point, the lowest bar of 20, band 20 is selected. Within this band 20, we select the 25 best frequencies which work at that point of time at that particular spot. Once the backup frequency of 11 is also selected, we pair the transmitter to a receiver, and here we have a unique receiver created for that specific job site, a precision tool for a precision drilling to complete the job within a time frame. We have also talked about passive interference and rebars couple of times. Let's observe how these impact the drilling. As you can see here, what is happening is, as the signal is going, signal is absorbed by the electromagnetic material, and then its own field is getting created. And what is happening then is that the front locate point looks different than where it should have been. In fact, what is interesting is not even, this fence is not even on the line of drilling, not exactly above the line of drilling, but still this fence is able to distort the magnetic signal and create havoc for drilling. And of course, drilling anything near a steel pipe, makes a steel pipe itself a source of a magnetic field, creating a problem. Now there is a solution with the sub-K transmitter, that is below 1000 Hertz frequency. And this below 1000 Hertz frequency is able to help us complete the job effortlessly in these circumstances, as the lower frequencies are much less impacted by the electromagnetic signal. And the job can be done rather easily all the way to the end, as these lower frequencies are impacted less, rather negligibly, by the active passive interference. With this, my friends, I end my presentation today and open the floor for questions, if any.
Hello everyone, welcome to No-Dig India Show 2020 Digital.
Hello ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, the world is facing a horrid time due to COVID-19, and the construction industry also has been adversely affected by this pandemic. There are many challenges that consulting firms are facing, like staff not attending office regularly, movement of people to project sites, deployment of staff on projects, day-to-day monitoring of projects, etc. MSV has visualized the challenges related to COVID, and we have created SOPs to work in these tough times. Barring a few cases, we have been successful in fighting this deadly disease and have continued to provide uninterrupted consultancy services. We reorganized and reoriented the company so that everyone remains in touch with all the team members at all times, electronically and digitally. Our head office staff was provided with laptops, internet access, Microsoft Teams and WebEx to conduct virtual meetings, exchange files and documents, and stay connected with the team from their respective homes. COVID-19 could not dampen our spirits, as more than 90% of our team members continued to stay at more than 100 plus project sites of MSV. Our HR department played a crucial role and regained the pace of work in a short time. Our head office and HR stayed in constant touch with our esteemed clients and provided feedback and monthly reports regularly. Innovative approach, good leadership and high motivation paid off well. During COVID times, MSV submitted bids on more than 200 projects, and we won more than 30 projects, adding to 150 crores in consulting fee from March 20 to October 2020, which is a great achievement. MSV took a landmark decision to curtail company profits and release additional financial resources to provide full salaries to all our 1400 plus staff and employees during these challenging times, to ensure that everybody has a smile on his face. I would now like to take this opportunity to talk about some of the irrigation and agriculture projects undertaken by MSV Inc. We have worked on irrigation projects world over, and most of our projects have been done in India, Africa and US. Some of the projects undertaken by the chairman of MSV, Mr. Malik, in United States are Smamish Canal modifications for the Department of Ecology in the state of Washington, USA. We also did a project for Up Lake Basin canal systems in Washington state. We also did modifications and extension of existing Wenatchee canal systems in the state of Washington. We have recently finished a project in Africa for design and construction supervision of irrigation schemes for a World Bank funded project in Ghana. We also completed 2 projects in India which were funded by the World Bank. The first one was the Andhra Pradesh community based tank management project and the Odisha community tank management project. I'll be talking about these projects in detail. We also provided consultancy services for construction supervision and quality assurance for reconditioning and rehabilitation of distributaries and miners in Bhatinda and Faridkot in Punjab. We have provided supervision and quality control services for Patiala Canal Division also. We did the Andhra Pradesh community-based tank management project and we provided third-party services. As per a World Bank study, the tank irrigation system in Andhra Pradesh is centuries old. Tank system structures were mostly constructed to support the basic human needs. Between 1999 and 2006, agriculture grew at 2.5% per year, with almost all growth coming from livestock and fishery subsectors. However, the crop subsector, which accounted for about 60% of the state's domestic production from agriculture, stagnated. Consecutive droughts and inadequate investments in irrigation were the key factors for poor agriculture performance. Farmers who did not have access to canal irrigation relied on surface irrigation from tanks for cultivation in addition to rainfall during the monsoon season. The state of Andhra Pradesh had the largest number of tanks, approximately 74,000, and the largest area irrigated by tanks in India. However, from 1999 to 2005, the state saw a steady decline in tank-based irrigation. From 1 million hectares, it was reduced to 0.5 million hectares due to lack of maintenance and increase in use of groundwater for irrigation. Most tanks were performing well below their capacity, and the percentage of actual area irrigated to potential created varied between 35 to 55% depending upon rainfall. The components and objectives of the project were institutional strengthening, to enable community-based institutions, water user association and fishing cooperative societies, farmers' interests assume greater responsibility for tank management and for improvement of tank-based agriculture livelihoods. Second was minor irrigation systems improvement to enhance the efficiency of water use in tank areas selected under the project. Activities to be undertaken fall under two subcomponents: tank system improvements, and objectives of the subcomponents were to improve the physical and operational performance of selected tank systems, then secure the safety of the tank structures, improve on farm water management and water use efficiency. Participatory groundwater management to enable groundwater users in those tank systems that are subject to groundwater stress to improve the management of their groundwater resources and thereby enhance their agriculture productivity. Thirdly was agriculture livelihood support services to enhance tank-based livelihoods by increasing production, productivity and profitability of the agriculture, horticulture, fisheries livelihood and other significant productive activities. MSV's role in the ACTMP project was repairing and rehabilitating almost 3,000 minor irrigation tanks with a command area greater than 40 hectares, covering 2.5 lakh hectares on a sustainable basis. MSV provided third-party quality control and quality assurance services for Unit 4 and Unit 5 for rehabilitation of the tank systems and implementation of tank safety remedial works under the AP CBTMP. The services provided by MSV on the Andhra Pradesh project were design review and review of project drawings to ensure that the quality of works along with workmanship is conforming to technical specification, to ensure sound construction procedures including deployment of state-of-the-art engineering instruments, to undertake monitoring of the quality of materials used, to carry out field tests required for assuring the quality, to suggest measures for rectifying the defects, to inspect the works and design aspects and suggest improvements, to check the accuracy of methodology and equipment used in QC labs, and to build capacities and provide professional training. The outcomes of ACTMP after we provided services to the Andhra Pradesh government were: firstly, agriculture and water productivity. Rice, paddy, maize, groundnuts and vegetables saw a productivity increase varying from 36% to 40% respectively against targets of 25 to 30%. So we exceeded the expectations. Water productivity calculated as crop output per unit of water from groundwater irrigation increased by almost 40%, exceeding the targets of 10%. Crop diversification. Rice paddy covered 75% of the cultivated area against a target of 66%, though results were better than expected in some drought prone areas. Marketing produce. The creation of commodity interest groups helped increase the final sale value of rice paddy, groundnut and maize by 9 to 17%. Fisheries. All the tank based fishing communities adopted improved fish production and harvesting techniques against a target of 80% fish productivity increased steeply by 324%. The project also generated employment of approximately 1 lakh fishers who were landless and belonged to weaker sections of the community. Now, the second important project that I would like to talk about is the Odisha Community Tank Management Project. A background of the project is the tank irrigation systems in Odisha are centuries old. The tank system structures were mostly constructed under the kingship to support the basic human needs of drinking. There were about 3,600 tanks in the state of Odisha. Government of Odisha, with funding from World Bank, undertook to repair and rehabilitate approximately 320 minor irrigation tanks having a command area of 40 hectares to 2,000 hectares under the Odisha State Community Tanks Management Project, OSCTMP. The project covered 64,000 hectares in 12 districts of Odisha and about 111 minor irrigation projects were proposed to be rehabilitated for QA/QC, and 55 were under the northern districts of Angul, Jharsuguda, Bahalgad and Balsavar. Now, the principles underlying the project design were a decentralized mechanism where the main tank beneficiaries play a productive role in planning, implementing and sustaining project interventions. The tank system rehabilitation work meets technical, quality and safety standards and pays adequate attention to social, environmental and fiduciary considerations to improve agriculture technology and practices. MSV played a crucial role in OCTMP project. MSV was hired as an expert consultant for this World Bank funded project to provide third-party quality control and quality assurance services for rehabilitation of the tank systems. MSV provided similar services that we provided for the Andhra Pradesh tank management project, which I just discussed in the previous slides. And here also there was a remarkable change in the overall productivity in crops in Odisha. With this, I would like to sincerely thank CIDC for giving us an opportunity to present our credentials in the irrigation and agriculture sector in this prestigious ICW Conference 2020. Thank you all. At the outside, we would like to congratulate CIDC for organizing one of the biggest online digital conferences which will benefit the construction industry as a whole. During COVID times, when movements are restricted to a big extent, the efforts of CIDC team is really commendable. We appreciate that the platform hosted so many professionals, experts, industry groups from the construction sector and allied industries who identified key issues for an intelligent discussion and at the same time shared their expertise through this platform. We thank CIDC team for encouraging us to participate in this mega digital event. We presented our vivid experience in numerous sectors of civil and agricultural engineering and also got an opportunity to share our rich experience and expertise in highway, irrigation and other related sectors. MSV believes in a partnering philosophy and have partnered with more than 200 firms from across the globe for taking up large infrastructure projects in India and abroad. We extend a warm welcome to the participants of ICW 2020 for joining hands with MSV for taking up large projects worldwide. With this, we once again thanks CIDC for organizing this mega event. It was our pleasure to be part of ICW 2020. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. My name is Sunil Mahajan. I'm additional DG of CIDC. After graduation from IIT Kanpur and with an MBA in between, 23 years in industry, I joined CIDC at the turn of the millennium, year 2000. This 5-day event is drawing to a close and we are heading towards the final session. I won't say concluding because construction is an unending activity. It is time to say thank yous and till we meet again. We don't believe in goodbyes. And why is that? Construction is a large field and needs to grow even larger and better. So everyone who has joined us in this event is forever on a part of our family. Anytime anybody wants to do anything for improvement or expansion of the industry, you are welcome. You are welcome to join hands with us, and we can mutually support each other for this purpose. Specifically in the agrotechnology and infrastructure sector, this was a steering group which was set up under the command of chairmanship of Padma Shri Professor Brahma Singh, who has also many other laurels to his name. And under his able leadership, we had superb presentations by Shri C. Devarajan, by Shri Pushkar Malik, Shri R.K. Singh, and Shri Lakshman Kumar Palata Singh. Shri Lakshman Kumar is a former Deputy Director of Agriculture in Epicol. Shri R.K. Singh is Project Coordinator in AI All India Coordinated Research Project on Plastic Engineering and Agricultural Structures, and also an expert in post-harvest engineering and technology. Mr. Pushkar Singh is the MD of MSD International India, an eminent company which is also highly involved in agriculture technology. And to top it all, we have our mentor, a guide for the entire event and otherwise for CIDC, Shri C. Devarajan. He is the MD of one of the largest construction companies in India, URC Construction, and has extensive interests in agriculture. He is one of the prime applicators of technology in construction in all his agriculture enterprises. We also had a session on air conditioning and refrigeration, which is going to play a very major part in when we expand our agricultural technology. We will need a series of cold chains, a series of climate controlled warehouses, and in fact I'll be coming to that later. The session and the steering group for this segment were headed by an IIT Kanpur graduate, Shri Vikram Murthy, who is a first generation entrepreneur and has expanded his business tremendously in air conditioning and refrigeration. We had the head of president of ISRE, Indian Society for Heating and Refrigeration and Air Conditioning, Shri Richi Mittal, who gave a very inspiring 5-minute speech. Mr. Shri Jitendra Bhambure, from Rama Manufacturers Association, Shri Vishal Kapoor also from ISRE, and Shri Ellen Krishna from Rama, and the president of RATA, that's the Traders Association. Rama is the Manufacturers Association. So we've had the representation of all the three associations of air conditioning people in India. The national president of Mr. RATA gave an amazing and inspiring delivery, which you must have seen, and it will be available for you to see again. We also had some very good papers in the UN-sponsored Sustainable Development Goals. Bhaskar Chatterjee, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, former Secretary MCA, is one of the leading figures in this field, and his delivery was, of course, quite impressive. We also had deliveries from Shri Asim Kumar, head Asia Pacific Resource for Responsible Business at the UN Compact Network, Global Compact Network in India. Some good representations also came from Shri G.L. Narayan and Ms. Anupama Kohli. While we come to the concluding part of this event, I cannot but thank our technical team, for whom this was the first time experience of holding such a mega event on a virtual platform. Though I do have a reservation regarding the viewer counter, even with our 300 to 400 employees watching, the numbers shown were in the low double digits. From our accounts, more than 3,000 to 4,000 students were logged in at any time, much less than the 400 to 500 experts. So a total of around 12,000 to 13,000 people eventually registered. The exact numbers will be known shortly. And to end on a positive note, may I mention that we are considering publication of the entire proceedings. There are discussions are on with certain publishers, and of course the presenters and the authors will be contacted before anything is finalized. Thank you, and please stay safe.
Very good evening to all. My name is S.N. Moti Vadadi. I am Director of Finance at CIDC. Friends, we are all aware of the situation the industry is facing due to the damages caused by the pandemic. In these tough times, all the stakeholders, be it the industry as such, or the academia, central and state government organizations, PSUs, private industry, and most importantly, the young budding talent across the globe, all must come together to raise concerns and seek possible solutions to these problems. CIDC, being a nodal council established jointly by the Planning Commission and Indian construction industry, decided to launch India Construction Week, a weekly conference scheduled on 1st to 5th December 2020 to provide a wise platform to all the stakeholders across the globe so we can discuss, deliberate, and share the thoughts on a common platform. Various sectional committees were formed to ensure detailed deliberations on each sector. Each committee was chaired and co-chaired by senior industry captains, and other eminent persons are the members of the committee. To name a few, Sectional Steering Committee, Construction Chemicals, Chair Mr. Sanjay Bahadur, CEO, Pidilite Industries Limited, and co-chaired by Mr. Himanshu Kapadia along with Mr. Samir Sullakar. Sectional Steering Committee, Construction Equipment Machinery, Chair Mr. Ranjit More, Universal Machinery and Equipment. Sectional Steering Committee, Nigeria, Chair Mrs. Janet, Chairperson Governing Council of NITD, Nigeria. Sectional Steering Committee, Australia, Chair Mr. Greg McKello, Owner and Chief Executive Officer, Dynamic Learning Services Private Limited. Sectional Steering Committee, Chartered and Works Accounts, Chair Mr. Manmohan Agarwal. Sectional Steering Committee, Media, Chair Mrs. Uma Iyer Ravla, Media Advisor, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The committee, led by the chairpersons, had elaborate discussions over a period of 2 months and came out with suitable structural programs for their respective committees. Many eminent speakers spanning across relevant subjects have submitted brilliant papers highlighting the problems being faced by the industry and came out with possible solutions. CIDC is in the process of summarizing the findings of various committees and will come out with a broad framework to be submitted before the authorities concerned. I wholeheartedly thank all the speakers, chairpersons, members of the various committees for putting in a lot of hard work to ensure the successful achievement of objectives of the seminar. I also extend my warm gratitude to all the sponsors, including MSV International, Abanna Constructions, Indian Gas Limited, to name a few, for providing financial support for the successful conduct of the conference. Jai Hind. Thank you all.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a pleasure connecting to you. I'm sure you must have enjoyed the ICW 2020 sessions over the last 5 days. As they say, all good things come to an end. But believe me, this good thing will continue. Yes, you heard it right. ICW 2020, the platform that has been created, will be live for the next 3 months and maybe beyond. So all the exhibitors, all the sponsors, all the speakers who have contributed and joined us on this platform, be sure that you remain connected, because there is a plethora of things that we plan to do on this as we move forward. Times have been tough. But then, as they say, that when the times are tough, the tough get going. And that has been amply demonstrated by all of you during the last week. As elaborated earlier, we had almost 28 sectional themes for this conference. And we had a lot of sectional committee meetings as a build-up to this event. And now finally, when this 5-day event is coming to an end, we have generated a lot of thought on the table. We have deliberated, we have collaborated, we have cooperated, and all the sessions basically had some invigorating papers where authors and speakers have put forth their views, and people have shared their comments, their feedback, people have had their queries, and all of this would lead to a consolidated mass of thoughts and ideas which we plan to convert into many touch points in the future, where all of us will again collaborate from time to time, maybe through working groups, maybe through sectional committee meetings, or maybe through smaller focused events where we can actually spread more awareness about that thought or the practice, and again collaborate and create something which is of replicable value to the entire construction industry. As you know, this event has focused on the entire spectrum of the construction industry, where various sectional themes have done their piecemeal, and then this is going to be put together in a form of a report that will be delivered to all stakeholders as recommendations. All of you. Now, I'm extremely thankful to two very nice men who chaired two of my sectional committees, one on emerging technologies for construction and infrastructure, and the other one on energy, power, oil and gas. I'm thankful to Dr. P.R. Swaroop, Director General CIDC, for having spared his valuable time and chaired the sectional committee for emerging technologies in infrastructure and construction. Thank you so much, Dr. Swaroop, for all your wisdom, guidance, support throughout the sectional committee meetings, and for helping us put together this session. And I am thankful to Shri Balraj Joshi ji, former CMD NHPC Limited, for having contributed in a similar manner for the Committee on Energy, Power, Oil and Gas. I am thankful in the emerging technologies. We had a plethora of papers, and I thank each individual speaker who has contributed to the intellectual capital for this committee. Engineer Vivek Nayak, Shri Sharan Grover and Shri Harsh Vardhan Verma from Hilti, Shri Aditya Jain from Twasta Manufacturing Solutions, Professor Santosh Kapuria from CSIR Structural Engineering Research Center, Shri Sunil Prabhakar from Building Architecture and Engineering Chennai, popularly known as BAE, Shri Himanshu Ujjwal Singh and Shri Nandan Mishra from Algo 8, Shri Sunny Surlekar from Assess Buildchem Private Limited, Professor N. Raghavan and Dr. Manu Santhanam from IIT Madras, Ms. Anupama Kohli and Shri Ashit Goyal from Anupama and Associates, Faridabad. Thank you so much, all of you. All your contributions, it is all because of your contributions that we had a very good and invigorating session for the Emerging Technologies group. Similarly, we had some very notable contributions from Shri Sunil Gupta, BSES Yamuna Power Limited, Delhi, Dr. Gopal Dhawan, who is the founder of Dr. Dhawan Academy of Geologists, Shri Nandan Mishra from Algo 8, Professor J.L. Narayan, who is a former bureaucrat and a management consultant presently, and Ms. Anupama Kohli from Anupama Kohli and Associates for the energy, power, oil and gas sector. So, apart from all our valuable speakers, from esteemed speakers, we had a host of other great minds collaborating during the sectional committee meetings who contributed immensely to the development of the thought, the idea, and you saw the execution. All this during the times of disruptions, as they say, that change, they used to say that the change is the only constant, but today it seems the pandemic has taught us that disruption is the only constant. So the only way forward is that all of us need to align ourselves with the new normal. We need to scale up our capabilities. We need to actually change many of the things that we've been doing and align them with technology. As disruption happens, emerging technologies are there to support you. So these two things need to be, the disruption needs to be aligned with technology, and you need to do some crystal ball gazing to see the next bend in the road. All this could not have been possible without the able support of our sponsors. I must thank people and patrons from Apple Chemie India Private Limited, Ircon International Limited, Gulf P Global Asphalt, GR Infra Projects Limited, Sudhakar Pipes and Fittings, Afcons Infrastructure Limited, Shaporji and Palanji, Fenesta Windows, Building Architecture and Engineering Chennai, and CQRA Pune for their wholehearted support and financial support that they have provided to this event. Going forward, I request all of you to keep yourself abreast with the latest that would be happening in your groups. We've already had the WhatsApp group, and that's we try to basically keep you updated through that communication. And off and on, we would also be writing detailed mails and talking on phone so that the connect remains intact. So whatever your thoughts, whatever your feedback, whatever queries you have, do share with us, and that will help us in basically forming the agenda going forward in the next year. This event has taught us that the theme that we had in mind, revival of the construction industry post-COVID. The COVID, it's not over as yet, but then we've had despair and then we have a lot of hope. Perhaps the vaccine is on the cusp of delivery, and soon we may have a medication as well. But all along, during the pandemic, one thing that all of you have done is work on your immunities, build your systems to fight the pandemic. And that is what these events are meant for, so that we all contribute in thought and process, and we strengthen the construction industry per se through our contributions, through creating replicable best practices. So wonderful people, thank you so much for your contributions to the event, and I wish you season's greetings and best wishes for a very happy new year in advance. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of you. I am Rajiv Jain, Director Training CIDC. Time doesn't stop is a universal truth, and we have to manage our activities in accordance to the movement of time. I am happy to share that with the support and active participation of all of you, we could manage this 5-day mega event well within time. The learned speakers from around the country and around the globe have shared their experiences on different aspects of construction industry, and also they have shared during the crisis of this ongoing pandemic how their respective countries are managing to cope this current crisis. The event had multiple parallel conference tracks, and I had been personally coordinating steering committees on 3 of the important tracks. These were concrete technology, real estate, and skilling initiatives in India. I must say, the concrete chairmen of these committees have put in their best efforts to bring in the most desirable topics for deliberation and the most competent experts to talk about these issues. I am sure the delegates and the participants must have enjoyed the sessions of their interest. Let me share with you all that technical presentations will remain active on this portal for yet another 2 months, and the presentations you have missed could be enjoyed again at your convenience anytime during this period. All the queries you might have may be directly emailed to the respective speakers and copied to CIDC. The details of individual speakers are available in the archives on this portal. Now, while concluding my talk, I hereby acknowledge the most humble contribution and untiring efforts of Dr. S.K. Manjrekar, Managing Director, Sunanda Specialty Coatings Private Limited, who had chaired Steering Committee on Concrete Technology. Also, Shri B.D. Mundra, Chairman and Managing Director, Simplex Infrastructure Limited, who had chaired Steering Committee on Skilling Initiatives. I am also thankful to Shri Velamati Ramnath, Chairman Andhra Pradesh RERA, and he chaired the Steering Committee on Real Estate. I am deeply thankful to all the 42 speakers from India and abroad for sharing their valuable knowledge and contribution on concrete technology and post-COVID recovery mechanism adopted in their respective countries with all our participants. Further, my heartfelt thanks goes to all the learned speakers for enlightening us on issues related to skilling initiatives and changed dynamics in the era of COVID-19. I am also grateful to the learned speakers for raising the issues related to the real estate sector and proposing their viewpoints on how to amicably resolve all these issues. I am also thankful to all the sponsors and exhibitors. In particular, my thanks goes to Andhra Pradesh RERA, Himachal Pradesh RERA, Chhattisgarh RERA, and Ardex Endura for their valuable contributions as sponsors. Last but not the least, I wish to thank all the participants, my colleagues, for their active and untiring efforts to make this event a great grand success. Thank you all, stay safe and remain connected. Jai Hind.
Good day to all. Now that we have concluded both the sessions on disaster management, I'd like to place on record my sincere thanks to all the experts for providing us insight in this post-COVID scenario. However, with the presentations, we have come to realize that COVID is not the only thing to be worried about in these times. There are other disasters which have been identified, solutions given, and also the action points have been discussed. I'd like to thank our experts, Dr. Chandan Ghosh, who is also the chairman of the steering committee, and he delivered the presentation on disaster resilient construction, a step towards sustainable habitat. Mr. Amandeep Garg spoke upon how construction sector could help in disaster mitigation and contribute for the growth of the nation. Dr. Krish Chandra shared his experience on owner-driven construction houses. Mr. Rajendra Desai spoke about building artisan education program and also on retrofitting of museum rebuilding, why and how. Dr. Nilima Satyam told us about advances in ground improvement biogeotechniques of granular soils. Dr. Pramod Deshpande spoke on risk assessment and risk management approach for construction business in the post-COVID scenario. Dr. Abhijit Ganguly delivered his presentation on non-destructive testing and concrete infrastructure industry. And Engineer Vijay Gupta spoke on disaster management, whereas Dr. Hemant Kumar Vinayak shared his thoughts on construction beyond municipal boundaries of Himachal Pradesh, which was really an issue of concern. Mr. S.K. Dhawan spoke on construction management issues. I'm sure we all learnt a lot on mitigation of disasters and how to move forward development of the society. It is my pleasure to share with you that these presentations will be on the site for the next 3 months. I look forward to having all the queries and suggestions on these topics, especially from the students to enable taking knowledge forward. We could also focus on specific programs where knowledge is needed, so I will look forward to your queries on special programs that we can conduct. Thanks a lot for all of you to being with us. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Rajiv Jain, Director Training CIDC. I believe all of you have enjoyed all the technical sessions and it has been a great learning experience for all of you. As we are about to conclude this mega international event, I would like to place on record my heartfelt thanks to all the steering committee chairmen, esteemed committee members, all the speakers, sponsors and exhibitors, and all of you dear participants. In particular, I wish to thank on behalf of my colleague Mr. Deepak Majumdar, who had been coordinating a few important steering committees. The steering committee on cement was chaired by Mr. Sanjay Bathur, Chief Special Initiatives Officer, Ultratech Cement Limited. He has provided valuable guidance and also highlighted the core issues related to cement industry in India. We express our heartfelt gratitude for him to spare his valuable time and chairing this important committee. We also thank the esteemed committee members who gave their critical inputs to make this track of conference more interesting and meaningful. I am confident that the deliberations will go a long way in highlighting the role of Indian cement industry in the revival of construction industry post-pandemic. I am also thankful to Mr. Y.P. Kajale, Vice President, Engineering Planning and Design, BG Shirke Construction Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Kajale chaired the steering committee on prefab construction and pre-engineered buildings. My thanks goes to Mr. P.V. Rao, who co-chaired this committee and provided the insights of the issues concerning prefab industry. In total, there were 16 speakers for this track of conference. The steering committee on steel was chaired by none other than Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, who is Chairman SAIL, and the committee was also coordinated by Shri Gauri Shankar Dubey, former ED SAIL. The committee discussed the methodology for increasing the consumption of steel in real estate and infrastructure sector. It was suggested that while formulating any projects, the life cycle cost component must be considered invariably. Presenters also discussed about waste management in integrated steel plant for manufacturers. Usage of steel was recommended for rural housing and agro sector. In total, there were 12 speakers in the steel track of conference. I am thankful to all the speakers. Special thanks to Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary for his valuable guidance and support. I am also thankful to Mr. Gauri Shankar Dubey for coordinating with the speakers. My thanks to all the esteemed members of the committee and all the speakers and participants. There was another group on international collaboration. It was constituted to create a forum aiming at global partnership, especially amongst the countries in Asian region for knowledge sharing and technology transfer, etc. The group constitutes members, especially from Asia Construct member countries, and invites and support to explore areas of mutual cooperation on the theme revival of construction industry post-COVID-19 by understanding the strategies adopted by the respective countries and policies adopted by respective governments to tackle this ongoing pandemic. The group was chaired by Dr. P.R. Swaroop, who is DG CIDC, and the prominent members include representatives from Hong Kong Polytechnic University, CSDB Indonesia, Philippines Academy of Managers for Construction and Cities, Vietnam CIDA, Sri Lanka, Philippines Overseas Construction Board, Embassy of Philippines, SPIU Uttar Pradesh, Samrat Ashok Technological Institute, Vidisha. The following important issues were discussed during this track of conference. Effect of COVID, how Asia Construct member countries are handling the pandemic and how the experience could be useful to each other. Human resources, shortage of labor, skill training were among some of the major issues. Industry perspective, recommendations for policy change post-COVID, global scenario, and adoption of new technology and good practices. I am confident that the International Collaboration Group will take a lead in providing the blueprint for action and way forward for the revival of construction industry in Asian region and globally by creating better opportunities and finding cost-effective solutions through infrastructure development, revising procurement practices, capacity building, and so on. I thank the chairman and members of the committee for sharing their knowledge and providing inputs for taking it forward. We also express our thanks for the patronage of our sponsors, without which this conference could not have been successful. My thanks goes to Institute of Lean Construction Excellence, JK Cement Limited, BG Shirke Construction Technologies Private Limited, URC Construction Private Limited, Steel Authority of India, Dextra Group, Ultratech Cement Limited, Ready Mix Concrete Manufacturers Association. Lastly, I would like to remind you that the pandemic is still on. Take care of yourself, keep learning and improving the living spaces around the world. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
I'm sure at the end of it, we would be able to have clear action plans for the central, the state government and the stakeholders to move ahead. I take this opportunity to profusely thank the Goa government for its support and sincerely appreciate the tremendous efforts put in by Dr. Swaroop and his team, including Mr. Samir Sulakar and Mr. Rasik Naik, in organizing and making this event happen. Finally, on behalf of Vibrant Goa Foundation, I would like to wish all the delegates the very best and hope you will have a highly productive conference. Thank you all.
On behalf of Construction Industry Development Council and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, I, Pawan Kumar Mishra, Additional Director, would like to express our sincere gratitude to all who have contributed directly or indirectly to organize India Construction Week 2020. India Construction Week 2020 has been divided in several streams to cover the entire spectrum of construction. Academia is one of them. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor P.K. Garg, Vice Chancellor, former Vice Chancellor, Uttarakhand Technical University, and Professor IIT Roorkee for his humble but great leadership to organize the academia stream of the ICW 2020. Professor Govind Pandey, co-chairman of the steering committee, and the other members of the steering committee like Professor Santosh Kapuria, Director CSIR FERC Chennai, Professor N. Gopal Krishnan, Director CSIR CBRI Roorkee, Professor Manu Santhanam, IIT Madras, Professor Bharat Lohani, IIT Kanpur, Professor Rajan Chaudhary, IIT Guwahati, Professor J.S. Chauhan, Director SATI Vidisha, Professor Chandan Das, IIT Jammu, Dr. Anil Kumar, SPA, SPIU, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Ajay Chaurasia, CSIR, CBRI, Roorkee, Dr. M.K. Srimali, NIT Jaipur, Dr. P.K. Ramcharala, Triple IT, Hyderabad, Dr. Ramkrishna Baig, IIT Patna, Professor Aldo T.I., IIT Bombay, Dr. Nilima Satyam, IIT Indore, Professor Devendra Mohan, IIT VHU Varanasi, Professor N. Raghavan, IIT Madras, Professor Farad Das, IIT ISN Dhanbad, Dr. Avijit Ganguly, IIT Tirupati, Dr. R. N. Khare, Principal, VSC, Lakhanpur, Chhattisgarh. All these are the members of the steering committee and they have contributed a lot. They have spared their very, very valuable time to organize successfully the India Construction Week 2020. We are very thankful to our National Action Group chaired by Professor J.S. Chauhan and other members in Action Group. We are privileged to share that the professor and senior faculties from almost all IITs, all NITs and very great institutions are the member of our National Action Group. Our sincere thanks to all of them for their very active roles in the India Construction Week 2020. We are privileged to inform that more than 10,000 academicians, faculties and students have been actively participated in the ICW 2020. We are also very thankful to all speakers. We have received more than 50 technical presentations from, again I am repeating, from almost all IITs, NITs and big institutions from all states of the nation, from all parts of the nation. We have received the technical presentation. We are very thankful to the contributors, to the speakers for sparing their valuable time, for sharing their very great and valuable information and knowledge. We are very grateful to all of them for their active participation. We are very thankful to state project implementation units, especially Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan and Himachal Pradesh for their coordination with institutions, faculties and students and for providing the opportunities to the students to have support, financial support from the TechUp funds. We are very grateful to all of them. We are really very grateful to all of them. Thanks to all. Dear Sir and Madam, I, Pawan Kumar Mishra, Additional Director, CIDC, is expressing this sort of thanks message on behalf of Professor O.P. Gupta, VSM, Acting Registrar, CISE. Respected Dr. Udesh Kohli, Chairman, CISE, and Dr. P.R. Swarup, Member Secretary, CISE, dignitaries for the valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to get an opportunity to thank you all on my behalf and on behalf of CISE in the capacity of Acting Registrar, CISE, on the concluding day of the 5 days events India Construction Week 2020 Digital Conference and Exhibition. This event consists of several segments including CIDC, CIAC, dispute resolutions and arbitration. There are 30 papers on negotiations, mediations and arbitrations, including 3 from foreign, USA, Ms. Aina Duggal, and Singapore, Barrister Jamshed Piru, Advocate Dr. Renu Rao London, and all the states and union territories from India. The videos presented are from veterans in their own fields like town planning, architecture, chartered accountants and income tax, litigations and ADR, joint venture disputes, online dispute resolution, how to make India an international arbitration hub, methodology to be adopted for dispute resolution post-COVID-19, critical analysis of arbitration acts and its amendments, contract law and its drawbacks, remedies, and so on. I would like to thank all the authors, speakers, and members of the organizing team of the event for 5 days in the front row and in the green room, particularly Mr. Anand. I especially thanks to Engineer A.P. Radhakrishnan, Chennai, for getting principal partner AFCONS, and Engineer H.K. Verma, Coordinator Odisha, for arranging messages of Honorable Governor, Honorable Chief Minister, and Honorable Minister of Panchayat Raj of Odisha. Heartfelt thanks to all 284 impaneled arbitrators and mediators and 20 coordinators from states from North, East, West, and South, PSUs, and professionals for their wholehearted support and participations. I will be failing in my responsibility if I don't thank to Dr. Niranjan Sarup, Dr. Suchita Kumar, Engineer P.K. Mishra, Ms. Lakshmi, and Ms. Jyomiti for their relentless support. My sincere thanks to them. CIAC appeal and impress upon all the government departments and PSUs for encouraging institutional arbitration for dispute resolutions by incorporating such CIAC arbitration clause in their contract documents, because CIAC is pride and reputed arbitral institution in India. CIAC further requests all the stakeholders that 2 tiers arbitration clause be not provided in the contract, particularly in international contracts, because the same is not in the interest of any party and India. I would like to express my sincere thanks, my sincere gratitude to all of them, Thanks, Professor O.P. Gupta, VSM, Acting Registrar, CIAC. Thanks to all.
Dear friends, a very good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants and delegates to this very important topic, reviving construction industry in the post-COVID world, jointly organized by CIDC and the industry. We have all seen this unprecedented global pandemic striking us in early 2020 and bringing the global economic scenario towards standstill. The crisis, one of the largest since the Great Depression, impacted all countries, rich and poor, developed, undeveloped, and emerging economies. Millions of people have already been infected by this COVID crisis and across various geographies, and few lakhs have not survived to see the post-COVID world. This has greatly impacted government fiscal situations. Companies have had to change their business models. Social issues of growing unemployment, reducing earnings, expenses on healthcare and social security, etc., have altered the buying behavior of consumers. Certain sectors like tourism, hospitality, airlines, etc., have been hit very hard. However, every such major disruption is an opportunity to bring about a change in business models, recast plans, revamp supply chains, develop new products to cater to a new emerging market. Innovation, adoption, and adaptation are key elements to look at the new normal. We have seen work from home, radical increase in digital intervention, use of technology to drive e-commerce, use of digital platforms like Zoom and Microsoft Teams to connect globally, etc., have all grown in geometric proportions. Having seen this crisis, the construction sector has also witnessed some very challenging times. The sector saw crashing of the construction work on sites. In fact, the lockdown in March and April saw all construction activities coming to a standstill. Factories had to stop production, supply chains got stuck, huge inventory of unsold stocks, rising working capital, and a financial crisis being faced by the industry. The steep fall in the financial markets, which was witnessed, the stock markets crashed world over on the fears of uncertainty and financial crisis. The first 3 months were frightening, uncertain, and fearful. There was drastic reduction in spending, consumer behaviors. In fact, most people were seeing this gloomy situation, and they were wanting to curb all extra expenses to save for the future. However, after 3 months, that is after July end, August, certain green shoots were visible. And I think this was a result of the ability of human nature to adopt and adapt very fast. I think the first 3 months were basically adoption and adoption of new techniques to survive and to work. Now, the cement and concrete industry has also been no exception. Like any other industry which was impacted, the cement and concrete industry also went through this gloomy situation. In March end, when the crisis struck, plants got stopped. There was huge inventory on road, on rails, especially of cement, and so that really created a panic situation because people were uncertain as to what to do. But thanks to the very agile nature of mankind, I think everybody came together, put their heads together, and came out with solutions to really tide away this situation. Today morning I have a panel of very distinguished and experienced experts from the cement and concrete world. We have Mr. S.V. Patil, who is the head of RMC Ready Mix Concrete and Key Accounts Business at Ultratech. Mr. Ramesh Joshi, who is the current president of the Ready Mix Concrete Association of India and also a senior vice president with Ultratech. He's been a pioneer with the Ready Mix Concrete division of Ultratech and been with this division for the past 20 years. We have Mr. Atul Desai, who is the executive director and CEO of RMC India, which is again a very large concrete company operating in India, pan-India operations. And we have Mr. A.K. Jain, who is well known in the field of concrete and cement technology. He has spent most of his time in the military engineering services and then later on with Ultratech as a consultant. I welcome all the panelists to today's discussion, and I would request you to kindly take us through 4 major events which have happened. How has the cement and concrete industry come out of this gloomy situation? How will the cement and concrete sector be a strong partner to India's dream of a $5 trillion economy? The third question would be, what changes are we seeing in consumer demand and consumer behavior, new innovations, new products and technology, and the use of green cement, that is the increasing use of blended cement? And if you have to sum up the entire thing, what are the key learnings of this crisis, which will actually go a long way in really enabling other industries or other related construction sector people to see as to what all has happened in the cement and concrete world, and if there are any learnings which can be implemented or used by the other sectors. So on that, I would like to welcome the panelists and take this discussion forward. Thank you, and I hope all of you have a fantastic time in this conference. It's a great event, and I think it will give an opportunity for all of us to discuss what the future lies in store. Thank you.
My name is Samir Sullakar. I represent the construction chemical industry, which is directly dependent on construction industry, be it infrastructure or real estate. What a grand show we had in India Construction Week. Fantastic response. First of all, I congratulate Dr. P.R. Swaroop for conceptualizing such a cross-functional and multi-pronged program during these tough times with a view to revive the economy. A timely initiative, a great work, a great thinking. We had excellent contents on all forums, like in the construction chemical session, in concrete session, in emerging technologies session, in skilling, in machineries, as well as machineries and other related topics. We now have a collection of ideas and technologies put forward by professionals, academicians, and experts, which can form a base for developing a blueprint to revive the economy in days to come. I appreciate very hard work put by CIDC team as well as the team of Indian Society of Trenchless Tunneling for the No Dig show with excellent coordination and follow-ups, and this was the reason for the grand success that we had. Event of such a nature, it was on a large canvas and we have done very well. This initiative is just a beginning or a first step towards working on our common goal of revival of economy, which is very important for our industries not only survive in days to come, but also to flourish and get back to the olden times, or the golden times now you can say. Congratulations to the organizers for grand success of India Construction Week 2020 and No Dig Show. Great contribution to civil engineering industry, as well as this was an excellent forum for students for learning and absorbing about new technologies which they can use in their internship programs, and maybe they can even add in their curriculum at the college and the postgraduate and doctoral levels. And these topics can be also used for skill development. Some technologies which we covered, they can be used by young engineers to turn into entrepreneurs. With the training and with the machineries and the other type of techniques and knowledge about materials, they can be a good entrepreneurs, because it is nowadays in this time getting jobs is a bit difficult, and this is a low entry field. So I wish also the student fraternity and the new engineers all the best. At the end of the day, it was a great show. It was an excellent show, and we really had a great learning experience. Congratulations to all involved. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. I'm Himanshu Kapadia, and today I'll be discussing some of the smart systems for building envelope. Let me try to share my screen with you so you can see the content. What we are including today is some high productivity waterproofing systems, how to get comfort at lower energy cost with insulation systems, peculiarity of the precast structures, and based on what we discussed, setting the tone for future. The challenges we are faced with today are linked to a shortage of everything we have around us. Shortage of money, shortage of time, shortage of skilled laborers, and on top of it, a lot more freedom demanded by our designers, because we keep changing the usage of the building even before it is constructed. You're constructing a commercial building, and then midway you decide to convert it into the hotel, or you decide to put a swimming pool in the basement or a jogging track on an intermediate floor. All these challenges demand different solutions than what we have been doing, and yet we have to keep our eye on the capital employed. And needless to say, earlier we complete the project and operationalize, better is the return on the capital employed. When it comes to waterproofing, our age-old practice is to use the stone cladding or mud fusca or the brick beds. They are all very slow and inefficient systems. A crew of 10 to 15 produces just about 100 or 150 square meters in a day, and the overall operation can take as much as 2 weeks to complete. Of course, there have been changes with time. We have had other chemical systems coming in, which you have to brush apply or roller apply or torch on, but none of them are either as efficient or long lasting. Modern chemistry solutions allow us to adopt new methods, for example, spray applied materials, where just a crew of 4 people can do about 1000 square meters in a day. So 1/4 of the skilled labor required to do almost 5 to 6 times of application in a day's time. Various solutions available. I would pick one for discussion today, which is polyurea hybrids. From acrylic cementitious material, we moved on to polyurethanes long time ago, which had great amount of flexibility, but not so good mechanical property. And then came hot applied polyurea with great mechanical property, but not so much flexibility. A hybrid which combines the advantages of both can last for as much as 25 years, 30 years. It can be applied much faster. This will be my proposal for today. But the story does not end here. It's also connected to the installation. Material alone can only give you a certain amount of assurance. The installation capability is another big factor in successful waterproofing application. When the leakage takes place, your installer, provided you have a good installer, will come and seal the leakage. But water has already entered. If it is an infrastructure project designed for 100 years or 120 years life, the deterioration of the structure has already started, the reinforcement corrosion starts, and your expected service life comes down. If you're running a hotel, as I'm presenting in this case here, which is based on a real case in Bangalore some time ago, 20 leaking rooms ended up having 2.3 crore cost in repairs, refurbishment, and loss of revenue for 3 months. The devil is in detail. A good installer understands how to terminate joints, how to use the right material in the right way. Our clients often look at the warranty paper while deciding the installer, but warranty is just a paper. It cannot prevent all other losses if the leakage takes place. So we have to be very careful while evaluating the capabilities of the installer. Let's move on to another important aspect, which is the energy consumption. We know the impact of climate changes. Summers are getting hotter, winters are getting colder. There's flood taking place even in the cities where the water table used to be very, very low in the earlier times. We build urban heat islands. I'm sure you all know about this term, where the tall buildings, dense infrastructure increases the ambient temperature by as much as 6 to 8 degrees compared to rural areas. Now the whole world is talking about reducing the carbon footprint and bringing back the climate or having the climate control to stop further deterioration. India has also signed into these global protocols, and in turn, our government, our controlling agencies have also come up with measures. So ECBC, for example, has come up with their guidelines to reduce the energy consumption into the buildings. The ECBC guidelines primarily divided into 3 different categories of codes depending on the location, type of building, and the primary code, the ECBC guidelines, are mandatory if the commercial structure, commercial building has at least 100 kilowatt of the connected load. What these guidelines prescribe? They prescribe U value, which in a way is the measure of energy consumption per unit volume of the building. Certain building types, for example, hotel or the hospitals where the air conditioning runs 24 hours, the requirement is even stiffer. And this is progressively being made stiffer. So we are looking at 2 aspects waterproofing and the insulation to reduce the energy consumption in the building both at the same time. The insulation can be achieved by using a variety of materials. On this slide, on the right side, I'm showing you a chart which gives the efficiency of different types of insulation material. Polyurethane foam, puff as we call it, is the most efficient insulation material available today. What you can see here is the other materials or the thickness of the other materials required to meet the same insulation property as polyurethane puff. A 50 millimeter of the foam gives the same insulation as 1.8 meters thickness of big bed coba. Of course, we won't do that much thickness, and all other materials in between. And where do we apply these materials? Do we do it above the deck or below the deck? The best answer is to do it above the deck, because you are preventing the heat penetrating
including CIDC,
into the substrate roof material. Of course, if done under deck, not only we don't prevent the heat coming in, but also it's a lot of inconvenience depending on the usage of the area where the underdeck insulation is done. I remember a case a long time ago when I was just new into the civil engineering industry. The organization where I was working, we had to reconstruct the whole roof slab where the underdeck insulation was done. The leakage from top accumulated between the insulation and the roof slab, corroded the whole reinforcement, and it resulted into replacement of the slab. As I mentioned earlier, the combined waterproofing and insulation for the maximum effect is the best way forward. For the commercial structures, a combination of good waterproofing material like the polyurea spray and PUF with about 50 kg per cubic meter density, closed cell content of 90 to 95% is the best solution. In about 50 to 80 millimeter thickness, you can achieve desired results. And where the demand is not so high, we can also use thin sprays of slightly higher density of foam. Now, the advantage of this higher density foam, roughly about 60 kg per cubic meter, is that it itself is also a waterproofing layer. So say about 10 to 30 millimeter thickness will give desired result, saving 40 to 80% of the heat gain. Let me show you a video which shows the spray of this thin applied higher density foam. Great. The building envelope is not complete if we don't talk about the walls. The roof and the wall together is the source of almost 70% of the heat gain. I understand there's another presentation on walling systems, the external insulation and finishing systems in this conference. So I'll not get into the details. I'm proud to show you the picture of this hospital in Faridabad, which used about 6,000 square meters of external insulation on the walls. Let's move on to another trend for rapid construction, which is precast. Saves considerable time. We started long time ago replacing element by element in a cast in situ structure, the columns, and then came the beams, then came slabs, and now we are having even the bathroom pods and the three-dimensional structures like staircase. So a building is actually being built like a Lego system. What challenges it poses for the leakage prevention? It's not only the thermal stresses, but also the deflection, which starts becoming a big consideration while designing waterproofing for the precast structures. We have one more challenge. In the precast structures, work once done determines how good is going to be the performance during the service life. Extremely difficult to find the source of leakage after the structure has been put to use. So design, in fact, the waterproofing also has to be designed with the same level of seriousness as the precast structure. And we also see what is happening in the market at the moment. To save time, our constructors convert from the cast in situ to the precast structure, but every other specification remains almost similar. So the same waterproofing which was chosen for the cast in situ structure goes into the precast structure, and then we have incorporated problems right from the day one. What essentially precast structure demands is the greater flexibility in everything we use. The joints are extremely important. They need to be sealed with flexible materials, multiple types available. I'm talking about here polyester, thermoplastic, elastomeric material for precast joints. They are embedded in the PUR system, the PUR waterproofing systems, which you apply for waterproofing. We have to ensure that we use flexible tile adhesives and we use bond breaking tapes on the corners. So talking to installer and talking to the material supplier right at the time of structure is a prudent way of sealing the precast structures. Having covered the aspects of waterproofing, energy saving using insulation, and the critical aspects of precast, I would come to the end and summarize what we discussed. The industry mega trends, if I had to capture in 4 words, these are safety, durability, productivity, and sustainability. And then the owners have to juggle with the aspects of time, money, and resources while taking decision on any system being used. The result of this mega trend in the way we will do the selection and apply materials in future is looking at the productivity, mechanized methods, old systems like brick-bat COBA being replaced with high productivity systems like polyurethane, polyurea, spray applied systems. Far bigger focus on energy saving. In fact, my recommendation also to the government would be to upgrade all the buildings and reduce energy consumptions. While I was posted in Singapore and looking after the business in China, I was involved in the projects having millions of square meters of external insulation being done onto the government buildings, only because China also wants to show to the world that they are serious about the climate change. Durability plays important role, and we must start looking at the life cycle cost and not just the initial cost. The capability score for installers, they should be incorporated in the vendor selection and not just the lowest price. That would be a pragmatic approach. And then the aspect of sustainability, increasing use of materials locally produced so that we have lower carbon footprint, less emissions in carting the material to the project sites, lower toxicity, material having less volatile content, new and environment friendly construction practices. So precast, for example, not only saves time but also reduces less dust. I think for today's discussion we can end here. I'm always available if you have any questions. Thank you very much and have a good conference.
Respected Dr. Udesh Kohli, Chairman CIAC, Dr. P.R. Saroop, Member Secretary CIAC, dignitaries for the valedictory session, ladies, gentlemen, I'm honored to get an opportunity to thank you all on my behalf, on behalf of the also CIAC. On the concluding day of 5-day events, India Construction Week, Digital Conference and Exhibition. This event consists of 14 segments including CIADC, CIAC, Dispute Resolution and Arbitration. There are 30 papers on negotiation, mediation, arbitration, including 3 from foreign USA, Singapore, and London, and all the states and Union Territory of India. The video presented are from veterans in their own field like town planning, architecture, charter accountant, and income tax, litigation, ADR, joint venture dispute, online dispute resolution, how to make an India an international hub, methodology to be adopted for dispute resolution, post COVID-19, critical analysis of Arbitration Act and its amendment, contract law and its drawbacks and remedies, and so on. I would like to thank all the author speakers and members of the organization team of the event for 5 days in the front row and in the green room, particularly Mr. Anand. I would also like to thank all the authors, speakers, members for, especially I thanks to Engineer A.P. Radhakrishnan, Chennai, for getting Principal Partner FCON and Engineer H.K. Verma, Coordinator Orissa, for arranging messages for Honorable Governor, Honorable Chief Minister and Minister of Panchayat Raj of Orissa. Heartfelt thanks to all 285 impaneled arbitrators, mediators and 20 coordinators for state 18 for new north, south, east, west, and 1 from public sector undertaking and 1 from professionals. I will be failing in my responsibility if I do not thank Dr. Niranjan Sood, Dr. Suchita Karmar, and P.K. Mishra, Mrs. Lakshmi, and Mrs. Jayanti for their relentless support. My sincere thanks to them. She has appealed to impress upon all the government departments and PSU for encouraging institutional arbitration for dispute resolution by incorporating such CIC arbitration clause in their contract document, because CIC is pride and reputed prestige arbitration institution in India. You may like to know that CIC is the only authority which has started international arbitrations, institutional arbitration as early as in 13 January 2013. Many were conducted on institutional and ODR system. There were 2 sessions. One session was in the morning and the second was in the evening. The first session was inaugurated by Dr. Ahmed Mahmood, Secretary General, Asian Pan-African Legal Council, and while the evening session was inaugurated by Mrs. Meera Agarwal, North Delhi Municipal Corporation Mayor of that. On 16th February 2016, we again hold another international seminar, and all the seminar were jointly with the UNSTAR. That was inaugurated by the Law Minister and Ministry of Law and Justice, Mr. Sadanand Gowda. And the third, dispute resolution mechanism. It was discussed on ODR, and that was inaugurated by the Honorable Vice President of India. During the launching of the portal for the ODR, the Honorable Vice President opined that CIC is the only authority which are initiating for ODR mechanism. Not only that, whatever they are training the students category, they will avoid the unemployment in the country. Apart from that, I may add that this is the institution which has been notified by the Law Ministry on 21st August 2017. We are taking the training not only in India, but we have taken the training of the empanelment of the arbitrator at Bhutan. Thank you with all the honor. Thank you.
CIDC and Chairman Simplex. Address by Mr. Ehtisham Ul Haq, Managing Director DCI. Address by Mr. Sunir Garg, Director Technical. Address by Mr. Craig, Chairman NASTT USA. Then address by Mr. Devarajan, Managing Director URC Construction Limited. Followed by address by Mr. V. Ramnath, Chairman of AP RERA. We have then message by Mr. Pratap Jaina, Honorable Minister Panchayati Raj and Drinking Water, Law, Housing and Urban Development, Government of Odisha. We also have a message by Mr. Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Odisha. We then have address of the Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Gyan Sudha Mishra, Justice, Supreme Court of India, retired. We have few messages then from the delegates of this conference, and then we have vote of thanks by Dr. P.R. Swaroop, Chairman of Indian Society of Trenchless Technology and Director General of Construction Industry Development Council. Finally, we have the vote of thanks by Professor Niranjan Swaroop, Director General of Indian Society of Trenchless Technology.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all for the validation session of the India Construction Week 2020. These online international conferences and exhibitions held over the last 5 days were organized jointly by Construction Industry Development Council and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. I am happy to inform you that ICW 2020 had a very wide participation at national and international level. We had active support of over 40 organizations and more than 14,000 delegates. These events have generated total lecture duration aggregated to 147 hours. I am told these recordings will be available online for the next 3 months. The key partners of the event included both public and private organizations such as State of Goa, AP RERA, IRCON, Vibrant Goa Foundation, Consulting Engineers Association of India, Institute for Lean Construction Excellence, Purdue University of USA, International Infrastructure Solutions of USA, North American Society for Trenchless Technology of USA, Center for Underground Infrastructure Research and Education, IKT Germany, International Institute of Utility Specialty Hong Kong. I am happy to note that these 14,000 delegates were from industry, education and research institutions, and a large number of students participated in it. The deliberations focused on the critical issues to chart out the course of action to be followed by the industry to come out of the current state and become vibrant. These programs were divided into 2 main streams. 1. CIDC and associates organizations deliberated and addressed the critical issues facing the respective industry domains and paving the way for their solutions. The second, Indian Society for Trenchless Technology organized the No Dig India Show 2020, the flagship annual event of the society, ICW 2020 had several integral events ranging from conferences, live shows, interactive exhibition, live visits to projects and production facilities of exhibitors, technical training programs, and release of guidelines and technical publications. Launch of training portal. The discussions included a variety of subjects such as construction material, construction equipment, emerging technologies, trenchless technology, disaster management, insurance and banking, infrastructure and services, skills and education, tendering, arbitration and consultancy. Nordic India Show 2020 released 4 important manuals: the General Contract Document, Special Contract Conditions Document, Schedule of Trenchless Rates 2021, and Site Investigation Manual. I hope the deliberations and recommendations of the conference regarding the importance of good construction practices, processes, and guidelines, and demonstration by the equipment manufacturers about their equipment safety, productivity, and operating procedures will help to achieve quality, productivity, and safety in construction projects. I hope your participation in this conference was very productive and you enjoyed your 5 days of deliberations. I really thank you for your active participation and wish you luck for the future. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As all festivals comes to an end, this conference, this Gyanavad Yajna will come to an end. Today there will be Purnahuti in this Yajna. This Jnana Yajna, the main Rohit Yajman was CIDC. This conference was organized by CIDC with the help of Trenchless Technology. Talking about CIDC, which was started, the sapling was planted 25 years before. This grew up under able and dynamic leadership of Dr. P.R. Swaroop, and Trenchless Technology grew up under leadership of Sri Niranjan Swaroop. Now, this organization developed into a multi-dimensional, multifaceted organization. Today, it is widespread. It is having branches and centers all over the country. This was blessed by stalwarts and very knowledgeable, venerable Dr. Ramakrishna, Dr. Udesh Kohli, and today it is being headed by Sri Rana. I have been watching this regiment. Friends, talking about this conference, it was momentous. 10,000 registered. There were 3 halls in which parallel sessions, morning to evening, took place. In each session, more than 2,500 to 3,000 participants were present. More than 300 scholars from our country as well as from abroad. They benefited us by their knowledge, by their experience, by their gyan. They covered more than 18 topics, different aspects of it. And friends, we learned quite a new things. I have 60 years experience in this industry, I learned quite a number of new things. And I was fascinated by it. Friends, my preference is always towards skilling and training of staff and skilling of workers. You know, there are 49 million workers in this trade, and 70% of them are unskilled. Only 30% are partially skilled or fully skilled. We require nearly 40% fully skilled people. We cannot afford to have more than 30% unskilled, and balance can be semi-skilled on different aspects of construction. Similarly, our engineers and our staff should be well trained for ground operation. They should know the reality of today's situation. They should blend and take the leadership of the labor. For that, they have to be on same wavelength. They have to speak same link. CIDC has been making the effort in this direction. Of course, some private organizations also did put in efforts. And now, government realizing the importance of skilling and training, have emphasized on it and putting in a lot of money and efforts. And so also state governments and so many private organizations. All these efforts are to be synchronized and are rationalized. Similarly, development of new materials and new tools, we cannot always depend on outsiders. We cannot always import it. So we have to do our own R&D. And this efforts also has to go on. During the course of this conference, we saw so many new products, new techniques, new tools, new machineries. This has to be further taken forward, and efforts are to be made to synchronize the efforts of all the people in the country. Because by synchronized efforts, we get better dividend than separate efforts. It will be a pleasure for all of us in CIDC to work for this aspect of service to this construction industry. Friends, this conference was blessed by His Excellency, Governor of Odisha, His Excellency, Governor of Goa, as well as we were ably supported and encouraged by Government of Odisha as well as Government of Goa. We were also encouraged and supported by our various patrons. We are very thankful to all of them. We are very obliged to them. We are very thankful to all the parties, to all the people who put in efforts, particularly the team of CIDC. They put in Herculean effort to make this conference successful, and that too in this Corona period. So also the team of Dr. Ranjan Swarup. We are thankful to all of them. We are thankful to media people. We are thankful to IT people who made this conference possible and successful. And most important, we are thankful to you. It is you made it possible. Without you, we couldn't have done anything. Friends, thank you very much. Friends, there is a demand that we hold such conferences regularly. People are so enthusiastic. Because such conferences do bring us together. And when we come together, we can synchronize our efforts. India can be made a great nation, a vibrant nation, parallel and shoulder to shoulder with all other developments. Surely, we will put in our efforts. So thank you very much. At the end, I pray to God in this corona period particularly. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhavet. Thank you, friends. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my privilege to remain associated with CIDC and INDSTT for more than a decade now. We need to appreciate the efforts made by the team CIDC and INDSTT to remain innovative, agile, and relentless in their effort for promotion of construction industry in general and trenchless technologies in particular, even in these unprecedented and challenging times. The digital trade show we are all part of today is just one example of their effort to keep the interest and issues of construction industries at the forefront. The COVID-19 has created existential crisis and forced us to bring difficult changes in our lives. Devastated the economy, India is officially in recession now. However, silver lining is just on the horizon. Economy is turning on positive growth rate. Many vaccines are on the horizon. Infrastructure projects have started. Liquidity crunch in the industry is slowly getting relieved. The overall project pipeline is huge. City gas distribution networks has just started taking shape in more than 100 cities across India. Road and bridge projects are humming, and many more infrastructure projects are being announced. I conclude this short speech with a conviction that road to economic recovery is through infrastructure development projects, and industry remains committed to deliver the same. Thank you.
Hello, I am Sunir Garg, Director Technical in Gypsum Structural India Private Limited. I am very glad to see that even in these pandemic times, we have been able to safely continue with the tradition of annual conference and show by making some innovative changes in how we display stands, give presentations, and interact with visitors. This show was even more important for our trenchless industry in these times to show potential customers and stakeholders that projects are again progressing at normal pre-COVID levels after a brief hiatus, and how technical innovations in trenchless field have gained momentum with more people and experts willing to collaborate with each other globally over various online tools. With that note, I thank all the participants. I have been told there are more than 14,000, which would be a record, who have come and shared their experiences and learned about the latest innovations in the field from the presenters and exhibitors. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the No Dig India Show 2020. On behalf of North American Society of Trenchless Technology, I'm honored to speak with you and to have contributed on the International Steering Committee for this exceptional program. My name is Craig Vandale, and I'm the General Manager of Alternate Delivery and Business Development for Michaels Corporation's Trenchless Division. I'm also the Chairman of the Board for the North American Society for Trenchless Technology. This past February, I had the privilege of visiting India on a business trip, and during that time, I was able to take part as a guest lecturer at the India Institute of Technology. Over my time there, I was very impressed to see the number of students who attended by the level of interaction, engagement, and excitement from the students who took part. I'm very excited for India's future and with the implementation and development of trenchless technology, and I look forward to watching progressive innovation strengthen India's infrastructure in the years to come. Today I'd like to talk to you about trenchless technology and NASTT's role in promoting and supporting the trenchless industry, as well as how we can work together to improve our infrastructure here in North America and internationally. Trenchless technology is a progressive engineering process for the installation, replacement, or renewal of underground utilities with no or minimal excavation and surface disruptions, all while limiting social impacts to the public. These innovative methods have been utilized successfully for all underground utilities, including water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, gas mains, electrical and fiber optic conduits. When utilized in urban areas, substantial benefits are realized, including dramatically reducing disruption to vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, business activities, residential areas, and environmentally sensitive areas. In most cases, trenchless techniques will demonstrate significant cost savings and benefits for local government, municipalities, and utility owners over traditional open trench methods. Recent advancements in robotics have allowed trenchless technologies to offer never-before available pipe condition diagnostics, thus providing utility owners tools to more accurately identify and classify infrastructure priorities. NESTT is a society of individuals, public organizations, and private companies with strong beliefs in the practical, social, and environmental benefit of trenchless technology. Founded in 1990, NESTT represents more than 2,000 members throughout the United States and Canada, who all believe in more responsible ways to manage, rehabilitate, or replace our aging underground infrastructure. NESTT's mission is to advance trenchless technology and to promote its benefits to the public and the environment by increasing awareness and knowledge through the technical information, dissemination, research and development, education, and training. We strive to provide a representative voice for all sectors of the trenchless technology industry. For over 30 years, the all-volunteer members of NESTT have presented non-commercial, informative seminars, education, and training about trenchless technologies. Our vision is to be the premier resource for knowledge, education, and training in trenchless technology. And our mission is to continuously improve infrastructure management through trenchless technology. As NESTT continues to grow and take on new challenges, it's important for our non-for-profit society to serve and support our diverse industry partners both in North America and globally. We proudly represent municipalities, public utilities, consultants, engineers, manufacturers, suppliers, trenchless contractors, and academia. We support 11 regional chapters, soon to be 12 with our newest addition in Mexico, and 19 student chapters at universities throughout North America. We make every effort to reach out to all these groups and share with our communities the latest industry trenchless advancements and our continuing education opportunities. The many benefits of trenchless solutions for today's infrastructure challenges will always be our strengths. NESTT offers multiple in-depth, high-quality courses each year in cities throughout North America, covering targeted trenchless topics like cured-in-place pipe, otherwise known as CIPP, horizontal directional drilling, otherwise known as HDD, gas distribution, municipal sewer grouting, pipe bursting, laterals, and new installation methods. You will find that our course content is of the highest quality as the material is thoroughly peer-reviewed for consensus-based information and non-commercialism. We continually strive to improve the quality of the entire educational experience for our attendees through course evaluations and feedback. In August of this year, we rolled out our virtual component to our Good Practices courses in response to the COVID crisis. We are offering our entire suite of courses in a virtual environment to continue to meet our mission and vision. I feel this is an excellent way for NESTT to partner with India Society and its members by offering these courses. In the coming weeks, we'll be working with the India Society to promote and offer these virtual trainings. NESTT currently has 12 editions of our Good Practices Guideline books. These books serve as companions to our esteemed Good Practices courses and are a valuable resource as standalone references for a wide variety of trenchless technologies. All NESTT publications are peer-reviewed by volunteer industry professionals to ensure that they offer generic and non-commercial information. These books are funded by NESTT as part of our educational outreach program. Since 1990, the all-volunteer members of NESTT have presented on non-commercial information about alternative engineering methods to North American communities. Our latest offerings published in 2020 include pipe jacking Good Practices Guidelines, pipe ramming Good Practices Guidelines, and subsurface investigations Good Practices Guidelines. Another way NESTT can partner with the India Society is by offering our books at a reduced price to all India delegates and attendees. As part of our commitment to reaching all of the audiences in not only North America, but throughout the world, we have translated several of our publications, our CIPP Good Practices Guidelines, was translated into Spanish in 2017. Our Introduction to Trenchless Technology, Rehabilitation and New Installation books have both been translated into French. Our CIPP book was also translated into Portuguese by the Brazilian Society. We look forward to working with the additional sister societies within the ISTT family on translations and collaborations in the near future. NESTT also offers the world's largest online resource for technical information on trenchless technology. Every paper presented at the NODIG show since 1991 has been archived and is available via search terms in our library. We have over 2,000 papers on every conceivable topic related to our trenchless technologies. Our library is something we are extremely proud of and feel it's an excellent resource that can be used to promote trenchless technology, innovation, and share ideas. For a limited time, NASTT will offer the India Society and its members an NASTT 2021 membership for $100 US, allowing you to access this impressive library and utilize this knowledge. The NASTT NODIG show is the largest trenchless technology conference in the world, where professionals attend to learn new techniques that will save money and improve infrastructure. The show offers 6 tracks and 160 peer-reviewed non-commercial presentations, including case studies detailing environmentally friendly trenchless solutions and cost savings opportunities for municipalities and utilities. In 2019, there were over 200 exhibiting companies on the show floor with multiple networking events. Attendees can spend quality time with current colleagues, customers, and grow their connections. I would like to personally invite you, the participants of this show, to join the India delegation at the 2021 NODIG show. NASTT will be working with the India Society to develop a special package for this event. For 2021, we are excited to bring an in-person event next spring to Orlando, Florida, in the United States. Things may look a bit different at the 21 show, but the top-notch technical training and networking you expect from our conference will not change. We understand how important the in-person conversations are for sharing ideas, networking, and growing our industry. With that in mind, we plan to deliver a worthwhile event in a safe manner while still bringing you the value you expect from the NASTT NODIG show. We are also currently working on an on-demand online technical program component to reach even more professionals in our industry during these uncertain times. Lastly, NASTT also has initiated the NODIG North Conference. In 2019, the Canadian chapters of NASTT joined forces in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, to put on the inaugural NODIG North Conference. The event was more successful than we could have ever imagined, with over 600 attendees. The need for an expanded regional trenchless conference in Canada is clear, and we are looking forward to returning in November of 21. The conference will be held in Vancouver, British Columbia, and we are currently accepting abstracts for the technical program, and we hope to see you there. In closing, I want to thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the 2020 NODIG India show. I look forward to meeting and collaborating with you all in the years to come. From all of us at NASTT, have a fantastic day.
Greetings to all, respected Chairman of CIDC, respected Mentor of CIDC, Honorable Minister from Odisha Government, and the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha Government, and my dear friend Dr. Swaroop. It's really a pleasure to be part of this validatory function. After the completion of 4 hectic days of 385 speakers and quite a lot of members who had attended and got the benefit, I am here to represent the Board of Directors of ILCE, the Institute of Lean Construction Excellence, which was established over the last 10 years, and it's doing its best to promote the lean practice for one single motto of transforming the construction industry of India, and prove to the world that Indian construction industry is in no way inferior to anybody in the world. Saying that, how are we going to achieve it? A lot of mechanization has happened. Now slowly the digitization also is happening. Large volume projects are also coming up. But there is going to be, even though we are a populous country, there is going to be a huge demand and shortage of labor force for executing all these wonderful projects. In our study in the lean practice, it is proved again and again that in the construction industry, there is a considerable wastage of manpower to the tune of 35 to 40%. Very purpose of lean construction practice is to reduce this wastage by applying the wonderful 6 or 7 important tools like value stream mapping, loss planner system, and other tools. It has been very well explained by the experts and all the board members on the 2nd of December, and it is good that CIDC is going to upload it in its website for the benefit of the practitioners. When I said about loss planner system or value stream mapping, based on your nature of the project, when you had won the contract and when you are preparing your zero cost budget or initial budget, you please go through and understand how these lean tools can help you to expedite the process of completion as well as reduce the resources. It's not only the labor, you can very well reduce the usage of your equipment, usage of your engineering manpower, and other related resources, and the programming can always done with the lean tools in place. Please expose your team members. There are wonderful material available like games and other things which can be used to train your people for the betterment of the completion of the project on time. When a project is completed on time, then you will make your profit. So once again, I am reiterating, ILCE is very much available for the benefit of every practitioner in the construction industry. IIT Chennai, IIT Mumbai, NICMAR kind of institutions are well connected with this process. So make use of this. And I thank CIDC for the wonderful platform which has been given to ILCE for exhibiting its usefulness to the construction. Friends, I wish and I request all the participants, the nation builders, and every one of you to learn, understand, and connect with the ILCE program and ILCE organization and get transformed. Thank you very much.
Good evening to you. I wish to thank all the delegates, the participants, and the various industry associations and the industries that have participated in the India Construction Week and having made it a grand success. On behalf of Andhra Pradesh Real Estate Regulatory Authority, I wish to thank all the participants for the real estate segment of the Construction Week. As a closing note, I would like to convey a few points to the industry related to the real estate. Real estate is the backbone of the Indian economy, and at Andhra Pradesh Real Estate Regulatory Authority, we have been striving to introduce more standardized methods of construction, trying to build quality of materials into the new projects, and ensuring that the quality of workmanship is to international standards. I think all of us understand the importance of using modern technologies and standard products to improve the quality of our buildings and make sure that the life of the building is well protected and the buyers are comfortable and happy to possess buildings constructed by the real estate sector of India. It is very important to note that we have to adopt new modern technologies, more so with the COVID having impacted our businesses, by introducing more and more efficient technologies, it is possible to complete the projects with higher quality at lesser time. So I wish to convey to all the participants and members and the industry that we have to now strive hard to improve the quality of the technologies which we are using, go for more of PCAST and more of elements which are designed for easier use in order that we build better quality buildings and reach the international standards. Thank you once again for attending this construction week and making it a grand success.
Now I'll recite the message from Shri Pratap Jena, Minister, Panchayati Raj and Drinking Water, Law, Housing and Urban Development, Odisha. Honorable Minister says, "It gives me immense pleasure that Construction Industry Development Council, New Delhi, is going to organize an online international webinar on the occasion of India Construction Week 2020 on the theme Reviving Construction Industry in Post-COVID World from 1st to 5th December 2020. Objectives of the event are to provide latest information, knowledge base and guidelines for implementation and meeting the exigencies posed in post-COVID scenario. As construction industry has major contribution towards the employment generation and availability of labor and technology resources, we have to give attention to various aspects of livelihood along with economic prospects. I hope eminent construction engineers, development experts, representatives of national and international forums, other stakeholders from infrastructure industry will provide meaningful information and suggestions to overcome this difficult time. I appreciate the endeavor and congratulate the participants in the webinar and wish the webinar a grand success. That's the encouraging message from Shri Pratap Jena and we thank him for that. I will now recite the message from Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik. Honorable Minister says, "I am glad to know that the Construction Industry Development Council, New Delhi, is organizing an international webinar on reviving construction industry in post-COVID world on the occasion of India Construction Week 2020 during December 1st to 5th, 2020. Construction industry is a major contributor to Indian economy and also one of the largest providers of jobs. I appreciate the efforts of the CIDC to revive the construction industry during and after the COVID situation. Extraordinary situation demands groundbreaking and intelligent response. With active involvement of the stakeholders, I believe the industry will definitely bounce back within a short period. I wish the endeavor all success and we thank Honorable Chief Minister for this encouraging words and message."
A big hello to all the distinguished participants and the devoted listeners in this very important event, online event rather, organized by the Construction Industry Development Council jointly with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, supported by the associated organizations in India and abroad. Let me first of all compliment you and state that it's a very commendable initiative taken by this industry, especially in this time of pandemic when we are all struggling to revive the economy all the world over. I feel immensely pleased to associate myself in this event by the invitation to participate in the valedictory session of this very as far as I'm concerned, my association with the construction industry has been through arbitrations, conciliations and mediations, which I have been doing after my after demitting office as a judge of the Supreme Court. And I have noticed that the disputes in between the parties, which comes up for a lengthy litigation between the contractors and the main players, takes a long time in spite of a alternative dispute resolution forum. In that experience, I have noticed that very many litigations perhaps can be restricted initially through mediations and conciliation, which I don't think is taken very seriously by the affected parties, and there is a tendency to ultimately lead to litigations where the matter is decided by the arbitrators, which goes up in appeals and further appeals. In my understanding, if an honest intention and initiative is taken by the parties, maybe the duration of litigation can be minimized and reduced to the minimum level, but honesty of purpose is the main ingredient which gets sacrificed. In my experience, I noticed that we are all aware that there are two parties, one who awards the contract. Generally, there are two parties who awards the contract and the other who has to take the payments. Any party who has to make the payment generally has a tendency to drag the litigation, and for some reason or the other, the litigation, even in alternative dispute resolution forum, it gets dragged, because anyone who has to pay will like to drag it, and the other who has to receive it is very anxious because his resources gets limited due to the litigation. I would say that in the pandemic, and not merely in the pandemic, the honesty of purpose by both the sides have to be very seriously deliberated, because I've always felt that when an ordinary litigant is before the court, we generally feel, why do they fight? Because they don't understand to what extent they should yield. So the bottom line, in my understanding, should be the parties should know where to yield and to what extent to yield. And since we are in the summing up session, as a validity session, I don't think it is appropriate for me to delve deep into this. But I would say that even when the award is passed, then both parties can have the access of the award, and thereafter also mediation and conciliation process is possible. What I mean to emphasize is that both the parties can come to the negotiating table and can know the views of the arbitrators, or to what extent they have a chance, and they can also see the reasoning. So when coming from the experts and disclosing that mind, that look here is your limitation and you ought to yield, maybe one mediation is before the litigation and the other is after the mediation. After the award is passed. This is slightly, in my understanding, this is slightly unusual. This is not the practice right now. We all hear the matters, close the box, and then the award is passed. So I would suggest that maybe we can think on these lines, that when the matter gets deliberated, thrashed out, thereafter also maybe a stage can be introduced for minimizing the litigation. So what I'm trying to emphasize and focus through this platform is that the technical aspects, the two players, the one who awards the contract, whether it is public sector undertaking, the government organization, corporates, and the other is who execute the contract through a mediator or by themselves. That is one aspect, and I would confess my limitation that insofar as the technical aspects are concerned, you are more knowledgeable insofar as the technology is concerned, and that is why I am trying to express my view as to how the litigation can be minimized. In maybe some other time you can explore these aspects. The next thing that I wanted to focus and emphasize was that the ethics which we generally ignore is that honesty of purpose and honest intentions are very, very important, which we generally ignore. If the builder, if the construction and builder, when I say not merely the builder of residential premises, but also in every aspect of the construction, if you have the intention to deliver the project within the time, then the intention should also be to clear the invoices and the bills within the time. And in that, if the honesty is resorted to by both the players, maybe the litigation aspect can be minimized. Of course, I think knowing the human mind, it's easier said than done. But if we keep on focusing on these aspects, maybe little bit improvement can be we can do in improving the resolution of disputes. For an ordinary ordinary investor, if they do it in a residential premises and they do not get delivery of possession within the time, and in spite of the clauses in the agreement that they will be compensated by adequately by the terms and conditions for the delay, it gets enmeshed into the litigation. So the entire scenario which I've noticed is ultimately things very frequently gets enmeshed into the litigation, and when there is no litigation is also created. So we have to make an endeavor that as a matured players, we must try to reduce this as much as possible and yield to the extent which you think is reasonable on your part. The focus should be on the reasonableness of the active players. I think for summing up, I do not know, because I did not have the occasion to participate in all the sessions, but I guess I do not know what are the theme of the subjects in each conferences have been dealt with. In absentia, these are my random views on the conference, and I would not say more except wishing all the best to the players, to the participants in contributing not merely in the pandemic, and I'm hopeful the pandemic would be over, we would reduce to the normal times if we succeed in overcoming this demon of COVID by by locking them into the
Welcome to everybody to this valedictory function of ICW 2020, and my special warm welcome to Honorable Justice Gyan Sudha Mishra, retired Justice of Supreme Court of India, Dr. P.S. Rana, Chairman CIDC, my other friends who are here, and a very, very big thank you to the state governments of Odisha and Goa, where Honorable Governor himself has conveyed his message. Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha and Goa, they have conveyed their best messages, and of course Honorable Minister of Urban Development of Government of Odisha, they have all conveyed their best messages. Thank you all. I also thank almost 340 speakers who took their precious time to send us wonderful passages which were displayed during last 5 days. Over 10,000 participants, so many sponsors. I must tell you that this was the biggest event that we have ever had. And this is the success which we are enjoying now. The purpose of this particular event, as all of you are aware, was to find a blueprint. And I must tell you that this journey is just beginning and it is not the end of it. We are going to be setting up now a working group comprising of all the honorable members of the steering group, and we should be basically elaborating on the recommendations, compendiums of which will be prepared, and the work has already begun on that. They will be sent to various stakeholders. That basically involves the state governments, the union government, the industry, and the experts for that matter, and anybody and everybody, but especially to my colleges, institutions, and the young engineers who are going to be taking over the construction and infrastructure industry from now. We have been putting focus on many of the emerging technologies, the new areas, and especially I have to mention that the technology which is known as trenchless technology, and so very vital for the subsurface infrastructure. We have had overwhelming support from almost all the nations and experts from everywhere. They came out and they spoke about it. I will also talk about the lean construction techniques which are going to be economizing the functioning of construction industry. And these are all the things that we deliberated. And the intent was simple as to how to make our industry far more capable, far more competent, and especially in these difficult times, how to make the operations far more economical. Construction workers are our backbone. Almost 4 crore construction workers. They are engaged with the construction industry in India. We have to make sure that they should be trained, they should be tested and certified. And I am so happy to inform you that utilizing the e-techniques, we have been continuing with the work. As a matter of fact, on pro bono basis, many of the construction workers have been coming and getting themselves tested for the skills that they have acquired, which is a very satisfying sign. My appeal to all the construction companies in the country is to ensure that a large number of the construction workers and supervisors, including the engineers, they are put on the path of education so that they basically grow, they work out the kind of things which are going to make our functioning so much efficient, and CIDC definitely is going to be helping out on such initiatives. Let us look at the emerging technologies that have come out now and kind of wonderful work which many of our youngsters are talking about and the work that they have done. Should we not put them in adoption? And that is something which is going to be the essence and purpose of this particular deliberation that we have had. We'll talk about the financial issues, especially the NPAs that are troubling the banks and everybody at large for that matter. We are in dialogue with Indian Bank Association, and new compendiums are being prepared which are being sent to revise the procurement processes. disputes, they have been a bane to our industry, and plethora of disputes are existing as of today. It is infructuous. And I'm so happy that Justice Mishra is with us today, and we are now working on online dispute resolution techniques which are going to be useful for everyone and going to be far more economical. Under the banner of Construction Industry Arbitration Council, we shall be taking up this particular thing more vigorously, and now that we have a portal, this is going to give us a chance to really help resolve all the disputes that we can. May God help us all on these things. Let us look at the kind of professional grooming of our young persons. And Engineering Council of India has been working relentlessly to make sure that our engineers are imparted continuous education. So my appeal to all the colleges and the students is, please come and try to learn new techniques, make the functioning of the industry far more effective and definite. And that is where basically we'll all work together and try to make sure that all these things happen. The roles and responsibilities of engineers, that also needs a redefinition now. And this is where ECI is going to play an important role. Many of the students who have participated in this particular event, and all I can tell you that over a number of almost 11,000 participants who came in and joined this particular event, the larger number was from the institutes, their young faculty members, and we also are going to be initiating the programs so that the institutes can turn themselves into resource centers and the young faculty members are able to get the kind of inputs which are going to help the young students to understand what exactly industry requires. I have to thank various SPIUs of various states who had been providing the funding support to many of the institutions who have come together with us, signed MOUs with us, and we are going to be working very closely with them so that the meaningful education is imparted which can lead to the employment. Abolition of unemployment is something which is our aim, and it is only the construction industry which is going to be helping out in this particular direction. Wherever there has been a pandemic or some kind of a natural calamity, it is always the construction industry which has stood and basically, have proven perfect as far as the test of time is concerned. I would say things come to an end, but now this is the time to think that this is the beginning of the good times when we are all going to be working. I thank Lean Construction Institute who are going to be telling everybody as to how to economize and how to make the whole thing very efficient. There are several more things that have been deliberated and discussed, and possibly within the limited time that I have with me, it is not possible. But all I can tell you that we at CIDC and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology are committed to the excellence. And therefore, my request and suggestion and recommendation to all of you is that participate in the Vishwakarma Awards that are going to be held on 7th of March of 2021. That is the annual day of CIDC, and I am so proud and happy to inform you that with the blessings of our founding fathers, led by Dr. G.V. Ramakrishna, who's Padma Bhushan by Government of India, we have been able to complete 25 years, and this all has been because of the blessings of elders like Dr. G.V. Ramakrishna, Dr. Udesh Kohli, and many more, and some of them are sitting right here in this assembly like Dr. B.D. Mundra. We are so obliged to all of you. I thank all the sponsoring organizations, but last but not the least, I must thank all my staff members who are basically standing with me like a rock and who had been working relentlessly. I am so proud of you, boys and girls. Thank you so much. And with that, I bid you a good night. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Good evening. It's my honored privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of hugely successful NODIG India Show 2020 Digital and India Construction Week 2020. The show has been such a big success as we have got the support of about 14,000 registration or registrants who registered for the event. It's a very, very big number post pandemic, and in a world infested with COVID, if we are able to do this, it gives me enough hope that yes, the industry is alive and kicking. Soon we will be back in the full force. So thank you all the delegates or registered participants. Thank you very much. The next thank which I would like to offer is to Dr. Mo Najafi. Professor Najafi is the Director Curie and Professor, University of Texas at Arlington, and a very, very dear friend. Mo and myself have worked on several projects and training programs and have been able to deliver successfully many things. Thank you, Mo. The next one to be thanked is Tom Isley. Professor Tom Isley is from Purdue University, and as far as I understand, he is one of the oldest trenchless technologists who has taught all of us. I also am fortunate to have been taught by Dr. Isley while he was at Louisiana Tech University. Thank you, Tom, and thank you for delivering the keynote address. We are sure that we would be quite keen to work with all the institutions or organizations that you are supporting today. Thanks, Tom. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Craig Wandale, Chairman of North American Society for Trenchless Technology. Craig is the one who had full belief or faith in us. When we started our show, or the planning of the show, that time Craig came forward and indicated or informed me that you don't worry, you plan your show, whatever best support is possible, I will give it to you. And true to his word, Craig got the NASTT workshop structured, also got the networking movement with the different trenchless technology societies of the world. Thank you, Craig. Thanks a ton. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Dr. King Wong, Executive President, International Institute of Utility Specialists, Hong Kong. Dr. King Wong and myself are again working for a very long time together, and we are trying to create a cadre of utility specialists in India. I'm sure with this presentation, he has conveyed the message, and stakeholders of Indian trenchless sector must have taken the note. This is a very, very important cadre of professionals now needed because our urban requirements are growing. Post-COVID, the things are becoming more complex, and we need specialists over there. Thanks, King. The next I would like to thank is the IKT team. IKT team has been like my home or my family. IKT team is headed by Mr. Roland Vanik as Managing Director, Dr. Bert Bossler as the Technical Director, Ian Nasmith, who's the Project Manager. All of them put together with more colleagues were able to create a very, very informative and educative IKT workshop. All those topics which have been dealt are needed badly in India. And I'm sure that people would be working with me so that we can go and work with IKT and develop the required proficiencies in India, required testing systems in India, and get the things tested in Germany in IKT. The next team I would like to thank is the NASTT team, which includes Mr. Matthew Izzard, Mr. Alan Goodman, and Mr. Daniel Bonadana. All three of them have worked tirelessly to create the complete NASTT workshop, which has given many path-breaking and frontier technology or informations to the stakeholders of Indian Trenchless Technology Society. I'm sure that this particular workshop would basically provide inputs to everybody for using those techniques and technologies in their works, like artificial intelligence or pipeline replacement techniques and all. Thank you, NASTT team. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Dr. Sanjay Rana. Dr. Rana has been working with us again for a very, very long time. And together we have created the stream of subsurface utility engineering in INDSTT portfolio. We have also been able to create a cadre of SUE engineers who are trained and authorized to approve the subsurface utility maps or SUMs. Thank you, Dr. Rana. I'm sure that in the coming times, we will be training more of SUE engineers this way and safeguarding our utilities which are getting damaged. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Ehtesham Haq, who is our governing council member and has been working tirelessly to support the society in a very, very big manner. Mr. Haq, in spite of his busy schedule, worked with us and created many things for this show. Thank you, Mr. Haq. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Sunir Garg. Mr. Garg has again a very, very busy, even with a very, very busy schedule, has been successful in creating a special address for everybody. The last gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Jaman, with whom we are working to create the Confined Space Entry program. Confined Space Entry is one of the very, very important stream of subsurface construction, which saves people from a real death, because people are getting inside the buried pipelines and inhaling the gases and they are dying. It is imperative that this kind of training program should run in India. And Mr. Jaman has been working in that and created a program. We intend to run that program jointly with Mr. Jaman. Thank you, Mr. Jaman. No show is possible without financial and moral support. And in this show, we had principal partner, Mr. Scantron. We had main partner, DCI. We had associate partners, Gypsum and LR Sharma. All of them have been extremely helpful, and with their support, we could create the whole program. Next is the IT team. This event was completely hosted on the portal, and the program functioned without much of glitches. Such a huge program where you had 4 tracks, some 146 hours of video presentations, interactions, exhibition stalls, everything. All those function very well, and therefore, thank you, Access Infoways, and thank you, Vipin. Last but not the least, my team at CIDC and INDSTT, we could create a program which is for having 14,000 registered delegates and visitors. We could create a program where people from every walk of the life came to present. We could create a program where almost most of the nations were present through the representatives of their presenters. It is a huge task which they could accomplish. Based on that, the event went successfully, and we could conclude the program in such a big way. The show was not possible without any of all these people. So my heartfelt thanks to everybody. Thank you very much. God bless.